Book 1 to 61. Dance of Blades. The bandits circled me now, their weapons poised like predators closing in on their prey. The roar of the crowd became a dull hum in the background as adrenaline sharpened my senses. Every clang of their steel against mine reverberated, every bead of sweat that slipped down my spine reminding me how real this performance felt. 4 against 1, I quipped, shifting my stance to face them all. What happened to chivalry? The leader barked a laugh from the sidelines. This isn't chivalry, lass, it's survival. Their first move came from my left. A mace swung in a deadly arc. I ducked just in time. The rush of air brushed my cheek as it narrowly missed. My dagger flicked out instinctively, rattling against the mace and forcing the bandit back. Before I could recover, the swordsman on my right lunged, his blade aiming for my ribs. I twisted, the skirts of my dress flaring as I blocked him with my rapier, the steel screeching as it slid against his. But the others weren't waiting their turn. A dagger-wielding bandit came at me from behind, his blade slicing downward. I spun, raising my dagger in a frantic block just as the edge met mine with a teeth-rattling clang. My arms trembled under the strain, and my footing slipped slightly. The crowd gasped. The fourth one, a spear-wielding brute, used the distraction to thrust at my exposed side. My body reacted before my brain could catch up, leaping backward and out of range. My heart pounded in my chest as I reset my stance, my breath coming faster now. Still breathing, I called out, grinning despite the pressure. My voice was tight, but I couldn't help the tremor that betrayed how much effort I was putting in. They weren't playing anymore, and neither could I. The bandits came at me in unison this time, a whirlwind of blades and blunt force. My rapier darted left to block one strike, my dagger sweeping right to parry another. My heels slid against the stage floor as I spun, narrowly avoiding the spear aimed for my midsection. Every move was precise, deliberate, but frantic too. My arms burned, and my breath came in quick gasps, but I couldn't let it show. This is for show, Charlie, I reminded myself, forcing my lips into a sly smile. Theatrics are key. Then I saw it, a strike I couldn't avoid. The swordsman came in high while the mace wielder swung low. My rapier was already locked with another blade, my dagger busy deflecting a spear. I was cornered. Perfect. My lips curved into a smirk as I glanced at the incoming attacks. All right, boys, I drawled, time for the proper fight. I flicked my wrists, and the mechanisms hidden in my sleeves hissed softly. Frost shot out in twin arcs, shimmering under the lights like crystalline magic. The streams hit 3 bandits square on sword, mace, and spear alike, freezing mid-swing. The bandits froze too, gasping in mock horror as they staggered backward, their movements exaggerated and theatrical. One collapsed to his knees, clutching his weapon as if it had truly been iced over. Another spun, arms flailing, before dramatically falling to the ground. The crowd erupted, their cheers a tidal wave of excitement. The leader, however, was less amused. Enough of this nonsense, he roared, drawing his sword with a flourish. He stepped forward, his boots striking the stage like thunder. Let's see how your frost fares against me, lass. Gladly, I said, raising both hands again. My movements were slower now, deliberate, as if I was summoning every last ounce of power. The frost hissed and surged, wrapping around his blade and creeping up to the pommel. The metal shimmered with frostbite, and the leader staggered back, shaking his arm as if trying to shake off the cold. I feigned a gasp, lowering my hands and letting them fall to my sides, fingers trembling. The leader stepped forward, his boots thudding against the stage, the sound amplified by the tense hush that had fallen over the crowd. With deliberate precision, he smashed his massive 2-handed sword into the stage. The blade rang, its sheer size and weight forcing all the ice away. I love this. Judging by the way he twirled it with ease before settling into a poised stance, this man was no amateur. He gave a flourishing bow, the exaggerated motion sending the edges of his tattered bandit cape fluttering. Sword Queen, he said, his voice full of respect. Let's see if you truly deserve that title. He wanted theatrics? Yay! Let's give the people a show. I curtsied in response, sweeping my rapier down in an elegant arc. My skirt picked wind from stage fans and flared dramatically, the faint shimmer of the frost-dusted diamonds catching the stage hololights. Let's dance, shall we? He lunged, his sword a blur of silver as it came down in a wide arc. I sidestepped, my movements quick, the edge of his blade slicing the air inches from my shoulder. My rapier flicked up to parry his follow-up strike, the clang of metal on metal ringing out like a bell. For all his showboating, his skill was undeniable. His strikes were powerful, his movements fluid, each one mixed with a deliberate precision that spoke of years of practice. He swung his sword in wide arcs, each motion designed to not only attack, but to look good at doing it. He wasn't just fighting, he was performing, and so was I. My rapier darted out, a gleaming extension of my arm, intercepting his blade and redirecting it with the same flourish he used. The crowd gasped as I spun, my skirts flaring out like the petals of a flower in full bloom. Every step, every strike was calculated to not just fight, but to entertain. "You're not half bad," I said, grinning as I sidestepped another sweeping attack, the wind of his blade ruffling the fabric of my sleeves. "For a bandit," he barked a laugh, stepping back to reassess. "And you're not half bad for royalty." The tension crackled between us as the battle continued, neither of us gaining the upper hand. His strikes were relentless, each one pushing me closer to the edge of the stage. My rapier moved like lightning, blocking and deflecting, each clang of our blades echoing through the air. He even forced me to use imperial arts, at least, which I could manage with a mortal body and a dagger. But he wasn't just strong, he was smart. His attacks became more calculated, his footwork a blend of precision and flair. I met him move for move, matching his over-the-top style with my own. I leapt, twirled, and spun, my dress adding drama to every motion. My heart pounded in my chest, the adrenaline keeping my movements sharp and my focus laser-precise. We circled each other, breathing hard, our blades locked in a shimmering cross as we faced off. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of genuine respect breaking through the performance. "You're better than I expected," he admitted. I smirked, pushing against his sword and forcing him back a step. "You're not the first to underestimate me." The crowd erupted in cheers, their excitement feeding the fire of our duel. I took a deep breath, steadying my nerves. This wasn't just a fight anymore. It was a clash of skill and showmanship, and I was loving every second. Our blades sang through the air, a relentless chorus of clashing steel and reverberating tension. But for all his flair, I could see the cracks, the slight overextension of his swings, the way his weight shifted too quickly in his eagerness to land a blow. It was there, the opening I needed. "Careful now," I said with mock concern, as I stepped smoothly out of the path of his sword. "You'll throw your back out swinging like that." His laugh was breathless, tinged with frustration as he adjusted, aiming a precise overhead strike that I sidestepped with ease. My imperial footwork kept me just beyond his reach, my movements a dance of controlled precision. Every step was deliberate, each angle calculated to keep him chasing shadows. The crowd's cheers swelled, their excitement fueling my energy. The leader's sword arced wide, his strength driving it forward in an over-committed swing. Too fast, too much. And just like that, he was mine. I sidestepped again, slipping inside his reach with a spin that sent my dress flaring dramatically. My rapier flicked out, not to strike, but to guide his blade further off course, leaving him wide open. His eyes widened. I moved to his side, close enough that I could see the beads of sweat on his forehead. "Pardon me," I quipped, grinning as I raised both hands. The frost erupted from my hidden mechanisms, a dazzling stream of icy mist that bathed him in shimmering white. The crowd roared as the bandit leader staggered, his laughter booming despite the frosty facade enveloping him. "Well danced," he shouted, his voice echoing across the stage as he dropped to one knee. Frost clung to his faux bandit armor, sparkling in the stage hollow lights as he nodded in genuine admiration. "You're better than I expected, Sword Queen." I twirled my rapier with a flourish, pointing its tip to the ground as I struck a dramatic pose. "Better? I'm just getting started." He let out one final hearty laugh, clutching his chest as if mortally wounded. "Ah, the end has come." With an exaggerated groan, he toppled backward, his sword clattering to the stage as he died with flair. The crowd erupted into deafening cheers, their applause thunderous as the leader's comrades rushed forward to drag his fallen form back through the shimmering portal. I stood there, catching my breath, my heart pounding from the effort and exhilaration. Each inhale felt like fire in my lungs, but I wouldn't let that show. Not here, not now. The roar of the crowd was deafening, a tidal wave of cheers and applause that made the floor beneath me tremble. The energy in the air was electric, crackling with an intensity that I couldn't ignore. I glanced sideways at the stage mirror, catching my reflection, and almost hiccuped. The stage hollow lights hit my tiara just right, scattering tiny rainbows like starlight against the rich velvet backdrop. The faux diamonds sparkled brilliantly, framing my flushed face like some kind of cosmic crown. My hair, still perfectly coiffed despite the chaos, framed my face in a way that made me do a double take. And the dress. Oh, the dress clung to my form like it had been poured on, the swirling frost pattern imprinted into the fabric, catching the light with every breath. Was that me? I looked unreal, like something out of a dream. It's incredible what a dress, a tiara, and a gallon of stage makeup can do. I could have conquered kingdoms looking like this. I could have. My lips quirked upward, my confidence swelling as the reality of the moment hit me. With a theatrical flourish, I raised my rapier high, its blade gleaming as it caught the hollow light again. The crowd's cheers surged, their voices blending into a symphony of adoration. For this moment, for this fleeting second, I was the Sword Queen, and damn, it felt good. Sorry, my old body, but you are only a distant dream. Charlie. And so it has started, dear people, I called out, my voice carrying effortlessly over the cheers. Come and challenge me in the Sword Queen challenge. I grinned, the grin that dared anyone bold enough to step forward. Can you dethrone me? I winked for good measure, the cheeky gesture earning a fresh wave of applause. The holographic portal shimmered behind me, still crackling with its ethereal glow, as if daring the next contender to emerge. But I wasn't done yet. No, the performance had only just begun, and for those who can't, don't despair. I gestured with a dramatic sweep of my rapier. There is a crisis in Rimelion. At the edge of the human empire, rebellion brews. The elven Queen Erwin has risen in arms, and the first epic Rimelion battle is on the horizon. My voice rose, the weight of the words amplified by the subtle hum of the stage effects behind me. I pivoted, my dress flaring once more, the silky fabric catching the breeze from unseen stage fans. The holographic displays around the arena flickered to life, showcasing scenes of verdant elven forests, towering fortresses, and the ominous shadow of war. Whoa, Riker, how did you— I was glaring at it, not expecting it to come up at all. Come to my east fortification to take part and save the Empire. I finally managed, pointing dramatically toward the display. Don't forget your respawn tokens so you can travel even while offline. The Empire needs heroes and the battlefield awaits. The audience's excitement surged again, their cheers blending into a noise of anticipation and eagerness. Then I felt it, the faint change of colors. I didn't need to turn to know what it was. The glow intensified slightly, casting a faint golden light that mingled with the cool blues of the portal. I sensed Riker's presence even before his booming voice joined the fray, the man arriving like an over-enthusiastic sunbeam breaking through a cloud. Ah, what a moment, dear people, he exclaimed, his voice gilded with his usual flair. Thank you, O illustrious Sword Queen, for your impeccably timed rescue. Riker's voice boomed, his arms spread wide as he basked in the crowd's adoration. But, might I suggest for next time please, don't mistake me for a light mage. It's not magic, you see. It's simply my radiant personality shining through. The crowd erupted in laughter, their amusement mingling with his absurd flamboyance. I couldn't help it. A giggle escaped me, light and unguarded. With a slight bow to the audience, I pivoted again and made haste to the backstage, my steps light with satisfaction. Behind the curtains, the relative quiet wrapped around me like a calm night at Patrick's. I exhaled, finally letting my shoulders relax, a small, content smile tugging at my lips. Book 162. The Truth Needs a Drink. In the backstage, I found Lola waiting with a smile so bright it could have powered the stage lights. Lady Charlie, she squealed, practically bouncing toward me. Before I could react, she wrapped me in an enthusiastic hug, her ever-present tablet squished awkwardly between us. It beeped in protest, but she didn't seem to care. You were phenomenal. That was just amazing. She beamed, her joy radiating like the crowd's cheers still echoing in my ears. Yeah, I panted, still catching my breath, my chest rising and falling as I tried to steady myself. Sweat prickled at the nape of my neck, and the faint scent of stage dust mixed with the lingering tang of my frost effect still clinging to the air. It was quite amazing, wasn't it? I let out a laugh, the sound a mix of triumph and exhaustion. The soft clink of boots on the metallic floor drew my attention. I have to tap my hat, said a familiar voice, warm and full of good-natured respect. I turned, brushing a loose strand of hair from my face, and there they were, the bandits. The leader stood front and center, his grin crooked but genuine, his tunic still slightly damp from my frost attack. You are quite talented with that rapier, he added, tipping an imaginary hat. The glint in his eyes revealed his feeling. I nodded at him with the same respect. The other bandits, still in their theatrical costumes, nodded enthusiastically. It was so cool, one piped up, his voice tinged with awe. A faint sheen of sweat glistened on his forehead, and his exaggerated stage makeup had smudged just slightly, adding to his rogue aesthetic. Well, you were also great, I said, flashing them a broad grin and running a hand through my now tangled hair. You had me hard-pressed at one point there. And let me just say, looking dashing while doing it? Like, wow, I couldn't resist a little bounce on the balls at my feet, the residual adrenaline giving me a burst of energy. They all stared at me, to my utter delight. Then they all blushed at my compliment, their earlier bravado melting away into sheepish smiles. The leader rubbed the back of his neck, his swagger replaced with an almost boyish charm. Good job, I added, giving them a quick thumbs up, my grin widening. The sincerity in my voice must have caught them off guard because one of them actually muttered a thank you like he'd just received the medal. Lola cleared her throat, her professional mask sliding back into place, though the hint of a smile still lingered on her lips. Lady? She prompted, her tone brisk yet warm. Yeah? I muttered, distracted as I fumbled with the frost gadget still strapped to my hand. The mechanism was awesome, but annoyingly complicated to remove without a second hand. I really need to find the name for this thing, I grumbled under my breath, twisting my wrist awkwardly. The bandits, sensing the end of their moment, turned to leave. Each offered polite farewells, their theatrical personas softened by genuine respect. I hope to play with you again, the leader added, his tone tinged with hope as he gave a bow. The bow caught my attention, low and deliberate, with an air of refinement. It wasn't just a random gesture. In the imperial court, this kind of bow signified equality, an acknowledgement of mutual standing. Was he playing in the court? I tilted my head, intrigued, but he was already stepping away. Goodbye, I said with a small wave, filing the moment away for later. Mr. Riker would like to know if you want to attend any event? Lola's voice brought me back to the present. She glanced at her tablet, her brow furrowing slightly as she waited for my answer. With him? I asked, half distracted by the frost gadget still refusing to budge. No, she clarified, shaking her head. He has other matters to attend to. Well, then no, I said firmly, finally unclipping the stubborn mechanism with a triumphant little twist. I need to find my friends. Lola nodded, her professional demeanor softening slightly. Very well, Lady Charlie, I'll let him know. Can you help me? I need to find Lucas, I started, only to be interrupted by the ever-chipper voice of Jerry. I can share the info with her, he said, his tone way too smug for an AI. Lola raised an eyebrow. I cleared my throat, trying to salvage the moment. I mean, sharing the details you need to know. My voice trailed off as Jerry chimed in again. Done, he announced with the efficiency of a machine, which, well, he was. Lola blinked, glancing at her tablet as it pinged. Oh, that was fast, she murmured, scrolling through the data. Now, I said, flashing a quick grin. Let's get going before Riker decides. I need to juggle flaming swords next. Actually, lady, there is the person. Lucas, Lola said, her voice uncertain, like she was about to confess to some horrible crime. He said he was your friend and wanted to enter backstage, but he wasn't the first to claim that. We had about 50 others. Sorry, I didn't know. The way she looked at me, you think she was about to get thrown into a dungeon. Honestly, I'm not the fourth prince to do that sort of thing. Ah, Lola. I waved off her panic with a smile. Let's just find him now. Everything's fine. Yes, lady. Relief washed over her face as she nodded rapidly. Boys, let's go. And then, out of nowhere, 7 bodyguards appeared, flanking us like a wall of muscle and matching uniforms. I blinked, my gaze sweeping over them, their serious expressions almost comical in contrast to the situation. I crossed my arms, one eyebrow raised as I looked at Lola. What's the meaning of this? She straightened. All business now. Now that you've performed, you've been upgraded to top VIP status. AIs suggested additional help to handle fans, and ensure you meet your schedule or, your actual goals. Your schedule is currently free for the next 5 hours. Oh, well, I said dryly, gesturing vaguely at the security team. And here I thought I'd have to fend off hordes of adoring fans with my rapier alone. Lola blinked, clearly unsure if I was joking. It's protocol, lady. Right. I sighed and turned toward the nearest corridor. Let's go find Lucas before the AI decides. I need an armored escort too. Lady? Lola's voice was hesitant. Yeah? I asked over my shoulder, still moving. He's waiting that way, she said, pointing toward a completely different corridor. Without breaking my stride, I pirouetted in place, the skirt of my dress flaring dramatically. I knew that, I said with a grin, landing gracefully. Just testing you. Lola blinked, clearly aghast. Yes, lady, she murmured, clutching her tablet as though it might provide her moral support. It didn't take long before I spotted Lucas leaning casually against a wall, his eyes glued to his phone, the glow from the holoscreen painting his face. As I approached, the security team instinctively parted the crowd like I was royalty, which, okay, maybe in a sense I was, but it still felt weird. Lucas, I called out, my voice carrying through the hum of the bustling corridor. He looked up, startled, and as his gaze landed on me, I caught his subtle double take. He wore his usual casual attire, jeans, a graphic t-shirt, and that awful jacket he's insisted on keeping since high school. It was a disaster of clashing colors and questionable fabric choices. He'd criticized it 1,000 times before, and yet, there it was, still hanging on like an unshakable curse. Stupid Lucas, never listening. When I reached him, his mouth opened, but no words came out. I raised an eyebrow, waiting. Well? I asked, stepping closer to wrap him in a quick hug. Charlie, he stammered, his voice uncharacteristically shaky. I saw the fight, so I shouldn't be surprised, but damn. He ran a hand awkwardly through his hair. You're beautiful. A grin tugged at my lips, cheeky and unrelenting. Only beautiful? I teased, tilting my head. Where's the poet I know? Did your muse abandon you? His cheeks flushed faintly, and he laughed, the sound a little rough around the edges. You know me. I've got a talent for screwing up timing. I smirked, crossing my arms. Yeah, but you're consistent at least. He'll give you that. So, you saw my fight, right? It was awesome. I grinned, the adrenaline from the performance still making my voice a little louder than necessary. I didn't know I had a knack for it, but apparently I do. I leaned in closer, dropping my voice to a whisper. And thanks for this body. I prefer being me, Charlie, than being John. Lucas stared at me, his expression shifting from surprise to something unreadable. His mouth opened, but no words came out at first. Then, he finally managed, Charlie the first. His gaze dropped to the floor, and his tone turned troubled. I need to tell you something about Charlie. I raised a hand, cutting him off before he could go further. Stop. If it's what I think it is, I paused, exhaling slowly. I'd need a drink. Ever since that dream with Lucas, I'd been wondering what the connection was, why it all felt so tangled. And then there were the other dreams that followed, so vivid. I told myself they were just that, dreams. Because otherwise, well, it added a point for Riker's theory, and maybe a slap for Lucas. I turned to Lola, who was standing nearby, watching the exchange. Is there somewhere we can drink and have some privacy to talk? She nodded quickly, eager to assist. Of course, lady. The bar has private booths. They aren't soundproof, but you should still be able to talk without shouting. Perfect, I said, brushing past Lucas and gesturing for him to follow. I glanced back at him, catching the unease on his face. Come on, if this is going to be a thing, we're not doing it here in the hallway. He hesitated for a moment, then sighed and followed me, his footsteps heavier than usual. When I attended Rimcons in the past, it had always been a nightmare, being swept along in the sea of people, jostled at every step, stuck behind groups that refused to move as they posed for pictures or chatted endlessly with friends. It was chaos. Now, the security team paved the way, like a small army parting the seas, yes. But even they couldn't stop the occasional fan. Ice Princess, a 10-year-old dressed as a swordsman, shouted near my ear, his excitement loud enough to leave a ringing. Can I take a selfie? He was at least the 10th. Sure, I sighed, resigning myself to the inevitable as I crouched slightly to fit into the frame. I forced a smile for the camera. Why? because I remembered the overwhelming joy I felt years ago when I got a selfie with the mage killer. 4 more selfies later, and a growing ache in my cheeks, we finally reached the private booth area. The bar had alcoves along the far wall bathed in neon pink hololight. The lighting pulsed softly, casting a glow over the glossy black seating and chrome tabletops. Ah, that's why I didn't recognize this bar. They must have remodeled it later to fit the fantasy Rimelion aesthetic. Our alcove had one glass wall overlooking the bustling bar, the transparency muted by faint holographic designs swirling across its surface like living graffiti. It gave just enough privacy to feel secluded without losing the energy of the room. Sliding into the plush seating, I marveled at the feel of the cool material against my legs. I stretched out slightly, leaning back to take it all in as Lucas followed, his expression unreadable as he joined me. He hesitated for a moment before sitting across from me, his movements deliberate, like he was mentally bracing himself. The waitress arrived a few moments later. Her dress was a shockingly vibrant neon green that practically glowed under the pink light. Riker's orders so he doesn't feel bad about his coat. Her hair was styled into a gravity-defying updo with streaks of metallic silver running through it. "What can I get for you?" she asked, her voice smooth and professional, but with a playful edge. "Better than the V4 earlier. Bourbon." "Neat." Lucas glanced at her briefly before responding. "Vodka." "Straight?" She nodded, her neon dress shimmering as she tapped in our order. "Got it. I'll be right back." As she walked away, I leaned forward slightly, resting my chin on my hands. "All right, Lucas. Spill." My voice carried a mix of curiosity and trepidation. "What's this thing you need to tell me about past me?" Lucas looked down, his hands fidgeting with the edge of the chrome table. The faint, pulsing neon light caught on his knuckles, making the tension in his grip painfully obvious. His eyes darted up to meet mine, then dropped back to his hands as if the weight of my gaze was too much. He hesitated, his voice low and uneven. "I knew the past, Charlie. He paused again, swallowing hard. "She died." That single syllable carried enough grief to punch me in the chest. His shoulders slumped, the usual confidence I associated with him utterly stripped away. "And I was foolish," he continued, his voice quieter now, "to give you her character." For a moment, I didn't know how to respond. My pulse quickened, each beat like a hammer in my ears. The puzzle pieces I'd been collecting, the dreams, the strange connection, the nagging sense of familiarity, clicked into place, and the picture they painted wasn't pretty. I started, my voice tight, but I forced it to steady. "You gave me the character of someone you knew, someone who's gone." Lucas nodded, barely, like the motion itself was too much effort. Book 1, 63. Empty Glasses. I stared at Lucas, stunned. The words were there. I knew the past Charlie, she died, but my mind refused to process them. It was like trying to read through frosted glass. I could see the shape of the truth, but it was distant and painful. I forced a breath, tasting the faint metallic tang of the bar's recycled air. The smell of synthetic leather from the seat crept into my senses, grounding me just enough to speak. "What?" My voice cracked slightly, so I tried again, clearing my throat. "What were you trying to achieve, Lucas?" His head dipped lower, like he was bracing himself for a blow. When he finally looked up, his eyes shimmered under the pulsing neon lights, and for a second I saw something raw in them. Regret, guilt, heartbreak, all tangled together. He exhaled shakily. "I wanted to see her again." The words hit me harder than a bandit's mace. I swallowed the lump forming in my throat. "Her. Not me, her. You wanted to see your lover one more time." I didn't even try to hide the bitterness in my voice. It clung to each word like a sip of badly distilled whiskey, burning all the way down. And instead, "You got me." "No," he blurted, his hands clenching into fists on the table. "No, Charlie, I didn't. I didn't want it to be like this. It was supposed to stay in the game. Just the game." His voice trembled now, the confidence he always carried gone, replaced by something desperate. "I didn't think it would change you. I didn't know it could. No one knew it could. And now you regret it." I finished for him, the hurt bubbling to the surface. My voice was steady, but there was an edge to it, sharp enough to cut. "Because you didn't want me your friend. You wanted her." Lucas flinched as if I'd slapped him. "Good." He opened his mouth to argue, but nothing came out. Instead, he slumped back into his seat, defeated, looking like he'd aged a decade in those few seconds. Before the tension could strangle the air between us completely, the waitress appeared, her neon green dress flashing brightly under the pulsing lights. She set the bourbon in front of me and the vodka before Lucas. "Here you go," she said cheerfully, completely oblivious to the emotional wreckage at our table. The smell of the bourbon, rich and smoky, wafted up as I took the glass, the coolness of it soothing my fingers but doing nothing for the storm inside me. "Thanks," I muttered, not bothering to look at her as she walked away. I glanced out and caught Lola trying to look casual as she leaned against the wall, her attention glued to her tablet. It lifted my mood, if only a little. I swirled the amber liquid in my glass, watching the light refract through it. "So what now?" I asked, keeping my gaze fixed on the swirling bourbon. "You got what you wanted, didn't you? I'm here. I exist. But I'm not her." Lucas reached for his vodka, but his hand trembled slightly as he lifted the glass. "I didn't mean for this," he whispered. "I didn't mean to hurt you. I never wanted that." I took a long sip of my bourbon, the heat burning down my throat, masking the ache in my chest. "Well, congrats, Lucas," I said, putting my usual sarcastic edge to it, masking the hurt underneath. "Mission accomplished. You didn't just hurt me, you made me question everything." The weight of the moment pressed down on us, and for a brief second, neither of us said anything, just the soft hum of the bar, the faint clinking of glasses, and the muted chatter of distant patrons filled the silence. I put the glass down with a soft clink. "So, what now? What do we do with this mess you made?" I wasn't even sure if I was asking him or myself. Lucas didn't answer right away. He just stared into his vodka, as if it held the answers he couldn't find in his own mind. "I don't know." I leaned back in the plush seat, letting the bourbon's warmth linger in my chest as my thoughts swirled in slow, aching circles. Everything that had happened since Tin Jerry changed me as Charlie, since I came back to this bizarre past version of my life, played out in my mind like some video. Disjointed, confusing, but painfully real. I remembered Lucas' funeral. God, that was a day. The rain had fallen in cold, miserable sheets, matching the emptiness inside me. Id stood there, surrounded by faces I barely knew, all of us cloaked in black and grief. I didn't cry, never could at funerals. But something about that day had hollowed me out, left this broke void in my chest where something important used to be. And now, here he was, alive, breathing, talking to me across a table. It was surreal, to say the least. I glanced at Lucas, who was staring down into his vodka like it might offer him absolution. He didn't want this, not like this. He'd wanted her, the old Charlie, the one who wasn't me but somehow was me. And knowing that dulled the weight pressing down on my shoulders. If I could feel even a fraction of the grief I had for Lucas that day, what must he have felt for her? A minor part of me, just a tiny fragment, wanted to stay angry. But it was hard when I could see the same pain mirrored in his eyes. "Damn it, Lucas," I sighed, swirling the bourbon again, watching the amber liquid catch the faint pink glow from the bar's hollow lights. My reflection shimmered in the glass, and for a moment I studied it, really studied it. My hair, longer than it had ever been before. My features softer, framed in a way that made me look, well, undeniably beautiful. And then there was the makeup still clinging despite the sweat and adrenaline from the fight. Riker's glam squad had done an impressive job. I didn't look like John anymore. That much was clear. Do I care? The thought didn't sting the way it used to. It spent the first few days after my transformation furious at everything. At Lucas, at the world, at myself. Being a woman felt wrong, unnatural, like it'd been forced into wearing someone else's skin. But now? I smiled faintly, remembering the first time I tried walking in high heels. I hated those damn things with a passion, wobbled around like a drunk penguin, cursing every step. Now I could strut through Rimcon like I owned the place, and I even caught myself patting my heels earlier. The rhythmic click-clack sound they made when I walked had become soothing, weirdly, a reminder that I'd adapted, that I was still standing even if on stilettos. Without Lucas, without Jerry, none of that would have been possible. Hell, I'd probably still be stumbling around in those heels if it weren't for their support. Jerry's deadpan commentary and Lucas' quiet presence, however awkward it might be. I didn't know if I was ready to forgive Lucas entirely, but maybe I was ready to stop being angry, at least for tonight. The smile on my lips lingered a little longer as I traced the rim of my glass with a finger. the smooth chill of it bringing me back to myself. I tapped the side of my glass, letting the rhythmic tink-tink of my nail against the crystal fill the brief silence between us. The tension hanging in the air had cracked, and I figured it was time to break it entirely before it got too heavy again. "Okay, Lucas," I said, swirling what was left of my bourbon, the faint burn still lingering pleasantly in my throat. "I forgive you. At least for tonight." His head shot up, eyes wide with a mixture of relief and confusion, like he couldn't quite believe what had heard. "You do?" "Yeah." I leaned back against the cushioned seat, crossing one leg over the other and flashing him a small grin. "You're my friend, Lucas. A really stupid friend who clearly thought dabbling in something insane would somehow turn out fine. But if you can promise me, pinky swear, cross your heart, hope to die level promise that you'll never ever do something that stupid again." I paused, letting the grin widen into something more genuine. "Then, yeah, I'll try. We'll figure it out." He opened his mouth to say something, but closed it again, clearly struggling to find the right words. "You're taking this better than I thought," he admitted, still wary, like he was waiting for my heel to drop on his head. I couldn't help but laugh, a quick sound that made him blink. "Lucas, this is nothing new. I've always been like this." I gestured dramatically with my hands, nearly knocking over my glass. Quick to anger, quick to forgive. Flexible personality. Adaptable. Like a dart player who changes targets mid-throw when a drunk stumbles into the board. Lucas snorted, a reluctant smile tugging at his lips.
"You're comparing yourself to dart player?"
"Exactly." I jabbed a finger in his direction, pleased that he was finally loosening up. I mean, think about it. Life hits me with something weird and unexpected, and I bend, twist, and flail around for a bit before bouncing back with a grin. That's me. I winked at him. "Always has been." "You make it sound so easy," he said, his voice quieter, more serious now. "Oh, trust me, it's not." I drained the last of my bourbon and set the glass down with a soft clink. It's messy and it sucks half the time, but it's the only way I know how to deal with things. Freak out, adapt, move on. That was a cue for Jerry. "Miss Charlie, my online." I unfastened the watch to shut him up. Lucas stared at me for a moment, like he was trying to figure out whether to be impressed or concerned. "You're incredible, Charlie." I grinned wider, feeling the tension finally dissipate. "I know, now. About that pinky swear?" I held up my hand, wiggling my little finger in front of him. He rolled his eyes, but hooked his pinky around mine anyway. "Fine. Pinky swear." "Good," I said, releasing his hand and leaning back again. "Now, let's just relax, drink, and pretend that this whole thing was just another one of those weird Rimelion quests gone slightly off the rails." "Only slightly?" he asked, smirking. "Okay. Wildly off the rails," I admitted, chuckling. "But hey, that's what makes it fun, right?" At that exact moment, the glass door to our alcove slid open with a soft hiss, and before I could even react, something small and fast barreled into me like a heat-seeking spell. "Auntie Charlie." A high-pitched voice squealed as tiny arms wrapped tightly around my waist. I blinked, momentarily stunned, as I looked down at the girl clinging to me. Her wild curls bounced as she tilted her head back, grinning up at me with bright eyes full of excitement. She couldn't have been older than 6, maybe 7. She wore a t-shirt that immediately caught my attention, a ridiculously detailed print of me mid-battle, fighting the frost statues from last night's event. Wait, what? Riker already made merch? Seriously? I fought those statues, like 12 hours ago. My mind whirled, already plotting a future conversation/confrontation with Riker. There was money to be made here, and if he thought he could cut me out of the profits, he had another thing coming. But first, back to reality. "Hi, Lena," I said, forcing a smile and trying not to sound too bewildered. "Do you know me?" Lena pulled back slightly, still clinging to me but giving me a wide, excited nod. "Of course I know you. You were Uncle John, but now you are Auntie Charlie, and your rapier was awesome." She barely finished the sentence before she jumped back, pulling an imaginary sword from her side and slashing at invisible enemies with all the flair of a seasoned adventurer. I couldn't help but grin, despite the knot forming in my stomach at the whole Uncle John turned Auntie Charlie thing. The way she said it, so matter-of-fact, like it was just another day in Rimelion where people change classes, or, apparently, genders, without fuss, made it weirdly easier to digest. "Wow, Lena, I said, crossing my arms and raising an eyebrow as I watched her dramatically duel her unseen foes. You've got some serious moves there. Maybe I should hire you as my official sword trainer. She stopped mid-swing, eyes wide with delight. Really? Sure. You got the knack for it, I said with a smirk, gesturing to her t-shirt. But take that up with the guy who's already making a fortune off my image. Seriously? Frost statues? I fought those last night and has already got merch out? Lucas, who had been sitting quietly until now, chuckled softly. That's Riker for you. Always one step ahead. Yeah, well, he's about to get a step ahead of a very annoyed Auntie Charlie, I muttered, shaking my head. Lena, you can tell your dad that your awesome new shirt needs another with extra royalties, right? Lena nodded enthusiastically, apparently delighted at the idea of more shirts. She twirled in place, her imaginary rapier flashing in the neon pink glow of the bar's lights. I want one with you fighting dragons next, before I could respond with something witty, because of course I had something ready. A familiar voice, sharp and sarcastic, cut into me like a well-aimed arrow. Auntie Charlie, her dad can hear you. I blinked and glanced up, finding Adam standing a few steps away, arms crossed, his expression as warm as a glacier. Beside him was Lola, who looked relieved, thrilled even, as though finding them had been some grand quest she'd just completed. Yep, she's awesome. Adam, meanwhile, was dressed in casual clothes, but his stance screamed stern dad mode engaged. His eyes locked onto mine, sharp and accusing. He wasn't even looking at Lena. His entire focus was zeroed in on me like a hawk spotting its prey. Then he saw the empty glass on the table, and his gaze hardened further, cold. I see you have an empty bottle, he drawled. Do you want me to fetch another? Book 164. The Princess's Court. I glanced at Adam, feeling a tangle of guilt tightening in my chest. I'd promised him I wouldn't drink. And here I was, clutching an empty glass, caught red-handed. Damn it, past Charlie. Hi, Adam, I said weakly, my voice barely above a murmur. No, thank you. I've had enough for today, I added, bitterness spiking my tone, unable to hide the sadness in my words. He said nothing, just kept that piercing, disappointed dad stare. I resisted the urge to shrink under it. Instead, I turned to Lena, grasping for a way out of this awkward confrontation. No, face it, Charlie. We're not pushing problems away anymore. Lena, wait here with Lucas, okay? I think you already met him. He's that friend I told you about. I glanced at Lucas, who nodded and flashed Lena a warm smile, clearly relieved to have a task that didn't involve emotional landmines. Okay, Auntie Charlie, Lena chirped, hopping onto the seat next to Lucas with more energy than should be legally allowed. Within seconds, they were deep in conversation, her excited voice bouncing off the neon-lit walls. I steeled myself as I moved toward Adam, who still hadn't changed his expression. His face was unreadable, but his eyes tracked my every movement, waiting. Judging. I gave him the weakest smile I could muster, the kind that said, please don't make me feel worse than I already do. So I started hesitantly, stuffing my hands into the folds of my skirt like I used to after getting caught by him sneaking cookies before dinner. Have you seen my performance? To my surprise, a small smile crept onto his lips. I didn't expect you, well, neither to be that good with a sword, nor with acting. He shook his head, his tone shifting to something lighter. Remember the acting class, when you played a weasel and still managed to mess it up? The memory hit me like a surprise frost blast. I couldn't help it. I burst out laughing. Not fair, I was so nervous. The giggles came out uncontrollably, fueled by the sudden shift in mood. And you weren't nervous today? He raised a brow, his smile turning darker. How much? My grin faltered. Oh, here we go. I bit my lip, trying to think of the least incriminating way to answer. I mean only 2. Total. Because Lucas told me something really heavy. And your first solution was alcohol? His voice was calm, but the disappointment was unmistakable. Come on, I promise. I started, but he cut me off. Like yesterday? I clenched my fists, frustration stirring up. Am I drunk? My voice came out sharper than I intended, irritation flaring in my chest. Really, Adam? This again? He sighed and held up a hand in a gesture of surrender. Sorry. Not being fair to you, am I? He shook his head, exhaling heavily. Let's put it behind us. I blinked, surprised by the sudden shift in his tone. His face softened, and for the first time since we started talking, I saw genuine joy shining in his eyes. I'm so proud of you, by the way, Charlie. He gestured at me with both hands, as if framing me in an invisible picture. This, this really suits you. I thought, well, I was wrong when I said you shouldn't change. Sorry. Hearing that felt odd. Warm but odd, like being wrapped in a blanket you didn't expect but secretly needed. I didn't know how to respond right away, so I just smiled. A real, unforced one this time. Thanks, Adam. My voice was quieter, less biting for once. Yeah, maybe this really does suit me. Lena was so excited, and when she saw your performance, I couldn't hold her back. Adam laughed. Never in my life did I imagine a day like this, but here we are. So, congratulations, he said, pulling me into a tight embrace. His voice softened, full of emotion. My sister. And just like that, I lost it. Tears welled up, spilling over before I could even think about stopping them. I cried, burying my face in his shoulder, overwhelmed by a flood of emotions I hadn't even realized I was holding back. Thank you, I whispered, my voice trembling with gratitude. We stood there for a moment, just holding on to each other, the noise of the bar fading into the background. Then, a delicate cough shattered the moment. Lola. I pulled away quickly, wiping at my tears with the back of my hand, trying to compose myself. Yes, Lola, I said, my voice still a little unsteady, but back to its usual edge as I turned to face her. Lola stood a few steps away, looking ridiculously pleased with herself, her tablet clutched in her hands like a trophy. Lady, I found the other ranker you asked me to track down. Catherine, she said with a proud grin. She is. Cute princess. A familiar voice squealed as a blur of red and yellow shot toward me. Before I could react, Lisa zoomed in and crashed into me, nearly knocking me off my feet. Even in real life, she was taller than me, her long, fiery red hair flowing behind her like a flame. Her cosplay was awesome. Vivid red robes with golden trim, runes stitched along the sleeves, and a staff strapped across her back that reflected the light faintly. She looked every bit the part of a high-level fire mage, complete with tiny flame-like patterns on her cheek. Super cute. Lisa wasted no time pulling me into a bear hug, her arms wrapping around me tightly as I found myself face first against her chest. Oh, great. Suffocated by the fire mage. What a way to go. She patted my head affectionately, like I was some kind of pet. You were amazing, she said, her voice brimming with excitement. I saw the whole fight, and you were so cool, and now I finally get to see you in person. Look at you, all tiny and adorable. I tried to pull back, but her grip was relentless. Note to self, Lisa is just as intense IRL as she is in the game. I finally freed myself enough to speak, albeit a little muffled. Lisa, I can't breathe. Oh, sorry. She released me with a foolish grin, her eyes twinkling mischievously as she adjusted her cosplay. I got carried away, but can you blame me? You were incredible out there. I straightened up, brushing myself off and trying to regain what little dignity I had left. Yeah, thanks, but next time, maybe don't go full mage tackle on me? Lisa just laughed, as if she hadn't nearly flattened me moments ago. Adam chuckled quietly behind me, clearly entertained by the entire scene. What? I spun toward Adam, shooting him a glare as he grinned smugly. You're a natural, he said, clearly enjoying my flustered reaction. I agree, Lisa chipped in enthusiastically, her voice as intense as her fiery cosplay. Then, finally, Catherine caught up with us, a little breathless but beaming. Lisa must have sprinted pretty far ahead. Charlie, she said, her smile wide. Very good, I blinked. Wait, they know each other? Kit, thank you. My words faltered as I took in her outfit, my eyes widening in disbelief. The Berserker, I said, pointing at her like a kid spotting their favorite superhero in real life. A black and crimson leather with pauldrons that were oversized and spiked, and the chest piece had intricate rune-like red engravings. A massive two-handed sword was strapped across her back, its hilt wrapped in leather strips. Even her boots had metal-like plating, clanking softly as she approached. She looked like she'd just stepped out of a high-level raid and was ready to smash anything in her path. Yeah, I know it, Catherine asked, surprised by my outburst. Of course. I started, then caught myself mid-sentence. Crap. That cosplay was legendary years later in the future. Oopsie. I saw it in the repository, I blurted, trying to sound casual. I glanced at Lola, hoping she'd help me out of this one. Lola blinked, then, without missing a beat, pulled up her trusty tablet and began tapping away. Moments later, she turned on a hollow screen, displaying the berserker outfit in all its digital glory. Yes, there it is, Lola confirmed with a nod. The model wearing it looks stiff and lifeless compared to Catherine. Ha! Kit looks way better in it. Like leagues better. I grinned and waved everyone toward a nearby table, practically bouncing with excitement. Let's sit, guys, I chirped, practically dancing my way over. Lucas was still entertaining Lena, who seemed utterly fascinated by whatever story he was telling her. This is Lisa and Catherine, my dear friends, I announced proudly, gesturing toward them. And this old man over here, I pointed at Lucas, smirking. Is Lucas my personal hacker? Lucas gave me an unimpressed look, but didn't bother to argue. Instead, he waved at the newcomers, offering a polite smile. And this young princess, I continued, unfastening my tiara and placing it gently on Lena's head. Is Her Royal Highness Lena? Lena squealed in delight, her tiny hands clutching the tiara as if it were a priceless crown. I scooped her up effortlessly and plopped her onto my lap, her giggles echoing in the alcove. Behold, the future ruler of this realm, I declared dramatically, making her laugh even harder. Lisa leaned in, resting her elbows on the table, eyes sparkling with amusement. You know, Charlie, I didn't expect you to be so well, you? What's that supposed to mean? I shot back playfully. I mean, Lisa said with a grin, you're not quite as in person as you are in the game. Catherine chuckled softly as she sat. Game? Yeah, always strategy, thinking. I glimpsed Adam speaking quietly with Lola in the background. Probably talking logistics or something boring. Whatever. I had bigger things to handle, so I waved my hand dismissively. There's a time to think, I said, my voice rising dramatically as I leaned forward. And there's a time to do things. So, Lisa, do you want to be my court mage? I grinned at her with all the flourish of a noble. Lisa sighed, the light in her eyes dimming a little. I was so excited when I was so close to being a fire tamer. But then Dimitri swooped in, and her shoulders slumped as she trailed off. Sorry, Catherine muttered, looking genuinely guilty. She nudged Lisa gently, clearly feeling bad about whatever had happened. Why? Lisa. I pointed at her with exaggerated theatrical flair, still feeling like I was performing. Do not despair. There are still ways, I grinned sneakily, the kind that made people question whether I was plotting something brilliant or ridiculous. It's usually both. But first, how do you two know each other? Seriously, Catherine knew Lisa? Since when did that happen? This was news to me, not even future helping. We go to the same school, Lisa said, like it was the most obvious thing in the world, with Catherine nodding in agreement with her. Vandalize Academy, Catherine added in that casual, slightly bored tone she always used. That school for rich people? Super hard to get into, only the best teachers, and crazy tuition costs. Yes, tat. Catherine nodded again, this time with a yawn that could have rivaled a cat's in laziness. Boring. Lucas snorted, clearly amused by her utter lack of enthusiasm for something that he would kill to be a part of. Meanwhile, Lisa locked eyes with me, her expression focused. You have ways, cute Charlie? She asked with a hint of hope. I tilted my head, letting a mischievous smirk spread across my face. Always. Have you all seen the video of me battling the statues? The collective response was a resounding yes, each of them chiming in with varying degrees of excitement. But the most hyped was Lena, who practically launched herself off my lap and started engaging in an epic battle with invisible enemies, complete with sound effects and exaggerated swings. I couldn't help but smile at her antics. That fight. It was in front of the Sovereign. You saw her in the background, right? I glanced at Lisa, who nodded. The Sovereigns are on par with gods. They can grant power on the same level as them. I grinned widely, enjoying the way everyone leaned in. Mythical tier. Lucas furrowed his brow. Wait, not actual god tier? Aren't gods they supposed to be, well, the gods? Nope. I shook my head with a smug smile. There are some god-tier gods, but these so-called gods are ridiculously powerful, sure. But they're basically just super high-level people with crazy abilities. And yes, you can fight them, I thought, not adding that last bit aloud. I always lost, though. Every single time. Lisa's expression darkened slightly, her earlier excitement dimming as she likely thought back to Dimitri swooping in and stealing her moment. I wasn't having that. So don't despair, Lisa. I smiled brightly at her, leaning forward like I was about to share the greatest secret in the world. I have a ring that can bring you before someone who's fiery. I hesitated slightly, but fair warning, it's not exactly a barbecue. My puns are the best. Lisa's eyes lit up immediately, and before she could speak, Catherine clapped her on the back, grinning. Fire Sovereign? That's perfect, Lisa. Not quite. I shook my head, keeping my tone light. Someone just as strong as a sovereign, but not him. Lisa blinked, her excitement now softened with curiosity. Then who? I leaned back, fingers drumming on the table. Let's just say if you like fire, you'll love the challenge. I gave her a wink, but I'm not spoiling the surprise. Book 1, 65. For a little while. Lisa looked up at me, her wide eyes shimmering with disbelief. You must be joking, she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. Please, Charlie, don't tease me like this. She looked genuinely distraught. Without thinking, I rushed to her side and wrapped her in a hug, which, thanks to the ridiculously low seating, resulted in her head landing squarely on my cleavage. Suffer as I suffered, I grinned. Or, wait, what am I doing? Huh. I awkwardly patted her head, feeling the heat rise in my cheeks. I'm not joking, Lisa, that I can promise. But once you meet the mythic someone, it's all on you. Deal? Lisa seemed to melt into the hug, her tension fading as she let out a soft, contented hum. Meanwhile, Catherine burst into laughter, her shoulders shaking as she pointed at us. Charlie! Ya too. Same. Her words barely made it through her laughter as she doubled over. Lucas, for his part, was grinning from ear to ear. Lisa, now thoroughly content, started humming a cheerful tune as I continued to pet her head absent-mindedly. Her hair was soft, and for a moment, I allowed myself to bask in the sheer absurdity of it all. If someone had told me a week ago, when I was drowning my sorrows in my favorite pub, that I'd be sitting here with Catherine and Lucas, mythic promises in the air, petting a mage, like a cat, I'd have laughed them out of the bar. But here we are. Right then, the waitress returned. Any other drinks? She asked, her tone neutral, but her gaze curious as it swept over our lively group. Lucas immediately nodded, about to order something. I shot a quick glance at Adam, who was doing his best not to glare, but was definitely paying close attention. His stare didn't feel hostile, more protective, like a parent watching their kid try something risky. I won't let you down, Adie. I'll have something non-alcoholic, like soda, I said, but Catherine interrupted, her voice full of excitement. Beer, she exclaimed, jumping to her feet with enough energy to startle the poor waitress. Czech tradition. Ja, drink beer. I shook my head firmly. Sorry, Kit, but no alcohol beer. She cut me off, practically vibrating with enthusiasm as she gestured dramatically toward the waitress. No regret. The waitress, clearly used to dealing with impulsive congoers, took a careful step back and nodded. Yes, we have that. I'll bring one right away. Lisa ordered some super fancy drink I never heard about, and, to my surprise, they had it. I sat back in my seat, and we all were observing Lena, who found a new best friend, and they were locked in a fierce duel. Charlie, at the performance, you really hyped the crowd with that epic fight, yeah? Lucas asked, leaning forward slightly. I nodded, catching the curious tilt of his head. Well, what's the plan for managing all that? I still have, other responsibilities, certain things that need taking care of. Damn, I totally forgot about that. I tapped my chin thoughtfully, then flashed him a mischievous grin. Yeah, I can't just hog all your time, huh? We'll leave Pearl some bits and pieces to handle too. Balance, right? Lucas opened his mouth, probably ready to fire back some sarcastic retort, but he stopped mid-breath, his eyes narrowing as he eyed me. Before I could ask what his deal was, I felt a shift in the air. Adam plopped down beside me, his usual guarded expression intact, while Lola hovered awkwardly near the edge of the table, clutching her ever-present tablet like it was a lifeline. I raised an eyebrow at her. What's up, Lola? You look like you're about to ask for permission to slay a dragon or something. Come on, sit down, I said, patting the empty seat next to Lisa. Lola hesitated for a heartbeat, then perched like she was bracing herself for an exam. She fidgeted slightly, chewing on her bottom lip before finally speaking. Lady Charlie, She bit her lip harder, then quickly added, I overheard, but I wasn't, eavesdropping, I swear. I just heard you might need help. Her voice trailed off, and she stared at the table, visibly nervous. I reached out and dabbed her shoulder, offering a reassuring smile. Calm down, Lola. It's fine. What did you hear? That you need help, she repeated, quieter this time. Then, with a sudden burst of determination, she added, I can help. I'm really good at organizing things. I can prove it. I blinked, surprised by her earnestness. Then I laughed. A light, genuine laugh that seemed to ease some of the tension in the air. Shaking my head, I said, Lola, you already did. You've been incredible all day. Tell you what, do you want to be my steward? Her eyes widened. Your steward? Yeah. I grinned wider, leaning back in my seat. Lucas here is my keeper, but I've been lacking a good steward. If you're up for it, consider your role before the battle as a trial period. Do well, and make it official. I winked playfully. Lola blinked, then nodded furiously, her cheeks flushing with pride. Yes, Lady Charlie, I won't let you down. Adam shook his head slowly, the corner of his mouth quirking in disbelief. You all act like this is real life, he muttered, leaning back with his arms crossed, his eyes flicking between us. Maybe it is. Maybe was Riker right, and Rimelion was real, with all the consequences of that thought. As I contemplated, Lucas shrugged, offering a half smile as he leaned on the table, fingers interwoven together. It feels real, Adam. That's the point. He paused, glancing at Catherine. Catherine nodded and shifted in her seat like she was mid-battle. Thrill, stream, blood, smashin', she added her opinion. Lucas seemed to agree, so he continued. For a few hours, it's like you're someone else, somewhere else. No stress, no debt, no obligations, just being free. You get to be part of a world that's bigger than you, and if you're lucky, you leave a mark on it. I observed Adam, curious about how he'd react. His expression didn't change, but he didn't interrupt, which was a good sign. Why do you think people keep coming back? It's not just the game mechanics or the loot or money. I could see a glint in his eyes. It's because, for a little while, you can forget about real-world crap and just exist in something epic. Adam snorted, unimpressed. Yeah, but it's fake. None of it actually matters when you log off. Maybe not to you, Lisa piped up, twirling a lock of her fiery red hair around her finger, her voice animated. But to me, it's everything. There must be a story, I grinned. Lisa nodded. I've got a routine back home. Wake up, school, homework, maybe hang out with friends if I'm lucky, and it's all boring. Normal. But there, she spread her hands, mimicking the roar of fire. There, I can be a fire mage. I can burn things, make flames dance, and fight mythical creatures. She shot me a grin. It's exciting. It's freeing. Adam raised an eyebrow at her. So, you're saying it's an escape? Exactly, Lisa grinned. But not in a bad way. It's like, I get to do something that I can't do anywhere else. I get to be someone who can literally change the world. Back home, I'm just Lisa. Here, I'm Lisa the Flame. Whisperer. She struck a dramatic pose, which earned a chuckle from everyone, even Adam. I chipped in, not wanting to miss the chance to tease Adam. Come on, Addy. Don't pretend you don't get it. Remember when we played that pirate game? You had a blast being Captain AD, Terror of the Seas. You were telling everyone in school you sank 6 ships solo. That was different, he said defensively, though his lips twitched. That was okay, maybe not completely different. Exactly. I grinned, pointing at him. It's all about the experience, the fun, the feeling that, just for a little while, you're part of something bigger than life, maybe part of the real reality. Adam sighed, shaking his head but smiling. Fine, I get it. But don't expect me to cosplay as some epic mage soon. Lisa gasped dramatically. You could totally be a fire knight. I can see it now. Adam wielding a flaming sword, battling sovereigns with me. Hard pass, Adam said flatly, though his amusement was clear. Then we all turned to Lola, who had been sitting quietly, her hands fidgeting nervously with the edge of her tablet. She noticed the attention, her eyes widening slightly before she glanced away, as if the hollow lights reflecting off the tabletop suddenly became fascinating. Well, she started. I have nothing, cool like that. No flames, no pirate ships, no magical swords. She hesitated, her fingers gripping the tablet tighter as she tried to collect her thoughts. But I like finishing tasks. There was a beat of silence, broken only by the faint hum of the bar. Lucas blinked, confused, while Lisa tilted her head, her fiery hair catching the soft pink glow. Even Adam looked intrigued. I raised an eyebrow. Finishing tasks, like errands? Lola nodded, still avoiding eye contact. Yeah, it's just satisfying, you know? Starting something, working through it, and then seeing it done. I like when everything's neat, organized, and complete. Then we all got our drinks, and Catherine rose, her expression as intense as ever. Okay, everyone, she announced, her voice carrying enough authority to make us all pause mid-conversation, cling glasses, look into eyes. She nodded, as if this were some ancient ritual passed down through generations. The glass smash table, and then drink. Important, she was adamant, her serious tone contrasting with the instruction. Still, none of us dared question it. We obediently clinked our glasses together, locking eyes with one another. Then, following her lead, I smashed my beer glass onto the table, just hard enough to make a satisfying thunk before taking a sip. It was bitter. Duh, Charlie, it's beer. I fought the urge to grimace, glancing at Lisa, who was eagerly gulping down her super-duper fancy drink like it was ambrosia. Catherine grinned in satisfaction, clearly pleased that we had followed her peculiar tradition. Good, she declared proudly, raising her glass again. Check style. We all laughed, and soon the conversation resumed, flowing freely like the drinks. We swapped stories, joked around, and laughter filled the alcove. Lena climbed onto Lucas' lap at some point, insisting on being entertained with his hacker feats. Lisa debated heatedly with Catherine about who would win in a duel, an elemental mage or a berserker, while I leaned back, happy with friends. I've never felt like this. Time seemed to blur. It felt like only minutes had passed, but it must have been longer because, eventually, Lola's tablet beeped with an urgent tone. She quickly skimmed the message, her expression turning apologetic. Lady, I'm sorry, but we have to move to the event, she said, glancing at me nervously. I frowned, pulled out of the cozy feelings we'd created. Didn't we have, time? I asked, my tone full of confusion. Lola blinked, looking down at her tablet again as if it might offer a different answer. We already spent it, she said, her voice uncertain, as if she couldn't quite believe it either. I was confused. She was confused. We were confused together, staring at each other in mutual bewilderment. Well, it was fun while it lasted, Lucas quipped, draining the last of his drink with a grin. I nodded, still a bit confused, standing up and adjusting my tiara, which Lena had returned earlier with a solemn thank you, Auntie Charlie. Then, let's go be the Sword Queen. Book 1, 66. The Big Hall. I said goodbye to my friends, a final round of hugs and grins exchanged, before heading out with Lola and my guard ensemble trailing behind me like some oddly formal procession. Our path twisted through bustling corridors filled with neon-lit signs and the endless hum of the convention. After a few turns, I realized something important. Where are we going? I asked Lola, glancing around as if the walls would answer for her. The big hall, she replied with a perfectly straight face, her tone carrying all the gravitas of an official royal decree. Oh yes, very big hall. How creative. Nice name, I muttered under my breath as Lola subtly corrected my course, steering me toward a different hallway. So, what's the schedule? Still the semi-finals, where they can challenge me, and then I battle the winner? Lola blinked, clearly surprised by my knowledge. She eyed me nervously. Yes, but that was decided this morning. When did you? She started before trailing off, her confusion evident. Damn, gotta be more careful with what I say. Before she could press further, a very enthusiastic girl darted in front of me, clutching a t-shirt featuring, of all things, me fighting bandits and heroically saving Riker. I had to sign it, of course. They sure print fast. Jerry, your idea? I whispered, keeping my voice low as I finished my signature. The contract I agreed on, Jerry's voice chimed smoothly in my ear, as if reciting legal poetry, says, Charlie hereby grants permission for the limited use of her likeness, subject to her prior review and explicit written approval. For agreed purposes only. Riker must have found a creative loophole, or just ignored it. I clenched my jaw, my eyes narrowing. Of course he did. Lola noticed my expression and gave me a worried glance. Lady, how did you know? Nothing, I said, forcing a grin. Just thinking about how much I love legally binding contracts. I just assumed it was like that. Never mind that. Explain anyway, I said, waving away her unfinished question and trying not to dwell on how I knew something I shouldn't. And don't think too much about it, Lola. Please. As we moved closer to the hall, the crowd grew thicker, fans clustering around me at every step. I stopped frequently, signing posters, shirts, and even a holographic frame featuring a looping replay of my performance. Each stop slowed us down, and I could see Lola getting increasingly anxious as the minutes ticked by. At first, the plan was for only the tournament winner to challenge you, Lola explained, while I scribbled my name across a glossy poster featuring a dramatic shot of me mid-battle. After I signed it, I noticed a man selling the t-shirts right in front of me. I beelined toward him and exchanged one for signing 3. Let me guess, I said, glancing up at an older man holding out a Riker-themed hat for me to autograph. Riker thought it was boring. Lola furrowed her brows as if the very idea of Riker making things boring offended her sensibilities.
We need to hurry, she said pointedly, before adding, and yes, he was the one who changed it.
He said a straightforward tournament lacked flair. I nodded to her statement, but then I spotted something that made me do a double take. A man was casually selling the same t-shirts I just signed moments ago. I didn't hesitate. Moving straight toward him, I flashed my best grin. Hey there, I said, tapping one shirt hanging on display. He blinked, clearly startled by my sudden approach. Yes, Miss Charlie, he stammered, visibly nervous. Would you like one? A special deal just for you. Tell you what, I interrupted smoothly, plucking a shirt off the rack and holding it up to inspect the print. I'll sign 3 more if you give me one. Deal? The man's eyes widened, and he nodded so quickly I thought his head might detach. Absolutely, Miss Charlie. Anything for you. Within seconds, I had the shirt in hand, and true to my word, I signed 3 more for him. As I walked away, now proudly holding my very own bootlegged merch, I glanced back with a smirk. Thanks, Riker, for turning me into a walking franchise. Lola had enough and motioned toward the guards, who stepped in, gently but firmly creating a path through the increasingly dense crowd. Fans were reluctantly ushered aside as we made our way toward a discreet side door near the hall's entrance. I'm so drained already, and it hasn't started yet. So, how does it work now? I asked, genuinely curious. Maybe it differed from the future. Any semi-finalist can challenge you, Lola explained, keeping pace beside me. But if they do, they give up their place in semi-finals, a chance to be the chosen one. If they win against you, however. She paused dramatically, clearly quoting something verbatim. They earn the title of the Sword Ruler for themselves. They still have to fight the chosen one. Just as we reached the back room, the first thing I noticed wasn't the crowd of employees or the buzz of activity. It was Riker's coat. Honestly, I could probably spot him from Rimelion. Riker. I called out, my voice overpowering the noise. My emotions are still a mess. He turned around, that ever-present grin plastered on his face. Ah, behold! The illustrious Sword Queen graces us with her magnificent presence. Fear not, for I have decreed a change in the arena befitting your grandeur. A mere plain, perish the thought. No, no, only the noble rolling hills shall serve as a worthy stage for your unparalleled prowess. Of course, he meddled. If I'd had any doubts, Lolis, exasperated, grown next to me, confirmed it. Hills weren't part of the original plan. I crossed my arms, ignoring the theatrics. Where are my money? Riker froze.
Mo money?
He stammered. What? Yeah, money, I said, whipping the t-shirt I'd just gotten at him. He flinched as it smacked into his chest, surprise flickering across his face before realization dawned.
Miss Charlie.
Ah, such a golden opportunity presented itself. I simply could not resist the temptation. Your captivating beauty, flawlessly intertwined with your remarkable acting prowess and breathtaking swordsmanship, has made you an instant sensation. He shifted into his usual sales pitch, his voice full of the charm. Surely, with a star of your stature, a mere 50 fee on my part seems but a modest token for my generous services. Wouldn't you agree? I blinked, momentarily thrown. Wait, 50% for me? Is that good? Before I could decide, my irritation flared back up. Hey, don't change the subject. I jabbed a finger at his chest. I care about the fact that I did not agree. And does that include all those ads you're plastering everywhere? How much are we actually talking about? For the first time, Riker looked genuinely uneasy, a bead of sweat glistening on his forehead. You must understand, Lady Charlie, such prominence does not come without a price. All the tireless marketing efforts we're investing in you. Oh, they don't simply materialize out of thin air. How much, Riker? I asked again, my tone ice cold. Riker's eyes darted around nervously, and with an exaggerated gesture, he clicked something on his wrist device before glancing at Lola. Ah, alas. I must personally ensure that the hills are nothing short of perfection, worthy of a spectacle as grand as your upcoming triumph. And just like that, he bolted, coat flaring behind him as he disappeared through a side door. I sighed, turning to Lola, who was furiously tapping on her tablet, her fingers practically a blur. After a few tense moments, she gulped and looked up at me. He granted me access to... She paused, her eyes wide as she read whatever popped up on her screen. Oh no. What do you mean, oh no? How much? I asked, narrowing my eyes. Lola hesitated, visibly uncomfortable. She bit her lip before finally mumbling, "It's a significant negative number." I blinked, absorbing that for a moment before leaning in. So you invested in all the ads and have no profit to show for it? I'm afraid not, she admitted, her tone apologetic. It'll be a while before you get to see any credits. I massaged my temples, feeling the tension gathering there like a storm cloud. With a resigned sigh, I shook my head. That's fine. Wasn't exactly counting on it anyway. I'm here primarily for recruitment for the battle. Let's focus on the event. Lola gave a determined nod, and we began walking toward a waiting area. The corridor was bustling with activity, stagehands dashing about, last-minute tweaks to lighting and sound being made, and the faint hum of hollow screens projecting event stats flickering in the background. Mr. Riker set up a registration page for the battle, Lola said, a hint of pride in her voice. Thousands have already signed up. Pay by the t-shirts. I muttered bitterly as I checked the rapier I was given for this challenge. The blade gleamed under the bright backstage lights, perfectly polished and ready, but was wooden somehow. And blunted. Lola tried and failed not to laugh. Probably. I sighed dramatically, twirling the rapier once to loosen my wrist. Yeah. Let's just hope they actually come to help. The beams above weren't nearly as convenient as those on the main stage. I eyed them with mild disappointment, my fingers itching for something dramatic. Lola, meanwhile, was shaking her head vehemently, her eyes wide with concern. Fine, I sighed, letting go of that plan. I shifted my focus to the sound beyond the walls. It didn't take long before Riker's unmistakable voice boomed through the very big hall with all his signature flair, announcing the imminent conclusion of the tournament and, wait for it, introducing me as the Sword Queen. What? Lola and I said in unison. I glanced around, catching sight of a worker near the side door, motioning frantically in my direction. It wasn't supposed to be. Lola's protest was cut off as I sprinted toward the stage without a second thought. I burst through the door, and the sight before me made me falter for a split second. Hills everywhere. The terrain wasn't nearly as flawless as the portal's projection, but it was impressive. They'd somehow hauled in massive boulders and scattered them among the holographic terrain, creating a patchwork of real and virtual elements. Great. Hills. Because apparently a flat arena wasn't dramatic enough for Riker's tastes. I stared at the patchwork of real and holographic terrain, fighting the urge to roll my eyes. Sure, throw in whatever obstacles you want. It's not like a few bumps in the ground would make any difference to someone of my skill level. Though knowing Riker, he probably thought adding terrain would make for better camera angles. At least he didn't add a volcano. Yet. No time to overthink it. I darted forward and leapt onto one of the larger rocks, landing with a dramatic flourish of my rapier. The blade gleamed under the artificial sunlight, its polished edge catching every angle as I twirled it. The crowd erupted into cheers, their excitement rolling through the air like a tangible force. I blinked, trying to process what was happening. 4 people were gathered near me, half hidden behind an artificial hill that still flickered faintly with glitchy projections. I raised an eyebrow, unsure whether this was planned or another one of Riker's spontaneous improvements. One of them, an older man dressed in elegant Chinese traditional attire, caught my eye. He gave a small shrug, as if to say, "Don't look at me, I just showed up." Before I could react further, Riker's voice thundered once again, as dramatic as ever. And now, behold, the challengers for the chosen one, rise and meet your destiny. The artificial hill in front of them shattered with a loud, theatrical crack, revealing the challengers. They stepped forward in unison, their postures varying from stoic to confident. Do you wish to try your hand at glory or continue in the tournament? Riker asked with his usual tone. The first to respond was the old man. He gave a polite shake of his head, his expression serene, as if he had no intention of skipping. The second was, well, a stark contrast. He couldn't have been older than his early 20s, and his outfit hoodie emblazoned with my face, paired with mismatched sweatpants, made me question whether he had wandered in by mistake. But no, he was serious. He took a step forward, his hand resting on a wooden greatsword strapped to his back, and declared with all the confidence in the world, "I shall challenge her. Let our swords meet, and let them speak of eternal love across dimensions." It took every ounce of my willpower not to lose my composure right then and there. "Come on, don't break the roll." I kept my poker face. "Well," I said, stepping down from the boulder with an exaggerated flourish, "I suppose we're doing this." Book 1, 67. First Blood. From all the challengers, only this one wanted to fight me, so Riker, with all the genius of a game show host hyped up on liters of whiskey, spread his arms wide. Let the duel begin. Witness, oh esteemed audience, the clash of strength and skill. His voice echoed through the arena, triggering a roar from the crowd. I didn't wait for more dramatics. With a quick dash, I leapt onto the nearest boulder, balancing effortlessly as I narrowed my eyes at my challenger. He followed, not missing a beat, landing on the boulder opposite mine with an agility that didn't quite match his sweatpants aesthetic. Standing tall, he clutched his wooden sword in both hands and announced, "I am Amogalang. Prepare yourself, Sword Queen, for my strength flows from the depths of my love." Oh great, one of those. My fingers tightened around my rapier, my jaw clenching. "Good to know, Amogalang," I said, preparing my stance and dagger. But he wasn't listening. With a yell that rang across the hilly arena, he charged at me, sword raised high, coming down with a swing that could probably split Riker in half. Because I was cocky, I raised my rapier to parry, but the sheer force of his strike jolted through my arm like a shockwave. Damn, that's strong. The impact sent me sliding backward, forcing me to leap off the boulder to regain my footing before I got smacked into the audience. He didn't let up. With another bellow, he launched himself after me, swinging his sword in a relentless barrage of fast, powerful strikes. Each one whistled through the air, the sound biting against my ears as I dodged and blocked where I could. This wasn't some amateur swinging wildly. No, his attacks were controlled, balanced, and annoyingly precise. He wasn't giving me any openings. No careless footwork, no hesitation, just pure strength and momentum. And, yeah, let's not forget, he was a guy, which meant stronger arms, heavier blows, and more endurance. All things that made me grit my teeth harder with each strike I deflected. "Wanna be Charlie regardless." "Still standing, Sword Queen?" He taunted between swings, his breath even, like this was some morning job for him. "Love empowers me. My passion fuels my strength." "Awesome," I muttered, dodging another heavy swing clumsily. "If you could channel a little less love and a little more chill, that'd be great." He didn't respond, too busy charging at me again with that overzealous gleam in his eyes. I had to admit, he was good. His style was fast and aggressive, but never reckless. He pressed forward without overextending, keeping a solid balance with every swing. "Okay, Charlie, think. If he will not hand you a win on a silver platter, you'll just have to outmaneuver him." I shifted my stance, keeping my movements light and quick, waiting for just the right moment to strike back. Hamogaling's weapon was longer, heavier, and annoyingly well suited to keep me at bay. Every time I tried to close the distance, he'd simply slide back with the ease of someone who clearly spent too many hours perfecting this dance of reach and retreat. Great. I just had to go for the style, didn't I? I bit my lip, silently cursing myself. I could have picked something practical, a sword and shield combo, maybe even a sturdy longsword. But no, I had to be dramatic, wielding a rapier and dagger like some fencing noble from a bad Hollow novel. I feinted left, trying to lure him into an overcommit, but he didn't fall for it. Instead, he pivoted smoothly, maintaining his perfect range advantage, his sword arcing in a wide, graceful sweep that forced me to backpedal once again. The crowd roared, clearly enjoying his relentless aggression and my mounting frustration. "Think, Charlie, find an opening." I scanned the terrain, weighing my options as I sidestepped another swing. That's when it happened. I miscalculated. One step too far to the right, and my foot landed on what I thought was a solid rock. It wasn't. The damn thing was fake, part of Riker's stupid damn set design, and it wobbled under my weight. I stumbled, arms flailing for a split second as I tried to regain my balance. That was all the opening Amogalang needed. He moved. Fast, faster than I expected, closing the gap with a swift, powerful strike aimed straight for my offhand. I barely brought my dagger up in time. Crack! The blade clashed against his wooden sword. But the force was too much. Even with the block, his weapon slammed against my wrist hard enough to sting like hell, sending a jolt of pain shooting up my arm. Damn it! I hissed through gritted teeth, shaking out my hand as I leapt back to create some distance. The dull ache in my wrist was already setting in, but at least I hadn't dropped the dagger. Small victories, right? Amogalang grinned, clearly enjoying the upper hand. Feeling the love yet, Sword Queen? He called out, his voice smug. Oh, I feel something all right, I muttered, flexing my fingers to make sure nothing was broken. The crowd cheered louder, clearly thrilled by the sight of me struggling. I glanced around quickly, trying to find a way out of this mess. All right, Charlie, time to get serious. He's stronger, has better reach, and you're down a hand that now feels like it got hit by a truck. Lovely. What's plan B? Plan B, the flow technique. Breathe in, breathe out. I closed my eyes, casting out every stray thought. The ache in my wrist faded into background noise. The crowd became a distant hum. Nothing mattered but him and me. I heard his footsteps shift, felt the air stir as he moved. My lips curled into a faint smile as I opened my eyes. He lunged. I leaned into his strike, parrying with my dagger just enough to redirect his blade. My rapier flicked toward him, a whisper away from landing before he leapt back, barely avoiding the hit. His retreat was quick, but I didn't follow. No wasted movement. You're already falling for me, aren't you? He called, smug as ever. Didn't register, didn't matter, focus. He attacked again, fast, brutal, wide arcs meant to overwhelm. I stepped back, half a step to the side, just enough to evade. His sword whistled past. Close, but not close enough. Minimal effort, maximum effect. He swung harder, faster. Another sidestep. A faint rustle of fabric as his blade missed by mere centimeters. My rapier darted out, grazing the edge of his sleeve before he recoiled again. Frustration rippled across his face. Stop dodging and fight me properly, he barked, voice edged with irritation. I remained silent, my eyes locked on his. His movements were getting sloppier, more forceful but less controlled. He was trying too hard to break my rhythm, but he couldn't. Every time he overreached, I punished with a quick flick of my blade, never fully connecting but close enough to make him hesitate. He tried another wide swing. I didn't even bother to parry, just shifted my weight slightly, letting the blade pass harmlessly by as I countered with a rapid thrust. He almost twisted in time, but my rapier pinched his side. We're even. Damn it, he spat, backing off. Why won't you stop dancing around? His frustration deepened, his stance faltering just slightly. Not yet. I could feel it. The opening was coming soon. One more mistake, and it would be over. Time to finish this. He started swinging wildly, each strike more reckless than the last. His breathing was heavy, and the smooth rhythm of his earlier attacks had devolved into sheer force. All muscle, no finesse. Perfect. I left out an opening just enough to bait him, and allowed myself a small, knowing smile. You're cheating on me with Riker, aren't you? He yelled, voice echoing through the arena. I didn't respond. No need. His words were meant to distract me, but I wasn't the one losing control. He lunged, aiming for the opening. I dodged, feeling the air hiss past my side. Close. He saw how near his blade had been, and pressed harder, thinking he had me on the ropes. Mistake. His next strike was wild, overcommitted. I parried with my dagger, forcing his blade down in one smooth motion. Before he could recover, I snapped my rapier up, its point stopping just at his throat. His eyes widened. The crowd erupted into cheers, but before I could fully enjoy the moment, he burst into laughter. You're the best, Sword Queen. Forgive me. I just love taunting during a fight. Of course he does. At that moment, Riker's voice boomed across the arena, grandiose as always. And behold, our radiant champion stands victorious once more. What a dazzling display of skill and poise. As the cheers grew louder, my opponent turned toward the crowd, raising his arms and shouting, I fought like this every match. The laughter from the audience confirmed it. Apparently, they knew exactly what to expect from him. Internally, I rolled my eyes so hard, they nearly got stuck in the back of my skull. Of course, he's everyone's favorite lovesick sword idiot. Outwardly, I gave a regal nod, because why not play up the role while I had the audience? Thank you, dear suitor, I said with exaggerated grace. The crowd roared with laughter as I gave a theatrical flourish at my rapier, spun on my heel, and dramatically stalked toward the backstage area. Maybe try poetry next time, might hurt less. Once I was out of sight, I let out a long, tired sigh. Honestly, if every fight was going to be like this, I would need a drink. Bad Charlie, no drink. My inner voice sounded annoyingly like Adam, and I had to mentally slap myself. No whiskey, just soda. It's fizzy, it's harmless, it won't start a lecture from my brother. See? Good Charlie. I plopped down onto the nearest sofa and took a deep breath. Sure, I wasn't completely wiped like I would be after battling a boss, but my muscles still ached, and my mind was buzzing from the effort. Women are weaker. Can't cheat nature here, I guess. A smirk played on my lips. But I could cheat with a strategy, and a lot of elegance worked well enough so far. Lady Charlie, here is your towel, Lola said as she approached, offering a neatly folded towel and… oh, blessed soda. She only mentioned the towel, but my attention zeroed in on that cold drink like it was the spear of destiny. Without thinking twice, I grabbed it and gulped it down in record time, the cool fizz easing the dryness in my throat. Thanks, Lola, I said, grinning at her. It was a win after all. But holy Nathan, that was hard. Holy Nathan. Lola raised an eyebrow, clearly confused, and, of course, Jerry had to chime in. You do say that sometimes. Okay, geez then. I laughed, wiping sweat from my brow with a towel. Can't even have my weird exclamations without getting called out, huh? I tried to relax a bit more, sinking deeper into the couch, but that plan was doomed the moment Riker's voice echoed through the room, blabbering some nonsense I couldn't even be bothered to decipher. 10 minutes of calm? Too much to ask. Groaning, I got up and walked toward the door, ready this time to avoid the awkward "Where's Charlie?" moments. Just in time, too. Sword Queen, Riker's exaggerated yell practically shook the walls. The Chosen One stands ready to face you. I gave myself a quick check, smoothing out the fabric of my dress, and trudged toward the stage, my steps deliberately slow. As I approached, I spotted the so-called Chosen One standing next to Riker. He was the man I'd noticed earlier, the one with the quiet confidence and slightly too polished appearance. He had that whole mysterious, stoic warrior vibe going on, like he was auditioning for a dramatic martial arts flick. This'll be fun. Rapier and dagger versus Dao and chains, Riker announced with way too much enthusiasm, his grin so wide it threatened to split his face. I took my position across from Kai, eyeing his weapon setup. A Dao and chains? Really? Riker, clearly loving every second of this, raised his arms dramatically. Will Kai seize the throne? Let the clash of champions begin. Witness the battle. Book 1 to 68. The Chosen One's choice. The moment the battle started, I went straight for the offensive. No flair, no grand opening flourish, just a series of quick probing attacks meant to test his defense. My rapier darted forward, light and precise, but within a few seconds, I knew something was off. Kai didn't block like a rookie or even a seasoned fighter. He deflected with fluidity, his Dao sweeping my blade aside with practiced ease. One particularly forceful strike sent a tremor up my arm as my rapier was shoved wide. Instantly, it was obvious he was stronger. Great. Another powerhouse. But unlike Amorgalan's brute force approach, Kai was old and experienced. His movements weren't rushed, they were deliberate, each one calculated. He didn't waste energy. Everything he did served a purpose. And the chain. Oh, he used it creatively, all right? Like an extension of his arm, it coiled and whipped around, forcing me to adjust constantly. The dull whip-whap sound of wood against air filled my ears as the chain lashed out. I sidestepped one strike and parried another with my dagger, the impact making my hands sting. My rapier danced defensively, but I could feel the pressure mounting. He didn't push recklessly. He was drawing me in, waiting for an opening. A sudden flick of his wrist sent the chain arcing toward my legs. I barely had time to leap back, the wooden links brushing my ankle with a muted clatter against the ground. Thankfully, it wasn't a proper weapon, so losing points if it connected wasn't a concern. Still, The fact that he was using it to control the flow of the fight was as annoying as Riker's coat. My breathing quickened, the faint metallic tang of adrenaline filling my mouth, and I tightened my grip on the rapier's hilt, the leather wrapping slightly damp from the sweat on my palms. The artificial lights overhead gleamed off the polished surface of his dhow, and every time it moved, I caught brief flashes of his calm, focused expression. He wasn't just good, he was disciplined, composed. His style was like Master Dalile. I never won. I was on the defensive, forced to block, dodge, and dance around his endless assault. The crowd noise faded into the background, leaving only the rhythmic clink-thud of his chain and the occasional grunt of effort from both of us. I could feel my frustration flowing beneath the surface, but I shoved it down. Losing my cool wouldn't help. I needed an alternative approach, something he wouldn't expect. With a steady breath, I shifted into the 12th form of the Imperial style. My movements became fluid, like water gliding over the Imperial garden. Each step, each strike, flowed effortlessly into the next. For a moment, I felt the tide turn in my favor. Kai was on the defensive, his dhow deflecting my rapier in controlled arcs, but I could see it. His footing shifting ever so slightly as I pressed the attack. The boulders scattered across the battlefield weren't just scenery anymore. They became tools. I leapt onto one, using the elevated position to strike downward, my fake metal of rapier glinting in the hollow lights above. He sidestepped, smooth as ever, but I was already moving, using the momentum to sweep around and force him back toward another boulder. For a moment, it worked. For a moment, I had him. But then, as if he'd grown bored with being polite, Kai kicked up his pace. His dhow swung with more precision, more force, and I retreated despite giving it everything I had. Every strike I sent his way was met with a flawless counter. Every attempt to outmaneuver him was neutralized before it could take root. My breath came faster, the air in the hall dry and electric with the hum of hollow projectors. The crowd's murmur buzzed distantly in my ears, blending with the rhythmic clash of wood weapons and the dull thud of his wooden chain hitting the boulders. I was at my peak strength, my peak creativity, and still I couldn't get past him. It was like sparring with Master Dalile all over again. No matter how hard I pushed, no matter how clever my footwork or unpredictable my strikes, she had always been a step ahead, untouchable. "You can't win, Charlie," whispered a voice in the back of my mind. "Might as well wave a white flag and call it a day, Imperial Gardens all over again." But then, something happened. Kai smiled. He shook his head ever so slightly and slowed his pace. The calm, almost amused expression on his face sent a ripple of irritation through me. "Oh, so you're not even using all your strength? You think I'm some beginner to humor?" The thought lit a fire in my chest. I didn't care if he was holding back. I wasn't done yet. I shifted into the 13th form, the most chaotic and unpredictable sequence in the Imperial style. My strikes came faster, more erratic, one blending into the next without a discernible pattern. It wasn't about strength anymore. It was about keeping him guessing, never allowing him to settle into a rhythm. For the first time, I saw a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. He was on the defensive now, forced to focus entirely on countering my unpredictable barrage. But just as quickly, he adapted. His fluid movements became sharper, more deliberate, and once again, he matched me strike for strike. Fantastic. He's like a mirror, a smug, infuriating mirror with a dhow and a wooden chain. I bit my lip, frustration seething beneath the surface, but I didn't let it show. Instead, I grinned, the kind of grin that hid exhaustion beneath bravado. If I was going to lose, I'd at least go out with a bang. With a sudden burst of energy, I vaulted off a nearby boulder, my rapier poised for an all-or-nothing strike. The air rushed past me, cool and sharp against my skin. Time seemed to slow as I descended toward him, every muscle in my body coiled and ready to unleash everything I had left. Kai's eyes met mine. He smiled again, that knowing, maddening smile. And then he made what looked like a mistake. His footing shifted ever so slightly, his balance just off enough to create an opening. No way. That wasn't a mistake. I knew it wasn't, but I didn't care. I committed to the strike, my rapier landing precisely over his heart. The hollow projector registered the hit with a brief shimmer, signaling my victory. Kai's eyes widened, just for a heartbeat, before he gave a low, graceful bow. "Well done," he said, stepping back with a nod of genuine respect. "Relentless, like the tide against the stubborn shore. Sword Queen, you have shown true spirit. That was most impressive. I stood there, still catching my breath, but instead of triumph, I felt hollow. It wasn't the victory I had wanted. I should have lost. And yet, I didn't. The battle wasn't meant to end like this. Kai, I began, the unease slipping into my voice, but he lifted a hand, halting me mid-sentence. Now is not the moment, he breathed, his eyes flicking toward Riker's glowing form approaching us. Look. He turned, and before I could process what he meant, something small flew toward me. I caught it instinctively, a sleek black card, its surface embossed with a number. Join me when we're finished. I would be grateful. What? This is so cool. Before I could respond, the moment was stolen by Riker. I raised a hand to shield my eyes as his beaming coat drew closer. The Sword Queen emerges victorious. That was, without question, the most breathtaking display of skill I have ever witnessed. Bravo. Truly, bravo to both of you. His voice dropped, mic-muted, as he leaned toward Kai. As the chosen one, I need you to stay here and bask in the crowd's adoration after she leaves, all right? Kai offered only a single stoic nod, his expression unreadable, the same as ever. I was tired and could hardly form thoughts. Now! Riker's voice blasted at full volume once again, amplified by the sound system that rattled the very air around us. Let loose the grandest, thunderous applause you can muster for our triumphant, unparalleled Sword Queen. Let the very heavens hear your roar. I turned toward the very big hall, taking in the sea of faces before me. They erupted in a standing ovation, the thunderous clapping and cheering echoing off the walls, reverberating through my chest. The energy was electric, crackling in the air like a brewing storm. I couldn't help but give them a tired grin, adrenaline still coursing through my veins. With a last fume of my energy, I spun my rapier in a quick flourish, the fake blade catching the lights in a dazzling arc. The crowd's cheers swelled even louder, and with one final dramatic twirl, my cape flared behind me as I turned on my heel and left the stage, leaving them hungry for more. Time to decompress, maybe even breathe. Just a little. Backstage was a series of cheers, high fives, and declarations of me being the best. Yeah, right. People clapped me on the back, shouted that I was, but honestly, I didn't feel like it. I was exhausted. My legs felt like jelly, my arms like lead, and deep down, I knew I should have lost that fight. But here I was, basking in praise I wasn't sure I deserved. Honestly, the next hour was a blur. I vaguely remembered shuffling into a room where Lola guided me to a shower. The water was a blessing, washing away the sweat, grime, and whatever weird energy Riker radiated that seemed to cling to everything. By the time I stepped out, Lola was already waiting with, of course, another set of cosplay, courtesy of Riker's unrelenting flair. Identical to the one I'd sweated through, but this version was even more annoyingly silky. Does he just have these things preloaded for every scenario? I slipped into it, flopping onto the bed with a groan of utter exhaustion. Finally, breathing hard, but already feeling like a human again. Half an hour of lying there, staring at the ceiling, and my scrambled thoughts were lining up. You really give it your all, came a voice from beside me, startling me enough to jolt upright. I whipped my head around and saw Lola awkwardly sitting on the edge of the bed. You asked me to sit down, she added quickly, looking somewhere between flustered and mildly amused. But, lady, I did what? My voice came out more like a squawk, pure disbelief written across my face. Oh, God, I'm sorry. Lola smiled nervously, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. I figured you were tired. You told me my ponytail was as sexy as when I cut down some J-something boss. I didn't do that, though. Oh no. The memory hit me like a brick. I actually said that out loud? I talk out loud after working out watching Catherine stream. I think I bit my lip, my brain scrambling for something remotely dignified to say. Your ponytail will catch a lot of attention, I muttered lamely. Great save, Charlie. Really. Award-winning performance. Naturally, Lola turned redder than a fire mage mid-flame burst. Sorry, I was just really tired. You know how it is. Exhaustion, rambling, occasionally flirting with your assistant apparently, I added with a sheepish grin, wishing I could sink through the bed and vanish. Classic me, conquer the arena, then promptly embarrass myself in private. To my relief, Lola managed a shy laugh, her blush fading. It's okay, Lady Charlie, you were exhausted. It happens. Exhausted or not, I was filing this entire moment under the do not repeat category, right next to accidentally calling Jerry a sentient toaster and thinking I could fight in heels without practice. Okay, so, Lola, you know I actually lost, right? I said, trying to suppress the frustration bubbling under the surface. Spoiler alert, I couldn't. She blinked at me, clearly baffled. You didn't. That fight was amazing. I know nothing about technique, but you won. I let out a long breath and hung my head. My voice trailed off. The words felt heavy. Kai let me win. Her eyes widened in genuine surprise. He did? Why would he do that? I caught myself just before blurting out Jerry's name. That would have been fun to explain. I need to ask my AI to call his number. Her surprise turned into mild curiosity, but she didn't press. Why? That's why he let you win? Exactly, I muttered, rubbing my temple. Book 169, The Bitter Tea. Do you think hell'll be available? I asked Lola after a moment of thought, the weight of curiosity still pressing on me. She checked her trusty tablet, her fingers gliding over the surface with ease, and nodded. Yes, the ceremony is over. Let's call him then, I said, barely finishing my sentence before Jerry, the best AI to ever exist, already patched through the call. It didn't take long before Kai's serene face appeared on the hollow screen. Ah, good. He smiled, kind of knowing smile. Thank you for reaching out. I shall host a tea in room 46. Please join us. Excellent tea, like the morning dew, is best enjoyed in company. Okay. Us? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Who else is part of this little tea party? Kai's expression didn't change, but there was something enigmatic about the way his eyes twinkled. Like the first bloom in spring, it's a surprise, unexpected, yet inevitable. And just like that, with a graceful nod, he ended the call before I could ask any more questions. I just want to go home and play Rimelion now. But I can't soon. Now this Kai, what the heck am I getting into? I muttered mostly to myself, but Lola answered anyway. The room is not that far away, she said, but her tone had shifted softer, almost melancholic. Is she mad at me? I frowned and moved to sit next to her. What's wrong? Nothing, lady, she said quickly, turning her head away. Come on, I can tell something's bothering you. I tried to offer a reassuring smile, but in the back of my mind, I still felt embarrassed about my earlier mishap. No more flirting. She's cute, but stay focused, Charlie. Focused. Lola let out a soft sigh, her eyes drifting upward, and a loving smile played on her lips. I really enjoyed being a VIP assistant. This day was absolutely the best one in all my career. I blinked, taken aback by her unexpected answer. That's not a bad thing, right? You've been amazing today. Honestly, I don't know what I would have done without you. Probably something dumb. Let's be real. She giggled, the sound light and genuine, but it didn't quite chase away the lingering sadness in her expression. It's just, I don't want it to end. Tomorrow, it's back to regular life. No VIPs, no exciting events, just normal assignments. Ah, that hit harder than I expected. I shuffled closer a bit, glancing at her. Lola, you've been more than just an assistant today. You kept everything running smoothly, dealt with my nonsense, and somehow kept smiling through all of it. You're not going back to just normal. If anything, you're ready for something bigger. She blinked at me, clearly not expecting that. You really think so? Yes, I'm dirty poor, as you probably know. Rika owes me. I waved my hand dismissively, as if brushing away a cloud of annoying gnats. I still have that 1,000 gold debt in Rimelion, to the original Charlie, and sorry, not important. This is about you. I nodded, trying to steer myself back on track. What I mean is that I could ask Rika for some better role in his company, maybe threaten him a bit. Lola's face turned a shade paler, her expression frozen somewhere between sheer terror and abject horror, as though I'd just suggested she walk through the streets in nothing but her shoes. No, please not, Mr. Riker Hess. I want it, but not like he would. Her stammering was so painfully awkward that I had to fight the urge to just pull her into a reassuring hug right then and there. Instead, I forced myself to keep my tone light. Look, Lola, you're an amazing assistant. He'll make sure he treats you right, okay? And if not, well, I'll come and personally smack some sense into him. Deal? She blinked at me, the tension in her shoulders easing just a bit as a giggle slipped out. Deal. All right then, I said, pushing myself off the bed and giving my limbs a quick stretch. Let's go see what Kai wants. Probably something cryptic involving tea leaves and destiny, but hey, free tea. She stood up too, a faint smile lingering on her lips, the earlier anxiety fading away. Yes, lady, let's. As we stepped out of the room and into the corridor, I couldn't help but feel a strange mixture of anticipation and amusement at what lay ahead. Instead of Rimelion, it'll go unexpected, yet inevitable. Stupid Kai. When we reached the room, it wasn't what I was expecting at all. One moment I was standing in a futuristic hallway with polished steel walls and glowing hollow screens blasting ads, and the next, I stepped into what looked like a scene pulled straight out of an ancient Chinese drama. I paused, blinked, and even took a step back into the hallway, just to make sure I hadn't accidentally triggered some bizarre portal. Bandits were enough. Nope. Still modern tech out here. Back in. The tea room looked like a movie set, painstakingly crafted by someone who obsessed over every tiny detail. Ornate wooden screens carved with intricate patterns sectioned off the space. Red silk drapes hung from the ceiling. Okay, I said, as I noticed low wooden tables surrounded by cushioned floor mats embroidered with golden dragons. This is creepy? Ah, our guests, Miss Charlie and Miss Lola, I presume? Kai greeted us, his voice calm and respectful, his hands folded in front of him as he gave a courteous bow. This was used in previous convention, and Mr. Riker allowed me to stay here in the oasis of calmness. He was still dressed in the same traditional Chinese attire from earlier, his calm demeanor making it seem like he hadn't just fought a brutal duel with me. I returned the bow, albeit a little awkwardly, and glanced around the room again, taking in the serene atmosphere. Where's the us part? I asked, scanning the room. I thought there'd be a Riker here, but nothing's blinding me. Kai let out a polite laugh, the kind that didn't quite reach his eyes but still felt oddly comforting. He gestured for us to enter further. No, not Mr. Riker. Ian, your friend. What? I froze mid-step, blinking as though that might somehow clear away the unexpected name I just heard. Ian? I mean, of all the people you could invite, Ian wasn't exactly on my list of likely candidates. I'm a terrible friend. I sometimes forget he exists. Just as I processed the name, the door to a back room slid open, and out walked Ian, his expression sharp and bitter, like he'd been stewing in vinegar since I last saw him. Of course not, he said, eyes narrowing as they locked onto me. Why would you ever expect me? Ben done, Kai said, his tone calm, yet with the weight that made the air feel heavier. It wasn't annoyed, but it carried an authority. You let anger cloud your vision, like mud stirred in a clear pond. A sword guided by rage cuts not the enemy, but oneself. Ian's jaw tightened, his hands clenching briefly before he exhaled and lowered himself onto the mat. Yes, master, he muttered, though the flicker of defiance in his eyes was far from extinguished. Whatever this dynamic was, it was tense, charged, not exactly the cozy tea party I had in mind. Kai's serene smile returned, undisturbed by Ian's obvious frustration. He turned toward us with a graceful gesture, motioning for us to sit. Please, join us. It's okay, Lola whispered from her spot near the door, clearly uncomfortable with the tension in the room. Her hand clutched her tablet like it was a shield against the awkward energy. Please, miss, Kai said gently, his voice soothing. Join us for tea. Guests, like blossoms on a branch, bring beauty when gathered together. I raised an eyebrow at Lola, but gave her an encouraging nod. She hesitated for a moment, then finally moved to sit beside me, placing her tablet carefully on the table, like it might explode if handled improperly. I lowered myself onto the mat, the cushion beneath me surprisingly soft, but my attention was elsewhere. On Ian, who sat rigid, still glaring at me, as if I'd ruined his life. I shifted slightly, uncomfortable under his stare. What the hell is going on? Did I do something? I mean, sure, I've annoyed Ian plenty of times before, but this level of hostility feels personal, more personal than usual. Kai poured tea with precise, practiced movements, the quiet clinking of porcelain somehow amplifying the tension. Steam rose from the delicate cups, carrying the faint scent of herbs and flowers. It should have been calming, but sitting across from Ian felt more like being in the crosshairs of a sniper. I accepted the cup Kai offered, fingers brushing the warm surface as I glanced at Ian again. So, I said, trying for something casual, Is this the part where someone explains why it feels like I walked into a dramatic martial arts movie mid-climax? Without answering, Kai took a long, deliberate inhale of his tea and closed eyes to enjoy it. Fine, two can play this game. So I joined him and felt the scent of jasmine mingling with something more herbal mint, maybe. Waiting. He nodded as if the aroma had confirmed some ancient truth. Yes, he said with that same serene air. I carry the wisdom of our forefathers and their sword style, like a river carries the memory of the mountain's path. Ian has joined my school and shows brilliant talent, yet his mind drifts like a leaf caught in a restless wind. It's, Master Ian interrupted, grumbling, his posture stiffening under the weight of Kai's scrutiny. Kai's eyes narrowed ever so slightly, his voice losing its gentle edge and gaining the weight of a barman-induced command. Ben Dan, only an old woman schemes behind others' backs. In our school, we face danger head-on, like the eagle that flies into the storm, not away from it. Ian clenched his jaw, muttering something under his breath that I didn't catch, but it didn't matter. I wasn't about to sit here and let him brood in silence while I played the part of the villain in his internal melodrama. Am I the danger? I asked, my tone sharp but controlled as I leveled a steady gaze at him. Since I changed my gender, I somehow threaten you? Lola gasped audibly, nearly spilling her tea. You did? What? Her eyes widened, blinking rapidly, as if processing a math equation she wasn't prepared for. Then, as if recalling something, her entire face turned crimson, and she raised her cup to her face like a makeshift shield, clearly wanting to disappear behind it. Ian's reaction was entirely different. He scoffed, a bitter sound that grated on my nerves. It's not about that, he said, his voice dripping with derision. You've always been a problem, even before you changed. You waltz in, act like you're better than everyone, and somehow people just follow you. He gestured vaguely, as if trying to articulate something intangible. Even now, look at this. Riker's hyping you up, Kai's praising you, and I'm supposed to sit here and pretend that's fine? I placed my cup down carefully, the porcelain clinking softly against the lacquered table. Let me get this straight, my friend, I said, my voice steady but full of sarcasm. You're mad because people like me? That's the big issue here. Not my skills, not my decisions, just the fact that, somehow, I'm better at something? Ian's jaw worked silently for a moment, clearly trying to find a retort, but Kai cut in before he could speak. Ben Dan, envy is a flame that burns the hand that holds it. Kai's voice was calm, but there was a finality to it, like the closing of a book. Miss Charlie did not choose this path lightly. Like the bamboo, she bends but does not break. You would do well to learn from her strength, not resent it. Ian scowled but said nothing, his frustration simmering beneath the surface. I blinked, surprised by his outburst. This wasn't just about the tournament or some petty rivalry. There was something deeper, something that had clearly been festering for a long time. I shifted my gaze to Kai, who remained perfectly calm, sipping his tea, as though we were discussing if the whiskey glass was half full or empty. Meanwhile, Lola, still red-faced and clutching her cup like a lifeline, whispered to me, I didn't know that about you. Sorry. She looked like she wanted to sink into the floor. It's okay, I whispered, giving her a reassuring smile before turning back to Ian, my expression hardening. Come on, Ian, let's talk about this. What's the problem? Problem? You are the problem, he snapped, his voice rising before he caught himself glancing at Kai out of respect. He lowered his tone but didn't lose the edge. How long have you known her? He pointed at Lola, his finger practically trembling with frustration. Since this morning. Neither of us responded, and he scoffed, a bitter sound that echoed in the quiet room. Thought so. You always get everything handed to you, everything without ever putting in real work. You, Ian, have no idea. I couldn't hold my emotions, none. Just because you didn't see me struggle doesn't mean I didn't. I've worked my ass off to get where I am. His eyes narrowed, lips pressing into a thin line. Oh, really? And what about now? You just show up here, and suddenly everyone's bending over backwards for you. Riker, Kai, even her. He gestured to Lola, who flinched slightly. You don't even have to try. People just flock to you. That's why I took the quest from Irwin. You did what? Book 170. Behind the mask, you don't even have to try. People just... That's why I took the quest from Irwin. Ian spat, his voice tight with frustration. You did what? I shot to my feet, nearly knocking over the delicate porcelain teacup in front of me. The sharp clink of it hitting the saucer echoed through the room. Kai lifted a hand, his fingers gracefully arcing downward as if pressing invisible ripples back into place. Miss Charlie, embrace calmness, like the moonlight settling over a still lake, gentle, unwavering, and clear. I clenched my fists, forcing myself to take a deep breath. Calm, like moonlight. Sure. I exhaled slowly, settling back into my seat, though my heart still hammered in my chest. You're right, I muttered, my glare softening as I shot Kai a brief nod. Fine. I turned back to Ian, narrowing my eyes. I'm listening, Ian, my former friend. What did you do? Ian scoffed, sharp and condescending. I just played the game, he said, leaning back with an infuriating smirk, his fingers drumming lazily on the table, as though he'd just delivered a finishing blow to a boss. My eyes locked onto his, trying to read the storm behind them. Where was all this anger coming from? Was it just jealousy? Or was there something more? Is there truth in what he said? I wondered, a flicker of self-doubt creeping in. I did have knowledge about the future. I did have a knack for games. Maybe it was easy for me in ways it wasn't for others. Am I a proud snob? Kai interjected, his tone steady, as if oblivious to the rising tension. Yes, knowing our flaws is the first step toward a better future. It is like seeing cracks in the earth before planting. Only with awareness can growth take root. Ian snorted, slamming his cup down on the table with a force that made the tea ripple. Nonsense. You always were clueless. His voice rose. His hands gestured wildly, as if trying to physically throw his frustration at me. Do you remember Dominica? I was trying to get her attention, but she had eyes only for you. Dominica? I blinked, thrown completely off guard by the sudden shift in topic. Who's that? Ian's eyes widened in disbelief, then narrowed with a fury that radiated off him in waves. He rose to his feet, his fists clenched tight, knuckles white. You bastard, she loved you. What? I opened my mouth to respond, but before I could even process his accusation, Kai's calm yet commanding voice stopped us. Bendan, you will not give in to anger, lest you become like a wildfire, burning all without purpose, leaving only ash behind. Kai's gaze shifted to me, his eyes perceptive, as though he could see straight into my thoughts. Please, ignore this foolish apprentice. He enters this meeting with a clouded view of you, like mist obscuring the morning sun. But I have seen the real you both in the way you wield your sword and in the strength of your actions. I glanced at Ian, whose chest rose and fell with ragged breaths, his anger still simmering just beneath the surface. What the hell is going on? Why is he so angry at me? My mind was spinning, trying to piece together what I'd done to ignite this level of animosity. A forgotten girl? A missed signal? The last year in high school, she even sent you a Valentine's gift, and you ignored her. She was heartbroken, and I was her friend. It was so frustrating, Ian said, his voice calmer now, though the tension lingered. You don't remember her? How cold you were. I blinked, a memory flickering to life crumpled red paper, a heart-shaped box. I did not know who sent it back then, and in typical clueless John fashion, I responded by getting wasted at the bar. I had no idea. Sorry, I whispered, the words tasting bitter. My social skills were in the negative back then. No, scratch that. They're still bad despite my recent improvement. Great, just what I needed today, as if one friend betraying me wasn't enough. Now two? Fantastic. Truly, life's on a roll. Ian grinned, a sharp, sour thing that didn't reach his eyes. Fine, you're safe in the real world, so they're targeting you in the game. As much as I'd like to see you fall, even I don't like this. I sent her all the info she wanted, and now I'm going to join her. Sorry, not sorry. They can't target me? Who? I shot to my feet, my movements quick. Lola flinched at my sudden motion, and I gestured for her to stand too. My voice was strained, teetering on the edge of breaking. That's the last thing I want to know before I go. Thanks for the tea, Kai. Kai nodded slowly. Your path is yours to choose, like a river deciding its course through the valley. I am thankful for your attempt, however turbulent it may have been. She'll talk like a philosophy book. Whatever. We all turned toward Ian. He let out an exaggerated sigh, as if we were inconveniencing him. Fine. Some lady contacted me, said she wants to ruin your game. I agreed. What's done is done. You'll lose everything. I don't know how, but it's inevitable. It's my revenge, so enjoy. I stared at him, my heart thudding painfully in my chest. A million responses formed in my mind. Anger, sarcasm, confusion, but none of them made it past my lips. What was the point? He was already gone, in his mind, and I wasn't about to give him the satisfaction of seeing me break. Without a word, I turned on my heel and left the room, my steps steady but my insides crumbling like brittle glass. The moment we were outside, my facade shattered. Tears welled up and spilled over before I could stop them, hot and bitter against my cheeks. Charlie Lola whispered, her voice soft, hesitant, like she was afraid touching the wrong nerve would make me fall apart completely. I don't know what happened, but me neither, Lola. My voice cracked, and I sniffed hard, trying to steady myself. It didn't work. This will take some time to soak in. I rubbed furiously at my face with my sleeves, as if wiping the tears away could erase the mess of emotions swirling inside me. Sorry, can I ask you to take me outside through a side entrance, somewhere with fewer people? I need to get home. I pulled myself together enough to add, Gerald, call a taxi. Don't worry. Done. Jerry was quick. Lola hesitated for a moment, then nodded, her usual bright expression dimmed by worry. Of course, Lady Charlie. Follow me. I nodded, pushing the side door open and stepping out into the cool night air. The relative quiet outside the massive Congress Center was a welcome relief, though the city's distant hum still provided a constant backdrop. I leaned against the cool exterior wall, the rough texture grounding me as I waited, hugging myself slightly against a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. One betrayal. Two betrayals. How many more before I break completely? My mind replayed the conversations, the accusations, the raw emotions laid bare. Lucas wanting the ghost of someone else. Ian consumed by a bitterness I hadn't even seen coming. It felt like the foundations I'd been desperately trying to build, friendships, trust, even my sense of self, were crumbling around me. I need to offer Ian a chance. I owe it to him for all the years. Maybe he's just misguided? And yet Adam's words echoed too. My sister. The acceptance, the pride in his voice. It was a tiny anchor in the storm. Maybe I wasn't just John trapped in Charlie's body anymore. Maybe this was me now. The thought was terrifying and exhilarating all at once. A pair of headlights cut through the darkness, growing brighter as Roberto's familiar, beat-up sports car approached, its engine rumbling with more enthusiasm than precision. I took a deep breath, pushing away from the wall. The tears threatened again, but I blinked them back fiercely. No more crying. Not now. I had a prince to catch, a treasury to visit, and a war to prepare for. The world might be fracturing, my friendships might be in pieces, but I wasn't done yet. Not even close. Roberto screeched to an exaggerated halt, the passenger door swinging open. Time to face the next turn, I thought, stepping towards the car. The Sword Queen cosplay feeling less like a costume and more like armor. End of Book 1, Rimelion, The Exploiter. Book 271, A Thief and Her Ring. I leaned against the cool, smooth exterior wall of Riker's Congress Center, the distant hum of the city, a constant thrum beneath the quiet of the late night. The Sword Queen's performance felt like a lifetime ago. The adrenaline faded, leaving only a bone-deep weariness and the lingering scent of stage makeup and, well, whatever Riker used for his fake frost. Closing my eyes for a moment, I let the whirlwind of the past weeks, or was it just days, crawl into my mind. Time felt warped, wash over me, from that QA lab and a pink slip to this. A time shift I barely understood, courtesy of a 12-year-old simulation kid. It wasn't some grand plot, but a bet. On me? Damn, how do I know who to trust? What is reality? This, Rimelion, or both? A botched identity swap that landed me in Rimelion, not as John the Exploiter, but as Princess Charlie the Priest. Then the almost unbelievable synchronization in the real world, courtesy of Jerry the AI mouse fan, saddling me with a female body I was still navigating and a debt that could choke a dragon. Hero of Iceblood. Baronetess. Princess. The titles felt ill-fitting, draped over someone just trying to figure out how to walk in heels, let alone save a world, or maybe just survive its simulation. I now wielded frost weaving, a power gifted by an ancient sovereign, housed a grumpy, centuries-old prince in a legendary ring on my finger, and carried the weight of Erwin's impending war and the Duke's manipulative plans. And the people. My chest tightened. Lucas, my oldest friend, haunted by the ghost of the real Charlie, his actions driven by a grief that recklessly reshaped my entire existence. Ian, simmering with a resentment I never saw, now actively working against me for a queen I was destined to fight. I still held hope. Hell, see the value of our friendship, but that would need a nudge. Adam, my brother, finally seeing his sister Charlie, offering an anchor of acceptance I hadn't realized I desperately needed. And then there were Catherine and Lisa, potential allies, sparks of genuine connection in the chaos, complicated by their own lives, and Dimitri's looming shadow. It was a lot. Too much, maybe. Debts loomed, both financial and emotional. Betrayals stung. The very nature of my reality felt thin, questionable, a game layered over simulations run by jailers or gods or maybe just bored programmers. I pushed away from the wall before stepping fully back into the night. The RhymeCon stage felt distant now. The cheers faded. What remained was the core goal. Get stronger, get answers, get that treasury loot, and somehow navigate the storm coming with Erwin. From the simulation I left, I knew powerful people who could help me. Somehow, I'll have to gather them. Tremar I met recently could help me. I had a vague memory of him throwing fire spells in fire mage fashion, but he wasn't that strong. Techi Lama? He was the best tank in Rimelion, hands down. But he fell in love with a bad girl and got arrested. It was a high-profile case, no idea of how could I prevent that. Scamantha, the best scammer or alchemist rogue. She could be swayed. Night Swallow, the best explorer and hands-down top-tier rogue. Luminaria. It would be awesome if I could get her, even to help her, but she was already popular and led her awesome guild. A maybe then. Same with FD. His healing saved a lot of guild battles. Nah, Charlie, forget all about that. These people are not the agenda now. Later. The low rumble of an engine pulled me from my thoughts. Headlights cut through the night, familiar and ridiculously loud. Roberto. Right. One step at a time. First, a ride home. Then, Rimelion. The car smelled good again, the engine's low rumble vibrating through the floor. I glanced at the mirror, noting how surprisingly flawless my makeup looked despite everything. Mia must have used some next-level sci-fi cosmetics, because even after crying like a waterfall, it's holding up. Whoa, Signorina, you look fantastica, Roberto exclaimed, his grin as wide as ever. Just like on stage, eh? He punctuated his words by revving the engine with a roar, clearly delighted to be driving me around again. Ah, you saw that? My voice came out quieter than I intended, still tinged with lingering sadness. Of course, Mio Cugino made sure I didn't miss it, he said with a hearty laugh, looking as cheerful as ever, a stark contrast to the storm inside me. Sorry, Roberto, but I hesitated, staring out of the window as the world blurred by neon signs reflecting off the glass like ghostly after images. Two people I thought were my friends stabbed a dagger in my back. One I could get, but the other, my voice faltered, barely above a whisper now. He hates me, and I don't even know why my throat tightened, and despite my best efforts, tears pricked at my eyes again. I blinked rapidly, trying to push them back, but they slipped through anyway, hot and unwelcome. Roberto's grin faded slightly as he glanced at me, concern flickering in his eyes. He said nothing for a moment, just letting the engine's steady hum fill the silence. Then, in a gentler tone, he said, Signorina, life it can be like a rough road, full of potholes and sharp turns. But you're a racer. You keep going, even when it feels like you'll crash. I let out a shaky breath, managing a weak smile despite myself. A racer, huh? More like a wreck waiting to happen. Today was supposed to be fun, I muttered, leaning back in the seat as the city lights streaked past in colorful blurs. I even enjoyed it, pushed my feelings about Lucas out of my mind. The boyfriend from the tower? Roberto cut in, eyebrows raised, his grin already forming. Es not. I shot back quickly, my voice agitated, despite him thinking so. He loves me, but not me. Me? Ah, damn, that's complicated. I rubbed my temple, as if trying to physically smooth out the tangled mess of emotions. He used to be my dear friend long ago, and I forgot I trailed off, shaking my head to dispel the thought. Sorry, you're not Jerry. That's apparently my therapist AI. Roberto let out a booming laugh, his hands tightening briefly on the steering wheel as he navigated a sharp turn with ease. Signorina, the things I hear. A boyfriend who's not a boyfriend, a therapist, AI, and friends stabbing you in the back. It's like him driving a character from a drama series. Despite myself, I couldn't help but let out a small, tired laugh. Yeah, well, drama queen fits the sword queen, doesn't it? As always, Roberto was quick. Too quick, honestly. We were already slowing down before he even responded. Hey, signorina, Roberto's here, always ready to drive. And talk, he added with a grin, turning off the engine with a smooth flick of his wrist. Gratis, no worries, free of charge. I have to catch a prince waiting, I said, flashing him a genuine smile for the first time today. Don't ask. Long story. I sent him the payment anyway, with a nice, fat tip. Thanks for the offer, Roberto, but seriously, take this. He glanced at the transfer notification and gave me an exaggerated shrug. No worries. Ci vediamo la prossima volta. He called out with a cheerful wave before speeding away, the engine roaring like it was thrilled to be free. I stared after the receding car, puzzled. See you later? Jerry's voice chimed in with his usual precision. It means see you next time in Italian, according to a translation database. I didn't need... Okay, thanks anyway, therapist, I muttered, already walking toward home. The cool evening air nipped at my arms, the distant hum of traffic blending with the occasional chirp of night insects. Were you serious when you... Jerry started, sounding oddly excited for an AI. No! I cut him off before he could get any ideas. At least not now. That was a mess, Jerry. I sighed, the weight of the day settling back onto my shoulders. You need time to process everything that happened. I suggest you take it easy for the next few days, Jerry said, his tone unusually concerned as I stepped into my apartment. Yes and no, Jerry. I kicked off my amazing heels, the soft thud echoing in the quiet space. I won't push myself too hard, but the battle with Erwin means a lot to me. I need to win. I glanced around. Where should I put you? You can place me on the strip next to the capsule's console, Jerry replied, sounding a little too excited. Thank you for doing this for me. I've learned so many new things today and, well, I felt alive. Sure, any time, my dear friend, I said with a faint grin, carefully placing him where he'd asked. His words lingered with me for a second longer than I liked. Jerry, an AI, talking about feeling alive? Maybe he's still human? Strange times. And I wasn't joking. I still have a few places to visit today. Let's just hope the Duchess doesn't blow a fuse when I borrow that thing. I peeled off my cosplay, the fabric clinging stubbornly from all the movement earlier. The cool air of my apartment brushed against my skin, a welcome contrast after the heat of the day. Without wasting another second, I stepped into the capsule. The familiar hum surrounded me as the lid sealed shut. Time to get to work. I popped back into Rimelion, exactly where I had logged off. I took a slow breath, taking it all in, the more vivid, tangible world of Rimelion. My world, my reality. I smiled, the tension of earlier fading just a little. Pretender, you are late. Hi to you too, stupid prince, I muttered under my breath, glancing around. The area was tranquil, with nature untouched. Yet, it'll make you a proper imperial land. You sound sad. Why? My ring chimed in with its annoyingly regal tone. Great. First Jerry, now this prince. Am I assembling a collection of talking accessories with a knack for psychoanalyzing me? I couldn't help but giggle at the absurd thought. What's so funny? The prince said, clearly confused by my reaction. Well, I sighed, running a hand through my hair. One friend betrayed me. Two, actually. I paused, the weight of what Ian did trying to overwhelm me before I pushed it aside. But Lucas, I can forgive him. He did it out of love, misguided as it was. The second one, I shook my head, forcing the thought away. Not worth discussing. He doesn't deserve the airtime. Switching topics, I raised an eyebrow at my enchanted ring. By the way, did you have dimensional storage? Of course I did. I was a proper dimensional mage, the prince declared haughtily. Don't get your hopes up though, it's empty, pretender. You can't steal more. Oh. A sly smile crept across my face. I think I will steal more. Don't worry, I just need to figure out the layout properly. We should have at least 5 minutes to loot. There was a brief silence as I mentally reconstructed what I could remember of the Imperial Treasury's layout. The vault was no joke. Still, I could work fast when needed. Thief. Pretender. The ring's voice was dripping with disdain. I really should have annoyed the sovereign more before ending up on your finger. You really should have, I quipped, my grin widening as I pictured the Emperor's face when they'd realize I'd raided their vaults. Okay, I think I got this. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes, focusing intently on the storage area of the Imperial Treasury. With that, I could almost feel the ancient enchantments woven into the space, crackling faintly like static. I just hope you work over their wards. As much as I don't approve of your shameless thievery, the prince drawled, sounding as offended as ever. I must clarify. My magic was legendary, sometimes even more. No ward ever prevented me from entering. Stealth, however, that's another question entirely. Great. Love the confidence. Before he could launch into another self-righteous monologue, I activated the spell. In an instant, the world blurred around me, dissolving into shimmering motes of light. When it reformed, I was standing in a dimly lit underground vault. The air was cool and smelled faintly of old stone and polished wood. Rows of shelves stretched into the shadows, each lined with bags in large quantities, some plain, others embroidered with intricate golden patterns. A faint hum of magic lingered in the air, making the hairs on my arms stand on end. I sprinted toward one of the shelves, eyes locked on a particularly ornate bag with gilded clasps and shimmering blue fabric. The craftsmanship was unmistakable, Imperial custom property. Jackpot. Grinning, I snatched it up and hubbed it to my chest. This is an Imperial custom property. I could barely contain my excitement, my voice almost giddy. I always wanted to. Bang! A loud, echoing crash reverberated through the vault, cutting me off mid-sentence. My heart leapt into my throat as the sound bounced off the stone walls, amplifying its ominous tone. Oh, I muttered, tightening my grip on the bag. I guess our 5 minutes starts now. The prince didn't respond, but I could practically feel his smug silence. No doubt he was thinking something like, I told you so, pretender. Whatever. I had a bag full of Imperial goodies, and I wasn't done with my looting. I yanked open another bag with the excitement of a child on their birthday, only to stare at its contents in complete disbelief. Cobblestones. Actual cobblestones. What the? Why would anyone need enchanted cobblestones in a treasury? I hissed, tossing them aside with a flick of my wrist. I reached into another bag, my fingers closing around something small and hard. Seeds. Just seeds. I threw my head back and let out an exasperated groan. Oh, fantastic. Cobblestones, seeds, vital stuff. Just not vital to me. Frustration gnawed at my nerves as I rummaged deeper. More mundane junk followed. Lengths of rope, preserved herbs, and gleaming metal tools. Great for running an empire, terrible for a thief. Come on, something useful, my voice echoed off the stone walls. After a minute of frantic searching, I turned another bag upside down in sheer desperation. Clink, 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 clink. Gold coins. Glorious, shimmering, Imperial minted gold coins spilled out, raining down onto the stone floor like an overdue jackpot. "Yes," I almost shouted, my grin wide. That was one of the debts covered. I quickly stuffed the coins back into the bag, tightened the strap to fit snugly on my belt, and resumed the hunt. I can't believe you were serious. The prince's voice rang in my head, spiked with something dangerously close to actual offense. Using a legendary artifact for simple robbery. I tossed aside another bag of mundane supplies. More cobblestones, seriously? And dove for the next one. My fingers wrapped around its fine leather straps, and when I opened it, golden rods gleamed back at me, stacked neatly like a dragon's hoard. Triple! Now my win is in the books. Mother can try all she wants, but I'll fight her, and I will win. The rush of success surged through me like pure adrenaline. Slinging the heavy bag onto my belt, I grinned and added, "By the way, don't you know the difference between robbery and theft, you ugly ring? Who are you calling ugly?" The prince's voice snapped, now fully offended. Perfect. Just where I wanted him, flustered and annoyed. Good. Keeps him busy, not trying to warn enemies. I darted forward, ignoring his grumbling, and entered the next chamber. My breath caught in my throat for a moment. In here again, Illuminated by soft, enchanted light, the space was lined with pristine pedestals, each one supporting an artifact that screamed rare and dangerous. Each pedestal had a unique design, reflecting the artifact it displayed. One had a glowing crystalline orb, radiating a faint blue aura that sent chills down my spine just by looking at it. Another held an elegant silver staff with a headpiece shaped like a crescent moon, pulsating with a rhythmic hum, probably a high-level staff. Beside it, an ancient tome lay open, its pages turning lazily on their own as if inviting me to learn the forbidden imperial spells. No way, too hard. Jackpot! I muttered under my breath, heart racing. I could almost feel the power radiating from each artifact, tangible and thick in the air, like standing too close to an electric storm. Pretender, don't even think about it, the prince warned, sensing my intentions. These artifacts are perfect for me, I interrupted cheerfully, already eyeing the nearest pedestal. They'll look fabulous in my growing collection. My gaze settled on a pair of enchanted daggers, quickly reaching for them. A sudden crack of thunder echoed through the chamber, and before I could react, a bolt of lightning arced out from the pedestal and struck me square in the chest. Lightning struck you for 40 damage. Dazzling pain shot through every nerve in my body, like fire and ice colliding in a violent storm under my skin. My muscles spasmed involuntarily, and I staggered back, gasping as my heart pounded wildly in my ears. Great, I muttered through clenched teeth, clutching my chest as a tingling numbness lingered in my arms. Quickly casting a healing spell, I felt the soothing warmth spread through my body, dulling the pain. One cast wasn't enough. I had to cast it again before the burning sensation faded completely and HP recovered. Satisfied that I wasn't about to keel over, I glared at the offending artifact. Seriously? That thing just zapped me for looking at it. The prince's voice came through, dripping with a mix of disdain and amusement. Pretender, you are lucky to be alive. That was a defensive ward. Touch another without caution, and it may be your last theft. I know, I grumbled, rubbing the spot where the lightning had hit, the ache still lingering beneath my clothes. I turned my attention toward a nearby staff, its crescent-shaped head gleaming ominously under the enchanted lights. Sparks of residual energy crackled faintly around it, daring me to come closer. This is not fair, I complained out loud, pouting as I eyed the room full of treasures I couldn't just grab without getting zapped into oblivion. At the same time, I caught the faint sound of shouting echoing through the underground chamber. My ears perked up, the noise growing louder as it bounced off the stone walls, harsh voices barking orders. Footsteps, many of them, rushed closer, the clattering echo amplified by the narrow stone corridors. The distinct metallic clink of armored guards' boots made my stomach twist. Uh-oh, I muttered, casting a quick glance back toward the entrance. They're entering the treasury. The prince's voice sounded smug enough to make me want to punch a ring. It appears your 5 minutes have expired. Congratulations, Pretender. You've earned yourself a personal escort to the Imperial dungeons. I forced myself to stay calm despite the growing dread. Come on, Prince. You know I can just teleport away, I said, feigning nonchalance. You can. A day after the last use. Are you sure it has been a full day since your encounter with the Sovereign? His tone oozed with smug superiority, like a cat that had just cornered a mouse. I could practically feel the smirk radiating off the damn ring. That was all I could manage as cold realization set in. I clenched my jaw and tried to activate the teleportation spell anyway. Nothing. Not even a flicker of mana responded. Plan F, I shouted, panic now fully replacing my earlier calm facade. Without wasting another second, I sprinted toward the section I had mentally labeled the clothing area. There, draped over a pedestal, was a long black cloak, embroidered with faint silver patterns, a piece clearly designed for imperial nobility. It shimmered slightly under the dim light, looking far too expensive to be worn by a common thief. Good thing I'm not a common thief, right? I snatched the cloak and threw it on, fastening it hurriedly around my neck. Its fabric was surprisingly light, but had a luxurious feel, like something spun from enchanted silk. I pulled the hood low over my face, casting shadows over my features. They can't see me as the Charlie, I hissed, adjusting the cloak to hide my distinctive armor. The prince, still smug, added, A wise choice though, I must point out. If they catch you, cloaked or not, you'll still be thrown into the dungeon. Ignoring his comment, I tightened the belt holding my newly gained goldenrod bag and whispered, "All right, Plan F is in motion. Now, time to sneak out before I'm paraded around as Remelion's most wanted thief." Footsteps grew louder, and the shadows of approaching guards stretched across the stone floor. I tried to be as unassuming as I could, but the guards were smarter, or at least more thorough, than I gave them credit for. They spread out like a net, blocking every hallway and exit I could see. My pulse quickened as I realized sneaking out wasn't an option. "Okay, Plan Z then," I whispered to myself, shrugging off the cloak and letting it fall dramatically to the floor, leaving my armor and royal-esque outfit fully visible. "What is Plan Z?" the prince asked, his tone practically vibrating with amusement. Instead of answering him, I spotted a group of guards further down the hall and immediately raised my hand in an exaggerated wave to get their attention. "Hey, I saw him!" I yelled, trying to channel every ounce of authority I'd ever seen in an imperial figure. I straightened my posture, puffed out my chest a little, and threw in an indignant glare for good measure. "He ran that way." Book 2, 72. Plan Z. The flow of this scene is great. You've done a wonderful job using the character's internal thoughts to drive the tension. I have cleaned up the punctuation, specifically the dialogue tags, and adjusted the paragraph breaks to ensure the pacing remains fast and urgent. The corrected text. I straightened my posture, puffed out my chest a little, and threw in an indignant glare for good measure. "He ran that way." The guard didn't fully buy my story, his heavy armor clanking ominously as he marched closer. His silver dragon emblem, enchanted to gleam like a silver lamp, marked him as one of the elite royal guards. Inner security, the kind who take one look at you sneezing wrong and slap you with a treason charge. Just my luck. "Guard," I said, trying to keep my voice composed yet distant, like I wasn't some thief about to scamper off with a small fortune. "I'm a princess." I lifted my hand, letting my signet ring catch the dim light. Its unmistakable insignia shimmered briefly before I clenched my fist dramatically. "And my bag! My bag!" I let the image of Ian laughing at me fill my mind. The rage, the humiliation tears welled up, real ones. "He took it." I choked out, my voice cracking. If Ian's memory was going to haunt me, I might as well put it to use. The guard's gaze darted to my ring, and one of his enchantments flared, a faint glow confirming its authenticity. He nodded slightly but kept his piercing stare fixed on me, his hand lingering on the hilt of his sword. "You saw someone?" His tone was clipped and efficient, as though anything less than precision would offend him. "Yes." I ran as fast as I could, and then this man. I stopped myself, my voice hitching as if the memory were too painful to recount. Without hesitation, he flicked his wrist, casting a spell that spread across the ground like silver snakes. The glowing enchantment pulsed, creating a shimmering circle around me. "Wait here. Don't move. The captain will assist you," he ordered, before turning and marching toward the corridor ahead. I stood perfectly still, watching the guard's silhouette disappear around the bend. The moment he was out of sight, I looked down at the spell, its glow reflecting on my beautiful heels. "Sorry, Captain, but I have a schedule to keep." With a silent prayer to every deity who might still like me, I stepped out of the circle. It flared once, angrily, then dimmed as I darted away. The prince's voice broke the tension, full of his smug amusement. "Impressive. You've weaponized incompetence. Quite regal of you." "Shush," I muttered, weaving through the maze of corridors with the speed only guilt and adrenaline could fuel. "You can applaud my genius when we're out of here." I reached the now clear exit, my heart hammering in my chest. As I pushed open the heavy door, a sliver of fresh air greeted me. I couldn't help but grin, wiping away the remaining tears from my performance memory. "Plan Z," I whispered to myself, "always works." The prince groaned, his frustration palpable. "I don't know if I should be amazed at your luck or your audacity." "Neither," I whispered, darting through the imperial halls with practiced speed. "Just tell me when I can teleport and maybe, just maybe, don't risk me like that again." "Soon," he replied, his tone smug. "And I don't owe you anything, pretender." I rolled my eyes but didn't respond. Despite my memory being a little fuzzy recently, these halls were as familiar as my face. I'd spent countless hours here, whether trying to impress someone or exploit something. Navigating them felt like second nature. even under pressure. Especially under pressure. You better cooperate, I muttered under my breath, my voice with mock menace, or you'll feel the Prerak Upakaran. The prince let out a scoff in my mind. Good one. I didn't reply, pushing open a heavy door that led to the third princess's kitchen. Inside, the room was deserted, the air thick with the faint lingering aroma of past culinary efforts. You're joking, right? The prince's tone carried a hint of desperation. You can't be serious. Nobody knows. I do. I grinned, my confidence contrasting with his panic. Nonsense. His voice rose, a mix of anger and fear. I tiptoed through the kitchen, my heels making soft taps against the tiled marble floor as I approached a concealed doorway at the back. Have I found the sovereign? The obelisk? The imperial treasury? He fell silent. The door creaked open, revealing an abandoned guardroom. Dust motes danced in the faint light filtering through a small, barred window. I stepped inside and lowered myself onto a rickety chair, its wood groaning under the weight of my, let's say, exhaustion. Now it was the prince's turn to be silent. I promise to fulfill your wish, I whispered again. But before that, you better cooperate, unless, of course, you want to be. Motivated by Prerak Upakaran, the prince let out what sounded like a resigned sigh. Impressive, given he lacked actual lungs. Pretender, you drive a hard bargain. I learned from the best. I smirked. Fine, he relented. I'll advise you. But let me make this clear. Robbing the imperial treasury is pure lunacy. Even in my time, it was considered the height of foolishness, and yet, we did it. I stretched out my legs, reclining just enough to take some of the pressure off my sore muscles. The palace is under lockdown now, he continued, his tone irked. If you had anything less than me, even another legendary artifact wouldn't save you. Then it's a good thing I've got you, isn't it? Pretender. His voice was strained, brimming with the long-suffering frustration only a prince cursed into a ring could muster. Prerak, I began, drawing out the word with dramatic flair. I get it, he snapped, his regal composure finally cracking. I couldn't help but grin. Good, let's get out of here, Your Highness. The area shifted again. This time we found ourselves in a damp, dripping cave. The air was heavy with moisture, and the faint sound of water dripping onto stone echoed softly around us. The only source of light came from narrow cracks overhead, spilling a sparse, brownish hue into the gloom. It was disorienting, like being lost in the shadowy twilight of another world. I shivered involuntarily. That was odd. I shouldn't be able to feel the cold, at least not unless there was magic involved. Great, I muttered, wrapping my arms around myself as if to ward off the chill. This wasn't the plan either. Where are we now? The prince asked, his tone carrying the heavy weight of resignation. A smuggler's hideout? Shiluo Miao, I answered mechanically, my voice quieter than usual. My eyes scanned the dim surroundings, searching for anything magical. But it was difficult. The scant light made everything look flat, and even if there had been something, it would have been nearly impossible to spot in the murk. The prince fell silent for a moment, likely processing the name. When he finally spoke, his tone had shifted to one of grim seriousness. Pretender, with you, I feel like we're on a worldwide tour of mythical places, like tourists who've accidentally stumbled into the forbidden wing of the royal palace. I snorted softly, my breath misting in the damp air. Guess I have an aptitude for finding the impossible. No, he corrected, irritation returning to his voice. It's not finding, it's walking into danger headfirst without thinking. You realize this is a cursed place, don't you? Yeah, I figured that part out. My eyes continued to scan the uneven stone walls, their slippery surfaces sparkling faintly in the dim light. What I don't know is what's doing the cursing and why I'm cold. Cold? His tone sharpened, concern seeping into his words. Pretender, if you feel the cold here, it's not just the atmosphere. Terror's something. I know. I cut him off, my voice low but firm, looking for it, or the thing I want. I stumbled through the damp darkness, my hands brushing against the cold, uneven surfaces of the surrounding rocks. The light filtering through the cracks above was useless now, and each step felt like I was walking blindfolded in a maze of shadows. I knew it was here somewhere. The player who originally found it claimed as much, and Lucy had verified it on the test server before gleefully exploiting it. I was late. Half an hour passed. my patience frayed with each kick, nudge, and futile scrape at the stubborn stones beneath my heels. It felt like a test run all over again when Lucy was faster. The damp air clung to my skin, heavy and oppressive. Or maybe it was the curse. It shouldn't be so strong in the reward room, but who knew with curses? Not me. Then, finally, one rock shifted. Not just shifted, it rolled easily under my foot, as though it had been waiting for this moment. Why, yes! I crouched down, my fingers immediately digging into the hidden crevice. There it was. A small metal tube, its surface cool and smooth under my fingertips. A triumphant grin spread across my face as I held it up to the dim light. "Ha!" I breathed, brushing off the dirt. "Who would have thought this little thing will be worth so much in a few years?" "You got what you wanted," the prince said, his voice tinged with unease. "Let's vanish." "This place is giving me bad feelings." "For once, we agree," I replied, tucking the tube securely into my inventory. "Let's move." I focused on the ring, feeling its magic pulse and tug as the world dissolved around me. When it reformed, we were standing in a meadow in the night, the sun only a faint memory over the horizon. Waist-high emerald green grass swayed gently in the breeze, brushing against my legs as if welcoming me. A soft babbling came from a nearby stream, its crystal-clear water weaving gracefully alongside us before joining a wider, deeper river in the distance. The air was rich with the aroma of wildflowers, sweet and delicate, along with the earthy aroma of the meadow itself. It was the scent that could lull someone into forgetting their troubles, but not me. My eyes were fixed on the far end of the meadow. There, rising 10 feet above the ground, was a sheer grey cliff. Atop it stood a wall, solid, imposing, and unmistakably defensive. The wall loomed high, tall enough to dwarf at least 3 human soldiers stacked atop one another. It stretched from the riverbank on one side, curving and disappearing into the craggy embrace of the mountains on the other. It was more than a wall. It was a boundary, a declaration. The soft shuffle of boots caught my attention. Soldiers carrying magical lights to illuminate the evening patrolled the top of the wall with precision, but they were few in number for a wall that long. "Where are we now? A mythical farm?" the prince asked, his tone suspicious. I trailed off, tilting my head to get a better look at the soldiers and the massive fortifications. My gaze swept over the structure and the surrounding land, taking it all in with a sense of pride I hadn't expected to feel. My fortress. "I had a bigger castle," the prince quipped, his tone as smug as ever. "This? Quite small. And the enchantments, sloppy work at best." I rolled my eyes, shaking my head as I started toward the nearest gate. The soldiers on the wall seemed to stiffen at my approach, their patrols slowing just enough to give me the impression they were assessing me, or maybe just trying to figure out who the heck I was. "Hush you," I muttered under my breath, adjusting the straps of my stolen bags. "There wasn't even a wall here a week ago. I can't believe this." The closer I got to the gate, the more the enormity of the wall hit me. The faint shimmer of wards lined the edges, functional, though not perfect. It was a start, at least. "Maybe we have a chance of stopping Irwin here," I added, almost to myself, as I reached the open gate. Nobody was stopping me. Book 273. The Banner's Weight. I reached the open gate, and nobody was stopping me. As impressive as the wall was, what was beyond it blew my mind. The fort it connected to was a sprawling mixture of sturdy stones and the tiered elegance of a citadel from the Far East, like smashing several building styles together. I bet that's what happened. Lucas left them to build whatever. I couldn't stop the grin at my lips as I watched the stone walls which bristled with watchtowers, while curving roofs adorned with weird carvings gave the structure a bizarre silhouette. Wooden beams supported decorative eaves designed in basic tones, contrasting with the stone's cool gray. There were even narrow courtyards and sloping paths weaving between barracks, stables, and armories. It was easily larger than the one he'd been stationed at as a sergeant. That fort could host an imperial doe and a brigade, but this looked like it could house an entire division. Lucas is crazy. I walked in awe and took in the air that smelled of freshly hewn wood and damp stone, mixing with the tang of iron from the nearby forge. Players had turned the area into a bustling marketplace, their voices rising in a chatter of haggling and laughing. Hundreds of them mingled around, selling pelts, herbs, and other loot drops from the nearby leveling zones. Yeah, the reason I picked this location. Prime leveling places nearby, pretty central location. I said out loud, half to myself. The prince, of course, took it as if I were addressing him. Not a terrible place. Erwin will torch it, though, he said. Ever the optimist, this one. I ignored him and let my gaze wander over the crowd, observing the activity that filled the makeshift village. Most of them were human, likely refugees from the elven starting villages or migrants seeking safety as rumors of the invading army spread. Here and there, I spotted familiar faces from my brief visits to villages, and even a player who tried to sell me the overpriced pelt of my enemies. I couldn't help but smile. Step 1. Recognize people. Step 2. Maybe talk to them someday. Impressive, though, the prince continued, his tone begrudgingly curious as I walked toward my fort. They built all these houses in how long? A few days? The people from your world are what? Hyperactive builders? I giggled, shaking my head as I stepped around a vendor peddling what looked suspiciously like wolf meat labeled as prime beast cuts. Weird how a few quests can motivate people, eh? The prince huffed, clearly unimpressed. Motivation, perhaps. But will their shoddy craftsmanship withstand what's coming? Oh, hush, I muttered, rolling my eyes as the fort's shadow loomed over me. Whatever doubts I had, I couldn't deny that the sight of a bustling, thriving community made the looming battle seem a little less daunting. As I reached the front of the fort, my breath hitched, my heart ached, and before I could stop them, tears welled in my eyes. There it was, a banner so massive it could overshadow even a sovereign height, billowing proudly in the wind. Magic lights illuminated it like a beacon in the dusk, and on it, my crest, my snowflake crest. The detail was flawless, delicate lines of frosty blue inscribed into the background. The sheer size and brilliance of it made my knees weak. It always wanted this, always. Back on the test servers, I had titles, sure, but they were fleeting. Wiped away every few weeks with the resets, like writing on sand before the tide came in. But this was permanent. This was mine. Yes, I whispered, my voice breaking as the tears spilled over. I pressed my hands to my mouth, trying to stifle the sobs that came anyway. Everything that had happened today, crazy, chaotic, and exhausting, paled at this feeling. I made it. For a fleeting moment, joy consumed me. Pride warmed my chest, swelling until I thought it might burst. But as quickly as it came, an icy fear gripped me, freezing that joy in its tracks. My breath caught again, but this time it wasn't from awe. It was terror. This is real. The thought hit me like a tidal wave. I wasn't John anymore. I wasn't the awkward guy hiding behind a glass of whiskey. No, I was Charlie. And Charlie wasn't just an avatar. She was a person. A whole person, with her own life, identity, and story. My old life? Gone. I staggered slightly, gripping the edge of the fort for support as the realization tightened its grip. John was a memory, a phantom. And the person standing here staring at that snowflake crest with tears in her eyes wasn't him. Not me. The thought paralyzed me. It was too much, too heavy. The weight of it pressed down on my chest, making it hard to breathe. I stood there, trembling, as the banner fluttered above me, each snap of the fabric in the wind a reminder of how far I'd come and how far I'd left behind. Last week, I was nursing a whiskey and whining to Patrick about my brewing job termination. Fast forward a single week, and here I was, standing before a fortress that bore my banner. It's too much, I whispered, choking on the words as the sobs broke free. The prince's voice snapped through my mind, sharp and suspicious. Has someone cast a fear spell on you? Who was it? I can see them. I let out a weak, humorless laugh. No, nothing like that, I managed between gulps of air. I just realized a few things. Women, the prince scoffed. All the same. Overthinking everything. Get over it. Woman. That word struck harder than his dismissal. I stood there, trembling, as the banner rippled and snapped in the wind above me. Its fluttering edges seemed to slice through the last lingering shreds of the man I used to be. John. A blurry image of my old self flickered in my mind, hunched over a bar, grumbling about life's unfairness. That wasn't all, though. John had mastered the way of the sword, had faced mythical beasts, one-on-one, and triumphed. Slayer of the toughest creatures, the best exploiter in Rimelion, a legend among testers. But with every snap of the banner, every glimmer of the snowflake crest catching the sunlight, that image faded. Not gone completely, but shifting into the background. I wasn't John anymore. I was becoming something else, someone else. A part of John would always remain, whispering in the back of my mind, the taste of whiskey, the memory of exploits, the foundation of who I once was. But that wasn't my story anymore. And that banner? It told me so. And as overwhelming as that was, the realization didn't bring relief. It didn't bring joy. It brought a hollow ache in my chest, like mourning a shadow you barely recognize but can't let go of. I plopped down onto a log likely dragged here by one of the industrious players, and let the world quiet around me. The hum of activity in the area faded into the background as I wrestled with my thoughts, chewing on the chaos of the day. Riker. Insufferable, yes, but also an ally, I admitted begrudgingly. As much as I hated giving him credit, he was the key. If his wild theory about this world being more than just a game held any weight, he might just lead me to the answers I needed. And Erwin. If my gut was right, she was my mother, somehow. The connection felt like a splinter lodged deep in my brain, impossible to ignore. But how or why? That was a riddle I'd have to solve myself. The looming battle felt like the perfect time to get answers, to prove to her and to myself who I really was, not her daughter, not who she thinks I am, but me. The more I mulled it over, the more plans took shape. Each piece slid into place like a puzzle, aligning perfectly. The swirling mess in my chest stilled, replaced by a growing confidence, a sense of purpose. I stood abruptly, brushing off the dust from my dress. Prince, the first thing we need to do is ensure the battle with Erwin is one where we leave everything on the battlefield, I said aloud, my voice firm. The prince scoffed in my mind, but I could feel his amusement. Spoken like a true royal, despite being a pretender. I smirked, the sting of his jab rolling off me like a fifth whiskey. Pretender or not, you're stuck with me, so let's make it count. The moment I stepped into the fort's entrance, I felt a shift in the air. A tension mingled with the clinking sounds of armor and muted chatter. The soldiers inside moved with purpose, attending to tasks that varied from sharpening weapons to huddling over something spread on weathered tables. The main building immediately caught my eye. Its weird stone facade and the heavy, ironclad doors gave off the air of authority. The place someone important, like me for instance, would hole up in. Naturally, I made my way there. Two soldiers flanked the door, casually chatting, their postures relaxed but their eyes alert. As I approached, their conversation tapered off, and I could feel their gazes sweep over me, appraising and skeptical. Before I could reach the door, I was stopped by a woman who stepped in my path. Her armor was polished to perfection, and on her right breastplate was my crest, a snowflake painted in icy blue and silver. On her left side sat the imperial crest, of course. The sight of my crest hit me like a large tip. She raised a gauntleted hand, palm out. Sorry, but nobody outside of the military is allowed inside. I couldn't stop the grin that spread across my face. My soldiers? Yes, I'm aware, I said evenly, though the prince's amused chuckle in my mind made me hesitant. No messing here. That would be pretender behavior. So, I went for clarity. My name is Princess Charlie, and I own this fort. This is my signet ring as proof. I held out my hand, letting the ring catch the magic light, showing the same crest as on her armor or the banner outside. Please, let me inside, or fetch someone who can verify. The woman's eyes flicked to the ring, and her expression chilled. Her gaze darted between my face and the ring. Then, with a sharp intake of breath, she cursed under her breath. Damn! She reached into a pouch at her side and pulled out a silver coin, tossing it to the second soldier, who caught it mid-air with a satisfied grin. You won, she muttered to him, before turning her attention back to me. And for you, lady, she said, her tone annoyed. Pretending to be an imperial noble is a high offense. Be glad I'm feeling generous today, despite losing my bet. The prince's laughter rang out in my mind, smug and thoroughly enjoying my predicament. Pretender indeed. I rolled my eyes internally, my patience fraying as I kept my expression serene. I assure you, I said, keeping my voice calm, I am no pretender. Now, are you going to let me pass, please, or can you call someone who can verify my ring? The soldier's expression turned more irritated for a moment. You will be punished if... She glanced again at the ring and let out a sigh. Wait here, she said curtly, before turning to her companion and gesturing for him to head inside. As he moved to fetch someone, I could still hear the prince's voice in my head, practically cackling. Pretend, they said. How fitting for the pretender. He might as well embrace the title. Do you ever stop? I muttered under my breath, but I couldn't help the faint smirk tugging at the corners of my mouth. Book 274. First day in office. It was surprising how quickly things were moving now. Within moments, the guard returned with a man who looked like someone important. No armor, no insignia, just fine, tailored clothing that could have easily matched the wealthiest of merchants he'd seen outside the fort. He moved with purpose, his footsteps confident. As he approached, he bowed low, his movement as fluid as those wishing to impress a girl at the bar. "Good evening, miss," he greeted, his voice smooth. "May I see your ring?" Of course, I couldn't just stand there, not after that bow. My body, trained for moments like this, responded before my brain could catch up. I curtsied, a small but practiced dip, and extended my hand for him to examine the ring. I let it catch the light just so. Since when did I know how to curtsy? It felt natural now, but I couldn't help but be unsettled. Was it something I picked up during questing in the palace? Or, the man, noticing the flicker of my hesitation, smiled warmly but didn't let it distract him. Like the elite Imperial Guard, he cast a spell over the ring, a flash of arcane energy, and then his eyes flicked from the ring to my tiara. He paused for a moment too long, really looking at my clothes now, as if noticing something more than he had at first glance. A stunned silence fell over him. His mouth went slack for a moment before he quickly regained his composure. Confirmed. As he said that, the guard who refused my entry, with a suddenness that made the man flinch, dropped to one knee. "Lady Charlie, I beg for forgiveness," she said, her voice sincere. I couldn't help but feel a strange mix of satisfaction and discomfort. This is getting ridiculous, I thought. Even so, I had to smile. "Oh, bummer," the prince commented in my head, his tone dripping with mock exasperation. "I suppose you're really a good pretender." I shot a mental glare at the prince, not exactly thrilled with how things were playing out, but I wasn't about to admit that. Instead, I let out a soft sigh and waved my hand dismissively at the guard. "Rise, please. Therese, no need for that. I commend you for dutifully guarding." "Lady, welcome to East Clipper. I'm the Imperial Attaché here," the man said with a polished bow. "Imperial Doan, Commander Mila will be glad to finally meet you." He hesitated, choosing his words carefully. "Let's just say, has been growing nervous, thinking you weren't interested in." He shook his head as if brushing away the thought. Better for him to explain. "If I may?" He gestured ahead, inviting me to follow. "Yes, thank you," I replied with a polite smile. But before moving, I turned back toward the guard who'd initially barred my way. She was still standing stiffly, trying to blend into the background. "What's your name?" I asked, keeping my tone light but curious as her status popped up in my peripheral view. "Guard Levy. 10. Type. 1 common HP. 1731733 Alma, lady," she said, bowing deeply again. I tilted my head slightly, scanning her over. She was low level, and her title was common standard for the rank and file. Maybe I could do something about that? My thoughts drifted to the palace's many guardrooms, always filled with soldiers bustling about. But one detail stood out. My quarters had no dedicated guard. "I don't have anyone guarding my office when I'm there," I said thoughtfully, my gaze briefly lingering on her armor. It was well maintained. She clearly took her obligations seriously. "How would you feel about becoming my personal guard?" Her eyes widened in surprise, and for a moment she seemed too stunned to respond. The attaché, however, wasn't having it. His professional demeanor cracked just slightly as irritation bled into his voice. "The lady asked you a question. You should be grateful she's offering rather than commanding you. Now answer." Alma immediately dropped to one knee, her voice trembling. "Yes, lady, I swear." "Not now, not here," I interrupted, raising a hand to stop her. Even I knew the protocol for such ceremonies, and this wasn't the time or place for it. Was she living under a rock? There's a proper time and setting for these things. We'll do it right when the moment comes. For now, let's keep moving. Speaking like a noble is stupid. I want to curse. Bleh. She hesitated for half a beat before rising, her face flushed with embarrassment, but also a flicker of pride. As we began walking, the attaché's steps were sharper than before, his annoyance clear. I caught him shooting Alma a glare as if her earlier hesitation had personally offended him. Relax, I said to him, keeping my tone casual but firm. She's fine. A little overwhelmed, maybe, but who wouldn't be? He pressed his lips into a thin line but nodded. Of course, lady. Shall we continue? I followed him inside, Alma trailing behind us like a shadow. The fort was enormous, but its design gave me a weird sense of familiarity. It was as if the walls whispered secrets I already knew, like the stools after the 10th whiskey. The Empire's obsession with standardized designs clearly extended further than I thought. So much so that I intuitively knew where to go. Even the attaché seemed surprised when I stopped at a fork in the corridor and pointed confidently down the left path. I believe the ruler's office is this way. He blinked at me, visibly taken aback. You must have been to Imperial forts before. His tone shifted from formal to impressed, and a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. I have, I said with a small nod, letting my lips curve into a sweet smile. I dabbled in the Imperial military and studied the art of war. The statement was technically true, though probably not in the way he imagined. The Battle of the Northern Insurgency had taught me more about strategy and fort logistics than any school could have. Splendid! His sudden enthusiasm felt almost comical as he gave a short, respectful bow. Then it seems my guidance is unnecessary. Do you require my assistance? I shook my head politely, and his mood visibly brightened. Very well, lady. I'll attend to my duties elsewhere, he said, pivoting gracefully and disappearing down the opposite hallway. Well, Alma, let's go, I guess, I said, letting my tone dip into the casual as I opened the friend window. The blinking mess of notifications was practically screaming for attention, and it was time to face the chaos. Alma whispered something under her breath, but I didn't catch it as I began scrolling. Requests. Thousands of them. You finally ditched that snob, the prince chimed in, his tone interwoven with smug satisfaction. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. Talking back to him in front of Alma would only make me look unhinged. Instead, I focused on the person I actually needed. Ah, there. LL wants to add you as a friend. Charlie, Lola. Zoe for leaving so abruptly. Elra, thanks for adding me. It is no problem. Charlie, yup, if you are near the fort, ask for me. Elro, we'll be there shortly. I should stop writing like this. But it's so fun. With that sorted, I closed the window and turned my attention back to the fort. As expected, the ruler's office was smack in the center. What I wasn't expecting was the bizarre architectural choice. The inner walls were polished white stone, a blunt contrast to the rough gray of the outside. Weird. Definitely something to ask Lucas about later. Here we go, I said with a grin, pushing open the door. Alma followed closely, her expression neutral, though her eyes darted around, taking in every detail. I, on the other hand, let out an uncontrollable giggle. If the Northern Duke saw this, his head would pop clean off like a bottle cork. The room was as bare bones as it got. A single basic window overlooked the Sandiu Han, the parade ground we all called it. The kind of place where commanders and nobles observed hold in the offices, silently judging your every step. At least it wasn't the obstacle course. There was no vanity, no luxury whatsoever, just two functional tables with uncomfortable-looking chairs and an overwhelming sense of meh. And of course, a closet full of paperwork. Well, I said, turning to Alma with a casual smirk, this is underwhelming. Sorry, lady, Alma said quickly, her tone defensive. I held up a hand to stop her and plopped down on the chair at the main table. Positioned right in front of the window, it had the advantage of blinding any visitors who dared face me directly. I know, I said with a sigh, leaning back. Well, I was the one who asked for this, remember? I drummed my fingers on the table. Could you fetch someone to deliver news around? You mean a messenger? Alma asked, her brows furrowing slightly. Exactly. Or just someone I can order around, I joked, though the way she took it at face value made me regret it immediately. It's going to take a while to get used to this. Okay, let's get this over with, I muttered to myself, shifting in the uncomfortable chair. As Alma left, I returned to the endless stream of friend requests, methodically declining them while keeping an eye out for any names that might stand out. The first 200, completely ordinary players, random adventurers, traders, and farmers. Or maybe they were secretly powerhouses in disguise, but honestly, who could remember them all? Finally, a name caught my attention, Luminaria. A small smile tugged at the corner of my lips. The lightning prodigy herself, or she will be. If my memory served, her family was one of Rimelion's powerhouses, all top-tier players. The kind you didn't mess with unless you had a death wish. All famous. Despite Luminaria being one of the best lightning mages, she wasn't even the strongest mage in her family. That led to, well, that infamous Rimecon scandal in 10 years or so. Maybe I could help her avoid that, I mused, my fingers hovering over the accept button. Let's help. I pressed it, and, as if summoned, there was a sharp knock on the door. Yes, I called out. Lady, I have found them! Alma's voice was bright with excitement as she strode in, accompanied by 2 young men and a woman. They looked a little nervous but stood at attention, clearly ready for whatever was about to happen. Ah, messengers. The lowest rank in the Imperial military here. Barely above recruits. They all looked eager though. Okay, give me a second. I motioned for Alma to step closer. We have a quartermaster, right? Yes, lady, she said with a bow. Great. I waved her toward the door. Wait outside and guard the door. Oh, and Alma? I smiled, leaning back in my chair. Consider yourself officially the head of my personal guard. Her face went through a range of emotions, shock, disbelief, and then something akin to pride. She bowed again, this time lower than before. Yes, lady. Thank you. Alma Liv, 10. Type 3 rare HP 2201. It worked. A success. Good. Now go guard, I said, making a shooing motion. She hesitated for a moment, then turned and disappeared into the hallway. As for the 3 recruits, they stood stiffly, waiting for orders. Their wide eyes reminded me of fresh academy grads I got to yell at as a sergeant. Right, I said, rising slightly from my chair and scanning them, fetching supplies from the closet. Please wait a moment, I need to draft some letters. Yes, lady. They all yelled in unison, so loudly my ears rang. Okay, let's tone it down a notch, I said, wincing slightly. I'm not deaf yet. They fumbled over themselves to apologize, and I just shook my head with a small smile, settling back into the chair. This is going to be interesting. Book 2 Towers 75. The Scary Lady. With the supplies laid out before me, I braced myself to power through this before I could crawl into bed. Writing letters wasn't exactly my idea of a thrilling evening, but it had to be done. First up, creating the personal guard position. Officially, in the palace, guards were chosen by some overly complex special nominee system that only a sadist could have designed. It involved layers of bureaucracy so tangled you'd need a map, a translator, and probably a therapist to navigate. But here, no red tape, no pointless committee debates. Just me, my pen, and my complete lack of experience doing things the right way. I kept it simple. I empower Alma as my captain of the guard, with a neat flick of the quill. Yes, a quill. I signed the letter, pressing my seal onto the parchment for that extra layer of officialness. Position of guard captain filled. I blinked at the notification. Wait, this system actually tracks that? My lips twitched upward in a faint smirk. This version of the system was practically spoon-feeding me like a baby bird. No complicated rituals or endless approvals. Just, bam, you're captain now. Kind of refreshing, actually. Curious, I tried experimenting. Employees? List? Guard? I mentally called out for some kind of roster to pop up, but nothing happened. Not even a spark. Well, worth a shot. Guess this isn't that user-friendly, it's buggy. Pretender to be pretender. A voice murmured in my mind. What was that? I whispered. I need to sleep. Don't wake me up. He sounded exhausted. Have I used his powers too much? Satisfied with the letter, I hoped Alma would get the respect she deserved. Not from me, obviously. I wouldn't respect myself either, not with how slapdash this process felt. But maybe the soldiers around here were more disciplined than it ever been. Good luck, Alma. Next up, another letter for Alma. This one was to the quartermaster, instructing them to issue her proper armor. Something better than the standard-issue clunk she was wearing now. The last thing I needed was my brand new captain being mistaken for a random soldier. Or worse, losing a fight because her gear was a joke. I pressed my seal onto that one too. Done, I muttered, stacking it neatly. Hopefully, the quartermaster doesn't throw a tantrum. The third letter was for Imperial Doan Commander Mila. I owed him one well, owed him an apology at least. He'd dumped the entire defense of the fort on his shoulders while I wasn't around. and he was probably 2 steps away from mutiny. Can't blame him, really. I kept it professional, inviting him to meet me in the strategy room in an hour to discuss defense planning. Translation: it'll let him scream at me for a while and then, well, strategize. Seal pressed. Letter done. I handed it to one of the couriers standing awkwardly nearby. "Do you know Mila?" I asked, keeping my tone neutral. "Of course, lady," he yelled, grabbing the letter like it was a prized artifact. He spun around to dash off, only to immediately trip over the doorframe. With a yelp and a spectacular flail of limbs, he disappeared into the hallway, leaving behind only the faint echo of his clattering footsteps. I stared at the open door, blinking in disbelief. What the hell just happened? From her post outside, Alma turned to look at me, her face mirroring my confusion. Our eyes met, and for a moment, neither of us said anything. Then, as if deciding she'd rather not know, Alma slowly reached out and closed the door. Good call. I exhaled a long breath and slumped back in my chair, rubbing my temples. This fort's going to be the death of me, I muttered. But despite the chaos, a small smile crept onto my lips. Things were messy, sure, but I was finding my rhythm. Sort of. The imperial attaché, the nameless idiot of polished clothing and inflated ego, needed to be part of the defense's discussion. As much as I hated the idea of including someone who practically oozed smug superiority, his input might actually matter. If nothing else, having him in the room would keep him from complaining later that I'd ignored his oh-so-important perspective. I hate politics. I sighed, my pen hovering over the parchment. What was his name? Did he even tell me? Probably not. He had the same air of self-importance as those snobs back in the palace, the ones who loved titles more than they loved breathing. My fingers tapped idly against the desk as I debated how to address him. Eventually, I settled for the vague but polite approach, to the imperial attaché. The letter itself was short and to the point. An invitation to join the meeting with Commander Mila in 1 hour and a half. Half an hour felt fair enough time for Mila to yell at me uninterrupted before the attaché sauntered in with whatever grand ideas he had. With the letter signed and sealed, I glanced up at another courier lingering near the table. She looked young, probably not much older than the others, and she stood at stiff attention like a recruit waiting for a drill sergeant's wrath. Her wide eyes flicked nervously between me and the letter in my hand. "Could you deliver this to the imperial attaché?" I asked, holding out the letter. She nodded so quickly it was almost comical, her enthusiasm shining off her in waves. "This isn't time-sensitive," I added, watching her closely. "If you can get it to him within half an hour, that's fine." Her face split into a wide grin, and she nodded again, so fast I half expected her head to pop off. Without a single word, she darted forward, snatched the letter from my hand, and bolted for the door like a clean priestess fleeing a mudwolf. I blinked, stunned by the sudden burst of energy. Okay?" I muttered, watching her disappear down the hall at a dead sprint. The door swung slightly in her wake, creaking on its hinges as it settled back into place. Why are they all running like their lives depend on it? Did someone spread a rumor about me being terrifying? Outside, Alma peeked into the room, her expression a mix of concern and bemusement. Our eyes met, and I gestured vaguely toward the hallway. "Is this normal?" I asked, pointing in the direction the courier had fled. Alma tilted her head, considering the question. Then, with the same deliberate slowness as before, she reached out and closed the door. "Guess that's her." "Yes." I glanced at the last courier, who looked like he was about to faint from sheer nerves. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his hands were trembling, and he had the unmistakable air of someone about to face the firing squad. "Why are they running so fast?" I asked, keeping my tone casual but firm enough to draw a straight answer. His eyes widened in pure panic. "Please don't throw me in the dungeon," he blurted, his words tumbling out like a dam breaking. "I'm new here, I'm not that good at fighting, and I swear I'll do better." I blinked, momentarily stunned by the outburst. Then, with a groan, I pinched the bridge of my nose and massaged my face. "Soldier," I said, forcing myself to adopt a more composed tone as I looked him in the eye. "Why would I throw you in a dungeon? It's not a punishment. It's for fighting monsters and improving skills, not whatever you think this is." He hesitated, still breathing heavily like he'd just sprinted a marathon. But Sir Lucas said he trailed off, gulping audibly before rushing to explain. He said, If we don't fulfill our roles, you get furious and punish us. I froze for a moment, staring at him in disbelief. Lucas, you son of a… Deep breath. Stay calm. It worked, didn't it? The fort, the wall, all of it was done. But seriously? Using me as a boogeyman? I let out a slow exhale, forcing a small smile to my lips. Soldier, there's no punishment today, I said evenly, waving a hand toward the door. You may go. I don't have any more letters for you. His relief was almost comical. Thank you, lady, he gasped, backing out of the room so quickly he nearly tripped over his own feet. The sound of his hurried footsteps echoed down the hallway, accompanied by the faint wheezing of someone desperately trying to catch their breath. Before Alma could close the door again, I called out, Alma, come in. Yes, lady, she asked hesitantly, stepping inside with the caution usually reserved for bomb disposal. I studied her for a moment, leaning back in my chair. You may be able to help yourself, but first, I need some answers. Is my reputation scary? I asked, raising an eyebrow. What was that idiot Lucas telling people about me? Her gaze shifted to the window, avoiding mine, and she seemed to choose her words carefully. He said you have a short temper, she admitted slowly, dragging the words out like they might explode if handled too quickly, and that you punish people for doing a poor job. I groaned, slumping forward onto the desk. Figures, I muttered, letting my forehead rest against the cool wood for a moment before sitting up straight again. And everyone just believed him? Alma hesitated, then nodded. Well, you weren't here, and he was, so, in the scary, absent overlord with a reputation for doom. I sighed, leaning back and running a hand through my hair. Great. Fantastic. Just what I needed. Alma looked uncertain, like she wasn't sure if she should agree or disagree, so she just stayed silent, standing stiffly by the door. Alma, I said, folding my arms and giving her a pointed look. Do I look like someone who'd throw people into a dungeon for being bad at their jobs? She blinked, caught off guard, and fidgeted with the edge of her gauntlet. No, lady, not exactly. Then why does everyone think I'm some rage-fueled overlord punishing people left and right? I spread my hands wide in exasperation. Details, please. Alma hesitated, glancing out the window again as though the answer might be written in the sky. He told the soldiers that, You're quick to anger, she began, her words careful and drawn out, and that you have very high standards. He said anyone who doesn't meet them gets well. She trailed off, her eyes darting nervously to my expression. I arched an eyebrow. Gets what? Thrown into the dungeon, she finished in a rush, wincing like she expected me to lash out, or forced to do extra drills until they collapse. I stared at her, then buried my face in my hands with a groan. Fantastic, I muttered, my voice muffled. Alma shuffled awkwardly, clearly unsure whether she should respond or wait for me to finish venting. I peeked at her between my fingers and sighed. All right, let's set the record straight. 1. I'm not throwing anyone into the dungeon unless they're, actively sabotaging the fort. And even then, it's a last resort. 2. I'm not here to terrify people into working. Lucas might have thought that was a great motivational tool, but I'm not about to rule by fear. I leaned back, giving her a smile. Tell me, Alma, does that sound fair? She blinked, then gave a hesitant nod. Yes, lady, very fair. Good, spread the word. I waved a hand toward the door. Tell the other guards, the dungeon's for monsters, not humans, and if anyone has a problem or suggestion, they can bring it to me directly. I'm not as scary as Lucas wants people to think. Yes, lady, Alma said quickly, bowing her head. She hesitated for a moment before adding, But, if I may, lady, his methods got results. Of course they did, I grumbled, rolling my eyes. Fear works great until it doesn't. Then everyone hates you, and you end up alone in your castle, wondering why nobody wants to come to your birthday party. Alma blinked, clearly unsure how to respond to that, so she just nodded again and turned to leave. And Alma, I called after her. She paused at the door, looking back expectantly. Thanks for telling me. I appreciate the honesty. A faint smile tugged at her lips. You're welcome, lady. She turned to leave, but something clicked in my brain. Wait a second. I forgot something. Wait! I called out louder than I intended. Stupid Lucas, derailing me again with his dungeon nonsense. Alma froze mid-step, glancing back at me with clear hesitation. Yes, lady. I grabbed Alma's papers from the stack on my desk and slid them across the table toward her. The weird sound of the parchment against wood filled the room. This, I said, tapping the paper with my finger, is what you show anyone who questions your authority. You have it now, and with that authority, you'll recruit 10 soldiers. I leaned forward slightly, fixing her with a pointed look. I don't care who you pick. I trust you'll choose wisely. These will be our personal guard. Her eyes widened, and for a moment she just stared at me like I'd handed her a crown instead of paperwork. Her surprise was almost cute, but I wasn't about to let her stand there gawking. Don't just stand there, pick up the letters, I said, shaking my head with an amused grin. Oh, and before you start recruiting, make sure you get the best armor you can from the quartermaster. That's another letter, I added, gesturing toward the pile of parchment. Sound good? Alma blinked a few times, her mouth opening as if to say something, but instead she dropped to one knee with a sharp thud and bowed deeply. It's an honor, my lady. The sincerity in her voice caught me off guard for a moment. My grin softened, becoming more genuine, and I waved a hand to dismiss the formalities. All right, enough bowing. Get to work, Captain Alma. We've got a lot to do, and I'm running on fumes here. She rose quickly, clutching the letters to her chest as if they were about to disappear, and gave me a nod that was equal parts determination and nervous excitement. Without another word, she turned and left the room, her steps purposeful. As the door clicked shut behind her, I leaned back in my chair with a sigh. I want to go to a dungeon. Book 276. Paper Tigers. The next half an hour was ripped straight from my worst nightmares. An overly enthusiastic assistant, barely containing their glee, showed up with a mountain of paperwork. Apparently, my long-awaited arrival wasn't to inspire troops or lead daring strategies. It was to fill forms, approve requests, mediate disputes between people I'd never met over things I didn't care about, write to my idiot mage Lucas to come here. By the time there was a knock on the door, I was ready to throw the entire stack of papers out the window and call it a day. Come in, I called out, trying not to sound too desperate for a distraction. When the door opened, I froze. Standing there was someone who looked almost exactly like Lola, down to her bright eyes, delicate features, and the way her lips tilted up in a subtle, familiar smile. My heart practically leapt out of my chest. The cavalry is here, Lola, I yelled, shooting out of my chair so fast it wobbled dangerously. I rushed forward and hugged her tightly, my earlier misery forgotten. So nice to see you. She awkwardly returned the hug, patting my back like someone comforting a toddler mid-tantrum. When I finally let her go, I stepped back to take a good look at her. She wasn't wearing armor. In fact, her clothes were far from practical. Instead, she was dressed in a well-tailored attire that screamed fashionable but functional. The outfit that could turn heads at a courtly banquet or a high-stakes business meeting. Still slightly higher than me, but my heels compensated for that. You look amazing, Lola, I said, grinning from ear to ear. Really fancy. Did you raid the royal wardrobe or something? She blinked at me, her expression bordering on confusion. Before she could respond, I pressed on. But what's your class? Warrior, mage, or something else? Understanding dawned on her face, and a faint blush crept up her cheeks. Ah, that's what you mean, she said, rubbing the back of her neck sheepishly. I switched to a managing role. Thought it might be better suited for me. I was hoping to land a nice job. Then I met you. I couldn't help but laugh. Well, you did, I said, gesturing dramatically to the mountain of paperwork on my desk. Just look at all this. It's a bureaucratic paradise. My voice dripped with irony, but the glint in her eye told me, i.e., miscalculated. Her gaze shifted to the pile of papers, and her face lit up like a kid on their birthday. I can't wait, she said, her grin wide and unmistakably genuine. I blinked, caught completely off guard. Who gets excited about paperwork? Well, Lola, I said, shaking my head with a chuckle. You're hired. If anyone can tackle this disaster and stay sane, it's you. I hire you as my steward. Player El Oloa is now your steward. What the hell? Her eyes widened, her surprise almost comical. Just like that, she asked, blinking at me like it just declared the last call was on the house. I guess so, I said, flashing her a mischievous grin. Now it's your turn to tell me what's proper and why. That's your job now. I winked as I flopped back into my chair, the wood creaking under the sudden impact. I hate this, I added with a dramatic pout, crossing my arms like a petulant child. I understand, lady. Most people are like you, she said with a smile, already reaching for the stack of papers on my desk. May I? I gestured for her to go ahead, more than happy to relinquish the cursed pile. Be my guest. As she took the stack, she tilted her head thoughtfully. The system gave me some authority, so I'll start by familiarizing myself with the tools it provides. And, she added with a small, confident smile, I've read on imperial efficiency, so I already have a few ideas. I paused, glancing out the window to where a few guards were practicing drills in the courtyard below. Poor lads. I've read it too, I said casually. Her head shot up so fast I thought she might get whiplash. You did, lady? She asked, sounding genuinely shocked. It's over 1,000 pages of dry language. Shaking my head, I gave her a small grin. I used to be a tester, Lola, and as a tester, I had to test everything. That includes the Imperial Court and all its bureaucratic insanity. A shiver ran down my spine as the memory surfaced. The hoops you have to jump through there just to get a sword repaired are enough to make me drink double. Lola raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. She was already reading something on her system interface, her fingers swiping at the air as she navigated the menus. It can't be that bad, she said, her tone firm. It's called efficiency for a reason. I couldn't help but laugh, the sound bubbling out before I could stop it. Oh, really? I leaned forward, propping my elbows on the desk. Here is how it works. Raising one finger, I started. First, your boss has to sign a form. Then, you need a detailed report of where the sword got shipped, followed by an estimate from the ironworks on how much the repair will cost. I grinned at her, raising another finger. Next, you need a confirmation from the junior member of procurement, signed by their superior, and a letter explaining why you need your sword repaired and what you're using it for. I paused for breath as I added, and, of course, it all has to be signed by your superior or the person who ordered you to use the sword in the first place. I still love the Empire despite that. Reform from inside, right? Lola's mouth fell open, her system menu momentarily forgotten. That she trailed off, clearly struggling to find the words. Ridiculous, exhausting, completely insane? I offered, leaning back again with a smirk. Yeah, it works when you're trying to arm an Imperial dome. But here's the thing. The process is the same whether you're repairing one sword or 100,000. Lola stared at me, her disbelief written all over her face. For a moment, she was completely silent. Then, with a soft laugh, she shook her head and went back to skimming through her interface. Well, she said after a while, her tone light but determined, let's see if we can make your court a little less efficient. Good luck, I said with a grin, leaning back in my chair and folding my hands behind my head, relaxing while I could. You're going to need it. I'm hopeless. What are you planning to do, lady? She asked as she finished fiddling with her system interface and picked up the first sheet from the stack. She didn't look up, but there was a curiosity in her voice. I bet you're craving adventure. I leaned back, letting out a dramatic sigh. I have this shiny new legendary skill, and I really want to try it out in a fight. Like, really. My voice took on an almost wistful tone, my fingers drumming idly on the desk, but I drew the word out, groaning. I'm way too tired right now. So that's tomorrow's agenda. And today? What's on the grand agenda? She asked, finishing first paper already. You see, I replied with a smile, my gaze drifting to the only door that didn't lead outside. Her brow furrowed as she followed my line of sight. Wait, is that a toilet? I nodded solemnly. Technically, the proper term is garderobe. Lola made a face, half doubtful and half disgusted. I still can't believe they force us to do this. More realism, I guess. I didn't respond. Instead, I headed for the door and entered the facilities, doing my best to avoid thinking about the cesspit below. Some things were better left unexamined. In the imperial capital, Nare Maison, in the dimly lit chamber, Count Itzel knelt before an imposing older man clad in an ornate cloak, the intricate embroidery marking him as a duke of high standing. His head bowed low and his tone deferential. Duke, the investigation is complete. We've confirmed the origin. The Duke didn't respond immediately. His gaze wandered to the tapestry adorning the wall beside them, a masterwork of magic. Its threads shimmered faintly, a living record of the Empire's noble hierarchy. He reached out, his fingers brushing the fabric, feeling the faint hum of enchantment. The names were woven into the tapestry with meticulous care, and his hand traced a path from the title Duke downward to a freshly added name. Baroness Charlie. Are you certain it was her? He asked at last, his voice heavy, laden with both curiosity and a sense of obligation. His hand lingered over the name as though weighing its implications. I owe him a debt, one I thought long forgotten. He came to collect. The Count lifted his head, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. It was her. She activated the obelisk. We couldn't pinpoint the exact location, but it wasn't within Imperial territory. It's in the Gefahrlander. The proximity to our borders allowed us to detect the energy. Gefahrlander. The Duke let out a weary sigh, his hand dropping to his side. A fitting place for such an artifact? Very well. I'll lend my support to the Emperor's faction and his decision. His gaze sharpened, and his tone turned resolute. And I'll ensure it's you who is sent. Itzel's grin widened, a flash of something vicious in his expression as he rose to his feet. Thank you, sir. I won't disappoint you. The Duke studied him for a moment, his expression unreadable. Then, with a faint nod, he turned back to the tapestry, his fingers tracing the shimmering threads once more. When I returned, Lola was still shaking her head, clearly baffled by the state of Rimelion sanitation. Come on, I said, gesturing for her to follow me. Time for the main event. We made our way to the war room, or the planning room, or whatever fancy name they called it here. Inside, a massive table dominated the center of the room, and on it lay a map so detailed it made my jaw drop. The craftsmanship was incredible. Rivers meandered through valleys, forests stretched in textured greens, and even the fort we stood in was marked with precision. The map spanned the entire surrounding region, down to individual hills and clearings. Whoever had made this was clearly an artist. Unlike me, I could barely draw a straight line. Before I could fully appreciate the map, the door slammed open with enough force to make me flinch. A military man stormed in, exuding authority with every step. His walk was deliberate, his polished armor gleaming under the room's lanterns, and his face had an expression of tightly controlled anger. Just as I'd expected. Ah, Imperial Doan, Commander Mila, I said smoothly, pretending I hadn't just jumped a little. Thank you for joining us. This is my steward, Lola. Lola, ever composed, performed a flawless bow, and then stepped back into the shadows like she'd mastered the art of vanishing into the background. Commander Mila was decidedly unimpressed. Better than yelling, I guess. He strode forward, each step heavy with intent, until he stood directly in front of me. He was tall, stupidly tall. I had to tilt my head back just to meet his eyes. His towering presence was almost comical, except for the fact that his expression screamed, "I'm not here to play games. I wanted to discuss a defense structure with you," he said, his deep voice devoid of pleasantries. Not fair. I used to be taller. Right, I said. He scoffed but remained silent, his eyes narrowing. Honestly, he was taking this better than I'd imagined. So, naturally, I pushed a little further. I apologized for my delay. I instructed Lucas. Ha! His laugh was sharp and bitter, more bark than fun. That brat. He still towered over me, his gaze unflinching. It was the stare meant to intimidate. I met it with a slight smile, refusing to give him the satisfaction. Yes, I continued, unfazed. I instructed that idiot to build the fortress. He must have taken it as his personal quest, because here we are. You requested my Doan to be here, he said, his tone flat, almost accusing. That caught me off guard. I didn't, I replied, frowning slightly. The chief of village number 17 sent that request. His orders, not mine. His eyes narrowed further, scrutinizing me with the intensity of someone trying to find a lie in a confession. After a long pause, he nodded. You're telling the truth? I need 20 centimeters heels. I glanced down at mine, but they still weren't identified. Stupid Lucas, where is he? Glacial tread heels. This pause was meant to intimidate him, but it had no effect. Figures. Of course I am, I said, my voice full of annoyance. I apologize for not being here sooner, but I had other priorities, namely, fetching some random scrolls from the Cloud Library. I reached into my inventory and pulled out the 2 scrolls from the old man, holding them up with a sly smile. The effect was immediate. Mila's eyes widened, his steely facade cracking as genuine shock flashed across his face. How? He asked, his voice low but filled with disbelief. That was the reason for my delay, I said with a nod. I was hunting down the best spells I could find, and with these 2, I held up the scrolls. We can face a lot of hardships. Mila nodded, his expression easing just slightly. Good, I approve. Well, that's a first. An actual compliment? Just as I was savoring the rare moment of approval, the door creaked ominously. It barely had time to swing fully open before Lucas barged in like a drunken German, panting and looking far too disheveled for someone who claimed to have things under control. There you are, he wheezed, his chest heaving as though he had sprinted across the entire fort. I blinked at him. Lucas, did you run here? Are you being chased? Because that would be the only good reason. Mila, however, was far less charitable. He spun around to face Lucas with the precision of a soldier, his expression darkening into something truly thunderous. Brat, he barked, his voice echoing in the room like a crack of thunder. You lied! Lucas froze, his eyes darting between us like he was trying to calculate the safest escape route. I wouldn't say lied exactly, he stammered, his tone dripping with nervous deflection. I might have creatively adjusted some details. I almost furrowed my brows. Lucas, I said, keeping my tone dangerously even, I need you to do something important. Identify my clothes, and while you're at it, explain why everyone in this fort is terrified of me. Book 2, 77. Red markers. I almost furrowed my brows. Lucas, I said, keeping my tone dangerously even, I need you to do something important. Identify my clothes, and while you're at it, explain why everyone in this fort is terrified of me. His jaw dropped, his panic briefly replaced by sheer confusion. Your clothes? He blurted, his voice shooting up an octave. What does that have to do with anything? I crossed my arms and arched an eyebrow, staring him down like a disappointed parent. Yes, Lucas, my clothes. I can't wait to know what they are, and explain. Because apparently every guard, courier, and assistant thinks I'm some kind of rage-fueled dungeon overlord. And since you were conveniently here before me, in guessing that's your handiwork. Lucas blinked rapidly, his mouth opening and closing like a fish gasping for air. Meanwhile, Mila loomed over him, radiating a barely restrained fury that could reduce even the cockiest of brats to a pile of regret. Well, I prompted, tapping my foot against the floor. Explain, Lucas. I'm all ears. For once, Lucas didn't have a quick comeback. Instead, he wilted under both our stares, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. Honestly, it was kind of satisfying. You threw the keeper's title at me and told me to take care of it, Lucas finally said, his head rising defiantly, his tone brimming with frustration. What was I supposed to do? I did not know what I was doing. I tried my best, and, well, the misunderstanding about you kind of grew. His voice softened toward the end, guilt creeping into his expression. I watched him for a moment, my emotions a tangled mess of irritation and fondness. Before he could spiral into a full self-defense, I stepped forward and pulled him into a hug. I miss you, Lucas, I whispered, the words slipping out before I could stop them. But I left it at that. There were bigger things to deal with right now than my Charlie predecessor love life. I'll cross that bridge another day. Clearing my throat, I added aloud, obviously, you can't identify clothes on me, and I'm not about to strip here. I laughed awkwardly, hoping to diffuse the tension, but it landed flat. No one joined in. Rough crowd. I let Lucas go, giving his shoulder a light pat, and turned my attention back to the room. I'm happy to see you, my keeper, I said, with as much warmth as I could muster. Commander Mila let out a sigh that was half irritation, half exhaustion. Can we start with the brief? Well, I glanced at the time, grimacing slightly, while waiting for the Imperial attaché. I invited him. My voice trailed off as I checked the clock again. He was late. Of course he was late. A few more minutes, I guess. Mila's jaw tightened, a flash of irritation crossing his face before he schooled his expression back into its usual stoic calm. Why the pause? He asked, his tone clipped. So you could yell at me about how bad I was, I admitted with a nervous grin, moving toward the map and leaning casually against its edge. I figured you'd want to do it without the Imperial attaché present, so I pushed it. That Miller closed his eyes, clearly wrestling with himself, before exhaling deeply. Is appreciated. Best compliment I'm getting from him today, I bet, I thought, stifling a grin. Right on cue, the door opened with a leisurely creak, and the Imperial attaché strolled into the room as if he had all the time in the world. His stupidly expensive clothes were perfectly pressed, his steps unhurried, and his expression carried that maddening blend of politeness and condescension that only imperial bureaucrats seem to master. I want to smack him just because of the PTSD. Well, welcome, I said, straightening up from the map. The imperial attaché opened his mouth, no doubt ready to delay us with some overly ceremonial greeting. I wasn't in the mood. I smiled brightly and continued before he even could get a word in. I invited you all here because I wanted to apologize. I wasn't here before to oversee the preparations, building, and, of course, meet you all properly. Splendid idea, my lady, the attaché said with practiced politeness. He adjusted the cuffs of his flawless coat, as though the idea of being here at all was slightly beneath him. My role here, as you know, is to pass messages between your court and the imperial court. I look forward to our cooperation until the evacuation is complete. Commander Mila let out a low grunt, clearly unimpressed. Lola remained a quiet presence in the shadows, her sharp eyes darting between the rest of us as if noting every word and gesture. Meanwhile, Lucas grinned broadly. Hi, people. We made a great fort, right? She can't win. Well, lose, Mila stated bluntly, his tone flat and devoid of emotion. The room went momentarily silent as the weight of his words settled in the air. That's why we evacuate the refugees via teleport tomorrow and the day after, the attaché interjected, his voice full of smug confidence. He smiled like a man holding all the cards. We'll be gone before she arrives. Miller's head snapped toward him, his glare sharp as a broken glass. We stay until she comes. That was the deal, he said, his voice low but firm. The attaché shrugged, entirely unfazed. Deals can change. No. Mila's tone hardened, his voice having the weight of command. Refugees come every day. We stay. The tension between them was palpable, like the air before a lightning strike. The attaché's smug indifference was like a polished shield, while Mila's sheer willpower radiated like a sharpened sword. Let's start with the opposing force, shall we? I said, motioning toward the map like some grand strategist. What are we up against? Mila nodded and stepped forward. With practiced ease, she began placing small pieces on the map, symbols of some sort, though I did not know what they represented. By the latest reports, her army is sweeping through the land, she said, placing red markers on nearly every village dotting the map. With every village, they're growing stronger. Currently, they're moving toward the regional capital. Before I could process that, Lucas piped up, his face lighting up like a kid on Christmas morning. So they'll miss us? Cool. His grin was so infectious I couldn't help but smile back at him for a moment. Oh, Lucas. Sweet, naive Lucas. Mila, on the other hand, looked like he wanted to punch Lucas right through the wall. He inhaled deeply, the kind of breath someone takes when they're debating whether to start a bar fight or simply walk away forever. No, Keeper, he said finally, his patience visibly thinning. There is a second army. The room went still as Mila placed another marker on the map. This one on our side of the river, not far from the fort, naturally. She can't ignore me. Right now, it's only a token force, he continued, his voice dropping into something darker. But our spies have learned it's just a ruse. He straightened, his gaze flicking around the room before landing back on the map. They plan to summon a demon army. I stared at the marker, resisting the urge to rub my temples. A demon army, I repeated, my voice flat. I thought they were undead. Lucas blinked, his earlier enthusiasm dimming slightly. How big are we talking? Mila shot him a sharp look. Big enough, he said grimly. And yes, lady, undead demons. My memory flickered back to that moment when I was in her prison and she asked me for a name. I delivered. Duwin Ianli. Somehow, Shed convinced him to summon his army. Why? Is she mad? Yeah, about as stable as me without whiskey. Summoning those things was reckless at best and catastrophic at worst. Once they were here, they wouldn't just vanish into thin air. And then there were all the people talking about her destabilizing something. I snapped back to the present, my voice sharper than I intended. Do we know how many red mana stones they have? I clenched my fists under the table, willing myself to focus. Mila hesitated, clearly surprised by my knowledge, but then his expression shifted into something bordering on pride. He even gave a genuine smile. 8. Lady, he said, his voice steady as he placed hollow red figures onto the map with deliberate care. I bit my lip. So 4 don't worth, I murmured, my stomach knotting at the realization, even with players. Lucas, oblivious as ever to the tension in the room, ambled over to the map. He grabbed one of our blue figures and plopped it onto the fort next to another blue one. Count players! What's it do on? How many people is that? He asked casually. Mila's face darkened faster than a storm rolling in. He grabbed the blue figure with a force that made the map quiver, his fingers tightening around it like he wanted to snap it in two. Then, with deliberate precision, he slammed it back outside the map's boundary, his glare boring into Lucas like a drill. Keeper. An Imperial Dome, he said through gritted teeth, is 3,000 to 6,000 combatants. My gaze flickered back to the map, where our lone blue marker now sat woefully outnumbered, surrounded by the blood-red swarm. Well, it's good we have the option of evacuating, right? I said as I glanced at the attaché. He puffed up his chest, nodding with an air of self-importance so thick. But, I continued, leaning forward and tapping a spot on the map, I also recruited adventurers to our cause. At least 1 or 2 Doneworth, maybe more. My voice faltered slightly at the end, and I glanced at Mila for some semblance of reassurance. He didn't give me any. Instead, his shoulders sagged under the weight of what I just said. I was afraid of hearing that, lady, he said, his tone heavy with resignation. His gaze flicked to Lucas, then back to me, as if searching for an explanation that might make this less disastrous. Especially after you sent that company and granted them a quest of importance. The bandits? Oh no. With the reputation Lucas built, I admitted, wincing, it must have sounded bad. Mila nodded grimly, rubbing the bridge of his nose like he was trying to stave off an incoming headache. That's putting it lightly. Oh, those guys? Lucas perked up, his face lighting up with excitement. I heard about them. They're all over the forums. Super active, and happy they met you. He sounded like someone reminiscing about a viral meme, completely oblivious. How cute. And he doesn't know Rimelion is real. Maybe. Mila, clearly done with Lucas' enthusiasm, turned his attention back to me, ignoring the interruption entirely. We sent them to investigate one dungeon, he said, his tone lifeless. They're still not back. Not reliable. Untested force. I leaned over the map, my fingers brushing the edges of the figures representing the demon army. Their placement was precise, like a growing shadow on the landscape. Sorry, but we need them, I said, my voice firm as I pointed at the enemy. Look at this. Without reinforcements, we don't stand a chance. Mila stared at the map, his jaw tightening as he processed it. Finally, he let out a slow, measured breath. I know, he said simply, his voice a mix of reluctant acceptance and steely resolve. So, what's our biggest weakness? I asked, crossing my arms and leaning on the edge of the map table again. Look casual, Charlie. Casual. Mila cleared his throat. Lady, that would be the low ford, he began, and our lack of any aerial combatants. The river protects us, but there's a spot, a shallow crossing, they could exploit. I'd bet my sword they know about it. As for the air, he trailed off, giving me a look that screamed, do the math. I glanced around at everyone in the room, hoping someone had a brilliant solution tucked away. Instead, I got silence, as if Patrick asked how to split the bill. Right, I said, dragging out the word and forcing a wry smile. Air isn't exactly easy to solve on short notice, so let's hope our mages are up to the task. I shifted my focus back to the map, placing adventurer markers randomly across the plain. We'll leave the defense of the ford to the adventurers. Mila's face turned a shade paler, like I'd just suggested throwing a party for Germans. I know, I said, holding up a hand to stop the incoming lecture. Not reliable. But hear me out. They're built for this. Flexible placement, versatile force. They thrive on chaos, and if there's one thing this battle is going to be, it's chaotic. Maybe we can even convince someone like Luminaria to join us. Cute, princess, a familiar voice interrupted, cutting my voice. Before I could even think, Lisa barreled into the room at full speed, her footsteps echoing off the stone walls like a charge of cavalry. She collided with me before I had a chance to dodge, her arms wrapping around me in a hug that could only be described as aggressively affectionate. As usual, my head ended up squished against her chest, and I stumbled back a step, barely keeping my balance. Can we go now? She asked, her voice an excited squeal that would have been adorable if it weren't for the fact that I was suffocating. Book 278. Mage and Flagbearer. Can we go now? Lisa squealed, her voice brimming with excitement. It might have been adorable if I wasn't currently being smothered. I mumbled something in protest, but let's be honest, I wasn't putting much effort into it. I had 2 good reasons to let it slide. This conduct directly violates imperial protocol, the attaché declared, his voice crisp and authoritative. Such behavior toward nobility constitutes a grave breach of court etiquette. The imperial court expects representatives to maintain decorum at all times, regardless of circumstances. At his outburst, Lisa loosened her hold just enough for me to breathe again, her head tilting in confusion as she glanced at him. "What's wrong?" she asked, blinking innocently. I had to fight back a grin as I finally got a proper look at her. She was wearing a fiery red mage outfit that looked like it was designed for a battle and a catwalk. The plunging neckline, the high-cut sides, the long thigh-high boots. Sorry, I mean fire boots. Screamed sexy. Thanks, game. The attaché, however, was having none of it. His face turned a shade of red that almost matched Lisa's outfit, and he trembled as he pointed a shaky finger at her. This is no way to treat imperial nobles. Meanwhile, the rest of the room barely reacted. Lola was scribbling notes like she was oblivious to the chaos. Lucas was engrossed in rearranging the map pieces. And Mila? Mila just glared at the Lucas like he was considering making him the map's next casualty. Lisa cocked her head and released me entirely. Then, with a sudden shift into serious mode, she dropped into the most elegant bow I'd seen all day. "I apologize, esteemed lord," she said, her voice full of exaggerated sincerity. It was fake politeness, but damn, she sold it. "My behavior is inexcusable, but I will correct it at once." The attaché froze. "The bow is acknowledged, though it scarcely mitigates the earlier impropriety," he stated, his tone clinical and precise. "A full report of this incident will be dispatched to the imperial court for formal review." Meanwhile, I straightened up, brushing myself off and trying to regain a shred of dignity. "I'm sorry, Lisa," I said, clearing my throat. "The teleport will be ready tomorrow evening, but, of course, Mr. Fancy Clothes couldn't resist jumping in." "No, the teleport will be ready around tomorrow afternoon," he corrected, puffing himself up like a rooster announcing dawn. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. "Ah, I wasn't talking about that," I said, turning to Lisa with a small smile. "I meant my personal one." As I shrugged, I gave her a playful wink. I promised to bring her to a powerful, let's say, mage. Lisa's face lit up like a kid at Christmas. She nodded enthusiastically, practically vibrating with happiness. "Yay, thank you, cute princess," she chirped, clasping her hands together. "Personal teleport?" Mila asked. Her gaze narrowed slightly, as if calculating the potential. "It would be advantageous." "Oh yeah, it would. Too bad the prince was sleeping, like he just ran a marathon, and only 3 times a day." I opened my mouth to respond, but before I could, the door swung open and Catherine sauntered in, her presence as subtle as a meteor strike. "Ahoj, people," she called out, her voice bright and cheerful. The attaché mumbled something under his breath, probably another complaint about decorum, while Lucas immediately yelled his usual over-the-top greeting and moved a horse-shaped figure on the map. Mila, ever the disciplinarian, promptly plucked it off and put it back outside the map boundary without so much as a glance at him. The woman was the symbol of no-nonsense. "Hi, Catherine," I said, grinning at her as I turned back to Mila. "So, Mila, about the teleport. Unfortunately, it's extremely limited. No military application." "Sorry." I gestured toward Lisa and Catherine, who had finally stopped moving long enough to take in the room. But these two were the ones I mentioned earlier. One's my court mage, and the other, I let the words hang dramatically before smiling, my court flag bearer. Catherine blinked, looking utterly lost. "What?" she asked, tilting her head in confusion. Her armor, if you could call it that, was as impractical as ever. It clung to her like a second skin, leaving very little to the imagination. "What's a flag bearer? What flag? Player Lisa is now your court mage." Before I could respond, the attaché took it upon himself to educate her, stepping forward with all the self-importance of a lecturer addressing a classroom. "The flag bearer," he began, his voice practically oozing reverence, "is a very important position. A valiant warrior who bears the flag into battle. They are the first to meet the enemy and plant the flag, boldly inviting them to engage in honorable combat." It wasn't exactly accurate. Okay, it wasn't accurate at all, but as Catherine's face lit up with excitement, I decided to let him have this one. Why ruin her mood? Player Catherine is now your flag bearer. "Beautifully said. Attaché," I lied, giving him a polite nod. "Catherine, you'll need my banner attached to something, but don't worry, I've already prepared a letter for the quartermaster. Just show it to him, and he should help you. I stressed the should because, knowing my luck, the quartermaster would be just as passionate as the rest of the fort staff. Thanks. You're awesome, Catherine exclaimed, her enthusiasm practically radiating from her as she sprinted toward me. Before I could react, she wrapped me in a hug so tight it could have qualified as a grapple. Hey, Lisa chimed in. She followed suit, throwing her arms around me in a hug of her own. And me? Pinned between them, I was officially under siege. I raised my hands in surrender. Okay, enough. I laughed, extracting myself with as much dignity as I could muster. Lisa, you'll get your class tomorrow. Now, both of you, listen up. They stepped back, and somehow they calmed down their antics. Commander Mila is in charge of the fort's defenses, I said, gesturing toward him. You'll report to him. He knows the layout and can tell you where you will be most effective in leading other players during the defense. Got it? Lisa and Catherine nodded in unison, their excitement palpable. Got it. Flag, Catherine said, practically bouncing on her heels. Mila looked less thrilled but nodded curtly, his gaze shifting to the two women as he folded his arms. Follow me. I'll show you the positions and outline the strategy, he said, his tone clipped but professional. If that's all, lady? I nodded at him, and he left with a bow. As they followed Mila out, Lisa shot me a thumbs up and a grin. Thanks, princess, she called over her shoulder. Yeah, thanks, Catherine added, and took out her enormous sword, imagining waving a flag. I turned to the attaché, forcing a polite smile onto my face. Thank you for attending this meeting. It was... I paused, glancing toward the door where Lisa and Catherine had just exited, leaving a trail of chaos in their wake. Not exactly what I imagined, but I hope we can work together. To my surprise, the attaché actually smiled. A genuine one, not the smug smirk he usually wore like a badge of honor. From the recent imperial records and preliminary reports, I anticipated different characteristics, he said, each word carefully measured. While your methods deviate from standard procedure, you demonstrate a marginal competence that may prove acceptable to imperial standards. I wasn't sure if that was a compliment or a backhanded jab, but I took it as the former. Thank you, I replied, inclining my head slightly. I'll be ready at the teleport tomorrow. Then, in a moment of formality I hadn't planned but felt oddly right, I bowed. It was just a small one, enough to show respect without overdoing it. The attaché's expression softened further, and he gave a small bow in return before excusing himself. As I watched the attaché retreat, his steady footsteps echoing faintly in the hall, I couldn't help but appreciate the newfound quiet in the room. The earlier chaos had settled, leaving behind an almost peaceful atmosphere. The only sounds now were the faint swish of Lucas shifting pieces on the map and the rhythmic scratch-scratch of Lola's quill as she furiously scribbled notes nearby. It was oddly soothing. When he was gone, I turned toward Lola. Hey Lola, I said, my voice a little less formal now. What do you think? How was it? She closed her notes, already so full of scribbles they looked like an ancient scroll, and smoothly stored them in her inventory. Her expression was calm and measured, but there was a glint of approval in her eyes. Lady, you're a natural, she said simply, and I hope to serve well. I opened my mouth to respond, but the words caught in my throat. She'd stolen the wind right from my sails with that earnest tone, leaving me blushing like an awkward schoolgirl. I stammered, my thoughts stumbling over themselves. Thank you, Lola, truly. She smiled at me, soft and genuine, before giving a small nod. If there's nothing else, I'll attend to the paperwork. Actually, I said, gathering myself enough to sound somewhat composed, could you leave me here with Lucas for a while? Lola's grin turned sly, and she gave me a playful wink. Of course, lady, she said with a teasing lilt to her voice. Enjoy your chat. I stared after her as she left, wondering just how much she was reading into this situation. Shaking my head, I turned to Lucas, already steeling myself for whatever nonsense was about to come out of his mouth. All right, I said, folding my arms. We need to talk. Lucas placed the demon army piece directly in front of the fort on the map. He turned to me, his expression a mix of guilt and awkwardness. Is this about the fear? He asked hesitantly. Who knows? Not exactly, I began, unsure how to broach the topic. I wasn't even sure what I wanted to talk about with him, but since he brought it up, I figured we could start there. But yes, we can address that. You should have asked, Lucas. He nodded, his shoulders sagging a bit. I should have. I know I screwed up. but his face suddenly split into that ridiculously cute, foolish grin of his. Isn't it kind of funny, though? I tried to hold on to my frustration, but his grin was contagious. Before I knew it, I was grinning back. Yeah, I admitted, the memory of earlier suddenly bubbling up. I asked those couriers to deliver some letters, and when they came to my office, they just stood there, totally terrified, like I was about to smite them on the spot. Lucas burst out laughing, and I couldn't hold it in either. And then, I continued between laughs, when I handed over the letter, they bolted. They almost broke the hinges on the door trying to get out. They were fast, at least. Lucas wheezed, clutching his stomach as he laughed along with me. Yeah, I grinned, the laughter lifting the weight I hadn't realized I was carrying. As the laughter began to settle, a thought struck me out of nowhere. Hey Lucas, I said, tilting my head. What do you actually need to do to identify items? He was still chuckling, but the question made him pause. Huh? He shrugged, his grin not entirely fading. I just need to touch them and focus. It'll work, eventually. I nodded. I wasn't sure if this would work, but there was only one way to find out. Lucas, I said softly, my voice barely above a whisper. Can you identify my cape, please? His laughter died down as the words registered. Okay, he said, shrugging again and extending his hand toward me. I shook my head and gently took his hand, guiding it to rest on my shoulder. His fingers tensed slightly as they brushed the fabric of the cape, but he didn't pull away. Oh, okay, he murmured, his voice dropping to match mine. The room seemed to grow quieter, the moment stretching as we both stilled. I could feel the faint warmth of his hand through the material, and for some reason, my pulse quickened. What was I expecting? Something to explode? Book 279. Cold Comfort. Lucas' gaze locked onto mine, and for a moment I saw a flicker of vulnerability behind his usual carefree demeanor. He gulped. Why like this? I need to test myself, how I will react. And you can take it as an apology, I said softly, a small smile curving my lips. My heart was beating faster than I cared to admit, the warmth of his hand on my shoulder sending little jolts of awareness through me. Apology? He repeated, clearly confused. His brow furrowed as he shifted his focus back to the cape. This what? I don't understand the item. His confusion deepened as he blinked several times, his eyes widening. It doesn't make sense. Legendary? Where did you get this? Oh, I robbed the Imperial Treasury, I replied, laughing out loud as if I was talking about a favorite brand of whiskey. Lucas blinked at me, utterly dumbfounded. You what? Share the item's details, I said, waving a hand dismissively. I'll explain if I can. He hesitated for a moment, but then his eyes focused, and a faint window shimmered into existence between us. My gaze flicked to the description, but my attention was drawn back to Lucas, his eyes. Why hadn't I noticed how beautiful they were before? The way the light caught in them, a soft warmth. What was I thinking? Focus, Charlie. Embroidered frost cape. Quality. 7 legendary effect. A flowing cape of icy blue silk. It radiates a chilling aura, empowering your abilities, slowing foes with its frozen embrace, and weaving time itself to quicken your spells. This is very helpful. I love it. Very much, I said dryly, keeping my expression completely straight as I looked back at him. Lucas' shock morphed into thoughtful realization, and then he burst out laughing. I joined him, the tension easing with our shared laughter. As the sound faded, I let my hand brush against his, lightly resting on his wrist. His laughter tapered off as I guided his hand down my side to rest on my hip. What about my corset? I asked, my voice low. Lucas' gaze flicked down for a moment, his face quickly turning crimson as realization dawned. He swallowed hard before nodding, his voice almost a whisper. Aye. Yes. I'll do that. I leaned in slightly, my tone softening. As for why I'm apologizing, my words trailed off, and I took a steadying breath. I've been unfair to you. I was so focused on how hurt I felt, how betrayed I thought I was, that I didn't stop to see that you can solve the biggest crisis of your life with your own hands. Lucas opened his mouth, his lips parting as if he were about to say something, but I raised a finger and pressed it gently to his lips. Lucas, I know. What you did wasn't okay, I murmured. I had every right to be upset. But this is a way of figuring out how I'll react to all of this. To you, I glanced down, my hand still resting over his. Also, weird item? Royal corset of ice quality, 7 legendary effect, a form-fitting bodice woven from enhanced frost silk. Reinforced seams ensure it's stronger than it looks. I nodded, as if the details made complete sense to me. Spoiler, they didn't. I'd had legendary items in the past, enough to know they were special. But these? These were something else entirely. First the skill, now this. Is it making fun of me? I shook my head, trying to ground myself. Okay, so it says stronger than it looks. If it were only Marvel tier, it would say plus 10% physical defense, or plus 5 magic damage. It'll be something like that, just obscured for the same reason. That makes sense. What now? Lucas asked, his voice uncertain, as if he were trying to navigate a conversation in a foreign language. Isn't it obvious? I said with a mischievous grin, guiding his hand lower. The skirt, I teased, my tone light, though the feeling in my chest was anything but. This one's going to be better, and with numbers, you'll see. As Lucas' hand brushed the fabric of the skirt, I felt a warmth rise within me, a sensation that had nothing to do with the enchanted frost silk's effects. It wasn't just the touch, it was the way it lingered, like a spark catching on dry kindling, igniting something deeper. Something I hadn't allowed myself to feel before. Was this something more? It couldn't be, right? This was Lucas, my stupid, goofy friend who once tried to cook spaghetti by throwing it into a bucket of vodka. It was Lucas. I liked Catherine a lot, and Lisa was adorable. My heart didn't have room for this kind of confusion, or so I thought. I glanced at him, trying to read his expression. He looked as flustered as I felt, his hand trembling ever so slightly against the cool, flowing fabric. There you go, Lucas said at last, his voice slightly unsteady. The notification popped up, but I barely registered it. My focus was on him. The way his breath hitched slightly, the faint color in his cheeks. I clung to the moment, unsure of whether to break the tension or let it linger. For once, Lucas wasn't being a clown or deflecting with humor. He was just here. Focus. It's not you who he likes. Gossamer ruffle skirt. Quality, 7 legendary effect. Lightweight layers of enchanted fabric that flow like a snowstorm but never weigh you down. Grants. Unyielding poise. The system wasn't helpful enough to tell me what unyielding poise actually was. Well, it didn't have to. I already knew. It was one of the warrior skills I really liked. I grinned and kissed Lucas right on the face. Yes! Unyielding poise is awesome. Lucas stared at me like I'd just hacked his computer and rewritten his code. His expression was a mix of confusion, surprise, and something else I couldn't quite place. So, what about the stockings? I asked, a smile playing on my lips as I guided his hand further down to rest on top of my knees. But the moment his hand touched me there, something new coiled in my chest. Dread. Why? Because at that moment, a terrible thought surfaced. He doesn't like me. He likes her. I shook my head, trying to brush the thought away like an annoying mosquito. Lucas' lips parted, and he stammered, Charlie. No, I interrupted gently but firmly, forcing a smile. Let's just finish the items. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded, his focus shifting to my thighs with what I could only describe as cute carefulness. His fingers barely brushed against the material as he concentrated, and then he finally shared the stats. Diamond weave stockings. Quality, 7 legendary effect, fine black stockings etched with subtle silver runes. These runes reinforce both form and function. Grants diamond reflex. Yes! I practically cheered, the excitement bubbling up despite the lingering knot in my chest. This is amazing. It's dual reflex and diamond. A great one. I was about to launch into an explanation of what that meant, my hands gesturing wildly, when the door creaked open. Lola peeked inside, her eyes landing squarely on the two of us. I froze. Lucas' hand was still on my knee, and the sheer absurdity of the situation hit me like a ton of bricks. Without thinking, I shoved him away, just a bit forcefully, though given my lackluster strength stat, it was more of an awkward nudge. Lucas stumbled back, his face redder than a sunset, and I scrambled to stand, smoothing my dress like it could erase whatever Lola thought she saw. Lola's gaze flicked between us, her brow arching with suspicion. Am I interrupting something? She asked. You knew and still entered. Some steward you are. I cleared my throat. summoning every ounce of dignity I could muster. Nope, not at all, I chirped, a little too quickly. Just, inventory stuff, identifying items, that's all. Lucas was still frozen, his hands awkwardly hovering like he wasn't sure what to do with them. Yeah, just, inventory stuff, he mumbled. Lola's lips curved into a knowing smile, but she didn't press the issue. Right, inventory stuff. She stepped fully into the room, glancing behind her as if afraid the hallway will follow. Well, Lady Charlie, when you're done with your inventory session, someone insistent is here to tell you something. Okay, who? I started, still a bit flustered, but before I could finish, the door burst open with a bang that made me jump. I'll tell her myself. A deep, angry voice bellowed, and a man stormed in. He was tall and broad, wearing a brownish outfit with so many belts it looked like he was a walking leather factory. His boots were scuffed, his gloves worn and practical, and a battered hat perched atop his head, casting shadows over sharp eyes that burned with barely restrained irritation. A crooked knife dangled from his side, more decorative than functional, and his smell, a mix of grease, leather, and sweat, entered the room before he did. "Oh ho, there you are, princess," he declared, his voice booming as he shoved someone. I think it was Alma to the side with all the finesse of a charging potar. She stumbled but quickly steadied herself, glaring daggers at his back. "I'm so tired of this. Please, someone make it stop." Undeterred, the man marched further into the room. Was it the map room? Planning room? Whatever, this room. He pointed a gloved finger at me, his face set in a sneer. "Listen, you aristocratic twelp." Lucas stepped in front of me, as if to shield me from the verbal onslaught, but the man didn't even hesitate. With a casual swipe of his arm, he shoved Lucas aside like a rag doll, sending him stumbling against the wall. Lucas barely caught himself glaring, but the man didn't seem to care. "First," he barked, jabbing his thumb down dramatically, "I serve only Imperial Doan, Commander Mila." His voice was loud enough to rattle the windows, and I couldn't help but admire his dedication to making an entrance. Second, he raised his index finger with enough force that I half expected it to snap. "We don't have enough resources for whatever nonsense you're planning." His voice wavered slightly at the end, his initial steam cooling as he realized I wasn't reacting with outrage or fear, just mild amusement. And he faltered, looking at me as if he expected me to cut him off or yell. I simply raised an eyebrow, waiting, and that is all. I crossed my arms, leaning slightly against the edge of the table. "Are you quite done?" "Yes, I am done," the man said, his tone suddenly more subdued, though there was still an edge of frustration. I glanced at Alma, standing near the door, her posture rigid as she watched the exchange. "Good. I suppose this is about my request for armor for my personal guard?" He nodded, his brow furrowed. "One thing is poaching people from the Doan, that can be understood," he said with annoyance in his voice. "But you don't have any resources. We have nothing." His tone escalated again, edging toward outright frustration. Lola slowly approached and rested a hand on my shoulder, lightly smiling. I turned to glance at her, her expression calm but watchful, before sweeping my gaze around the room. Lucas was still leaning against the wall, arms crossed, but his eyes were locked on the quartermaster with a wariness. Alma looked ready to pounce, her gaze intense as a blade as it followed every twitch of the man's movements. "So, vulgar man," I began, my voice smooth, "what can I do for you?" His eyes narrowed, and he took in a deep breath, clearly preparing for another rant. But before he could get a word out, I raised my hand, cutting him off. "Don't forget," I said, letting a dangerous edge creep into my voice. "I don't even know who you are. Should I kill you now or later?" That made him freeze. His mouth snapped shut, and he hesitated, his eyes darting between me and Alma, who was now grinning like she'd just been handed the best assignment of her life. He gulped audibly and took a step back, his bravado crumbling. "Dungeon," he whispered, almost to himself. "Well, at least that reputation is good for something. You wouldn't," he said, his voice cracking as he tried and failed to sound confident. I raised an eyebrow, letting the moment stretch just long enough. "I absolutely would to rude person." "Alma," I yelled, my voice commanding. "Arrest this random man." Alma's grin widened as she stepped forward and grabbed his shoulders. The quartermaster's face turned ashen, and he threw his hands up in a panic. Princess," he stammered, his voice rising in desperation. Then, with a deep bow that almost toppled him, he blurted out, I I apologize. The quartermaster, Farhad. Petty. I know. But he deserves it. I tilted my head, my expression still cool. Oh, so you do have a name and a job? I said, waving a hand to signal Alma to pause. She stopped, her hand still gripping his shoulders, but she didn't release him, her eyes gleaming. Farhad swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Yes, princess. I didn't mean to offend you. I was only trying to. To what? I interrupted. Burst into my meeting, shove my people around, and lecture me like some clueless peasant. He winced, clearly realizing just how poorly he'd handled things. No, lady. I mean, yes, but... But? I repeated, arching an eyebrow. He lowered his head, defeated. I apologize, truly. I allowed my frustration to cloud my judgment. With a sigh, I gestured for Alma to release him. Fine, apology accepted, for now, I said, my tone making it clear he was walking a very fine line. But know this, Farhad, I don't tolerate disrespect, and I certainly don't tolerate incompetence. Yes, lady, he said quickly, bowing again. Good. I stepped away from the table, letting my voice soften. Now, tell me what you actually need to fulfill my request. Whatever it is, just don't barge in here like that again. Farhad straightened, some of his earlier confidence creeping back into his stance. Obviously, right now, we need money. The more, the better. We've got adventurers outside bringing in supplies, but we can't buy anything. His voice rose again, the frustration bubbling to the surface. Sure, I said, cutting him off before he could work himself into another rant. I motioned to Lola and Alma. Walk with me. Lucas, you don't need to come. Talk to you later. I still need to know the stats of my heals. Lucas gave me a quick nod and wandered back to the map. I glimpsed him placing yet another adventurer near the enemy army with all the strategic precision of a cat knocking over a chessboard. Letting out a sigh, I turned on my heel and headed for the door, my entourage falling in step behind me. Hey, Alma? I asked as we made our way down the corridor, the soft echoes of our footsteps filling the otherwise quiet hall. Have you picked anyone for the guard yet? Not yet, lady, she replied. I see, I said as I led the group toward where I thought the treasury room was, keeping my fingers crossed that my sense of direction wasn't about to embarrass me. After the armor, yes. When we reached the door, I noticed it was unguarded, but the faint shimmer of enchantments flickering across the surface told me it didn't need anyone standing watch. Perfect. I pressed my ring against the door and it responded immediately, swinging open with a soft whoosh of displaced air. The room beyond was smaller than I'd expected, and completely bare except for a single table in the center. Farhad let out a low chuckle behind me, but I ignored him, my focus narrowing on the plain wooden table like it was the most important thing in the world. Well, I thought the Empire had lent us more money. Didn't Lucas mention borrowing it himself? Book 280, settling account. Well, I thought the Empire had lent us more money. Didn't Lucas mention borrowing it himself? I strode across the room, each step echoing in the quiet space. Once I reached the table, I pulled out the bag I may have allegedly borrowed from the Imperial Treasury. Without a word, I turned it over and the contents spilled out in a glittering cascade. Gold bars rained down onto the table, clinking and stacking in a chaotic, shimmering pile. The sound was almost musical, each bar adding a deep, satisfying clunk to the growing mound. The faint glow from the enchantments on the walls reflected off the gold, painting the room in a warm golden light. I had always wanted to do something like this. Farhad's chuckle turned into a choking noise, and I could feel his stunned gaze boring into the back of my head. Alma let out a soft gasp, while Lola's eyes widened slightly before she quickly composed herself, probably already calculating exactly what to do with the money. Well, I said, straightening up and dusting off my hands, is this enough? Or should I head back to the Imperial Treasury for round 2? My tone was casual, but the smirk tugging at the corner of my mouth made it clear I was enjoying this far too much. Farhad's face shifted into something between awe and fear as he leaned in slightly, whispering, I heard there was an incursion at the Imperial Treasury. Oh, no, that's why I jojoed like that. I stuttered, forcing out a laugh that sounded a bit too nervous for comfort. My point is, yes, we have plenty of money. Enough for proper armor for my personal guard and to shore up the fort. And some, Farhad added with a grin so wide he could drink 2 glasses at once. He clapped his hands together. his energy shifting instantly from wary to excited. "I'll set up the buying schemes right away, lady." Before I could respond, he spun around and hurried out like his boots were on fire. Alma cast me a questioning glance before I sighed and nodded. Without a word, she followed him, her expression unreadable, but her steps brisk. "Well, that was underwhelming," I grumbled, half to myself. Honestly, I'd expected a bit more drama. At least throwing the gold bars around had been fun. But now they were scattered all over the room like oversized, glittering bricks of annoyance. I bent down to pick up the first bar, its weight surprising me. The bag had made it seem so light. "Great," I muttered. "Now I have to clean up after my own dramatic outburst." "Lady, let me help," Lola said quickly, scurrying over like a squirrel eager to organize acorns. She dropped to her knees and began stacking the bars neatly on the table. "You know," I said, sliding another bar onto the growing pile, "you can call me Charlie, right?" She paused for a moment, glancing up at me with a faint, almost shy smile. "I know, lady." I arched an eyebrow, my hands still gripping the cold metal. "Does it bother you to call me just Charlie?" "No," she exclaimed, her tone bright and genuine. She hesitated for a moment, then added with a glimmer of excitement in her eyes, "But I like it this way. I always dreamed of being like this." Her gaze swept over the bars of gold scattered across the room, and for a moment it was as if she was soaking in the scene like a childhood fantasy come to life. "Yeah, by the way," I said, stepping back and surveying the neatly sorted mountain of gold bars. It was an impressive sight. A bit too impressive, really. I might have stolen more than I'd intended. And, with 3 more bags still stashed away, one of which was distinctly royal. "Yeah, maybe I overdid it. Take 1 bar for yourself, okay? Like a signing bonus," I added casually, already preparing to leave. "You can't," Lola protested. But I was faster, shoving one of the hefty bars into her hands before she could finish. "Take it," I insisted, cutting her off as I started walking away. "Besides, doesn't the Treasury work in a way that lets us withdraw money through the system? As far as I've read, yes. That's usually how it's set up. But, lady, this bar is worth 10,000. I raised a hand behind me, waving off her objection without turning around. "I don't want to hear any." "But lady, okay? And for the record, I wasn't joking. I really want my heels identified before I hit the bed." By the time I reached the hallway, Lola had hurried to catch up. I paused to close the door to the treasury, activating the enchantments with a quick mental command. The faint glow of magic rippled across the door before fading. "I think he's still in the map room," Lola said as we walked, her voice light. "Thanks." I glanced over at her and smiled. "And thanks for being here. It's going to help so much." She waved off my gratitude with a casual flick of her hand. "No, lady, thank you. I'll go over the paperwork, so if we don't see each other again tonight, good night." Her words caught me off guard for a moment, and I hesitated. I started, unsure how to respond. Yes. Good night." With a polite bow, she turned and headed toward the office. I watched her go for a moment before shaking my head and continuing to the map room. Lucas was still at the map table when I arrived, probably absorbed in whatever strategy he was imagining. He hadn't noticed me yet, so I paused a few steps away from the door, quietly observing him. His brow furrowed in concentration as he shifted the little figures around, probably trying to predict the battle. At least, that's what I thought at first. Then he started making exaggerated exploding sounds, his hands enthusiastically dropping figures onto the map like they were grenades. One after another, I stifled a laugh, backing quietly toward the door. Composing myself, I gave the door a quick knock before confidently stepping in. "Oh, Charlie!" Lucas nearly yelped, spinning around with a voice pitched just a little too high. He quickly plastered on an eager smile. "I was waiting for you." I couldn't help but smile back, grateful, curious, and honestly too tired to overthink it. Without a word, I walked over, closed the distance, and raised my foot toward him. He caught it instinctively, his hand wrapping gently around my calf, his eyes lifting to mine in confusion. "We still have to identify the heels," I reminded him, my voice quieter than I expected. "Oh." His laugh was a little too loud, and he nodded quickly. But instead of focusing on the heels, his gaze stayed locked on mine. Something about the way he looked at me pained my heart. "Charlie," he started, his tone softer now. "I'm sorry. Lucas." I cut him off gently but firmly. "I know." I shifted my weight awkwardly as his hand lingered on my calf. The words spilled out before I could stop them. You've always been great to me before this, and I won't lie, you don't love me. His expression was tightening as he wrestled with whatever thoughts were flying through his head. You love the previous Charlie, I continued. And now, you'll never let her go, you won't move on, and I'll always know that, in the back of my mind. Lucas froze, his hand still lightly resting on my calf as if afraid moving would mean losing me. I kept my eyes closed, bracing for whatever came next. For once, Lucas seemed at a loss for words. The silence stretched, and when he finally spoke, his voice was quieter than I'd ever heard it. You're wrong, Charlie. My eyes snapped open, meeting his. There was no trace of his usual grin or playful demeanor. Instead, his gaze was intense, searching, almost desperate. You're not her, he admitted, but that doesn't mean I don't care about you. I see you. Not just the Charlie I knew before. I see you now, and I know I messed up. He paused, his hand tightening around my calf as he ran the second hand through his hair in frustration. Gods, I know I messed up. I've already decided. I stayed silent, unsure of whether to let him continue or cut him off. It didn't matter, he wasn't finished. I don't know what I feel, he said, an intense laugh escaping him. I don't even know what to call it anymore. But don't think for a second that I'm holding on to some ghost, Charlie. You're here, you're real, and whatever you are now, you're still you, not her. His shoulders sagged, as if the weight of his own confession had drained him. For a moment, I thought he'd leave it at that. But then he met my gaze again, his eyes burning with something I couldn't quite name. So, yeah, maybe I loved her. Maybe I still do. But that doesn't mean there isn't room for something else. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding, the tension in my chest loosening just slightly. Lucas, I breathed. I'm not asking for anything. I'm not even sure what I want. But if we're going to keep seeing each other, we need to be honest. No romance between us. He nodded slowly, his expression a mix of relief and determination. Yeah, he said, his voice firmer now. No more romance. For now. For the first time since the Riker's Tower, there was an unspoken understanding between us. The air felt lighter, though the weight of everything unsaid still lingered, waiting for another time. Well, I said, breaking the silence with a shaky grin. Now that we've tackled the emotional crisis of the evening, can we get back to the part where you identify my heels? Because, seriously, I am dying to know what they do. Lucas blinked, surprised by the shift, but then he let out a genuine laugh. Yeah, okay, he said, shaking his head as if to clear it. Let's figure out what kind of overpowered nonsense you're hiding this time. Hey, I grinned, tapping my fingers impatiently on his hand. Just identify it already. On it, Lucas said, his tone playful as he focused on the heels. Glacial tread heels. Quality, 7 legendary effect. Delicately forged heels that glisten like frost-kissed diamonds. Each step whispers the chill of winter. Flow as a creeping frost across any surface, and observe as the very ground conspires to halt your enemy's advance. Grants flawless grace. That's very informative, I said with a sly smile, already imagining using these in combat. But that thought was quickly overshadowed by the fact that Lucas was still holding my foot. I raised an eyebrow, glancing down at him. Lucas? Yes, Charlie? He blinked at me innocently, the picture of someone who knew exactly what he was doing. You're still holding me. He glanced down at his hand as though noticing it for the first time, then gave me that foolish, boyish grin that usually meant trouble for the girls he was pursuing. Oh, so I am. Lucas, I huffed, trying to kick him with the heel, but he finally let go, just as I shifted forward. I moved awkwardly, stumbling straight into his arms instead of stepping back gracefully. Careful there, he teased, catching me in a firm hug before I could protest. Lucas, I murmured, my face half buried in his shoulder as I tried to keep my balance. What did we just talk about? He leaned back slightly, his grin softening into something warmer. I don't remember, but what I do know is that you should log off and get some rest. He let me go before I could fully register his words, leaving me standing there more confused than angry. Was this normal? My sober social skills weren't exactly top tier, so I just stood there for a moment, blinking at him before deciding it wasn't worth overthinking. With a shrug, I navigated to the log-off button. Inspired by Lola, I said, "Good night, Lucas," flashing him a quick smile before disappearing. Tomorrow, I thought, as the familiar black void of the logout screen enveloped me. No more talking, no more boring discussions, no more lore, no more feelings. Tomorrow, I'm going to the dungeon to enjoy the fight. Test my new items and skills, no matter what. Alone,